he's God, so I'll probably forgive him someday." Cage chuckled. "I'm sure he'll be grateful." She tore her eyes away from his smile and those dimples. "I'm sure he's waiting." She pulled on her boots. "Sorry to have disturbed you. We were just looking for Jillian. Her brother doesn't know where she is and thought you might have heard from her. But we'll find her." Lake opened the door. "What's your name?" She turned. "Oh, sorry. I guess after 15 minutes of talking about my disability, my boobs, and my anger at God, it might be nice to have a name to use when you tell your friends about the crazy chick that stopped to use your bathroom. It's Lake." "Nice to meet you, Lake. I'm sorry. I have no idea where Jillian is or might be. And for the record, this has been the best 15 minutes I've had in a long time. So I think when I tell my friends, it will be about this hot girl that stopped by and how much I hated to see her walk out the door because, really, the best 15 minutes. Luke honked the horn. She cursed him behind her smile. Gorgeous quarterback guy just called her hot girl. Her destiny stood before her and she had to leave. Maybe he would never forget their 15 minutes together and come search for her in New York. "Damn it, Jones," her mind quoted Jessica. "The feeling is mutual." She began to shut the door, then poked her head inside. "Cage?" He turned. "Yes?" "You want to know what comes after the epilogue?" "What?" "A new book filled with endless possibilities." He grinned. "Yep, the guy would definitely come look for her. In New York. Damn it, Jones." Luke drummed the top of the steering wheel with his hands. He was tired of driving around the block. "You didn't need to honk the horn." Lake slipped in the seat and slammed the door shut. "So, what did you find out?" "He's gorgeous. He plays quarterback for the Cornhuskers. Oh, and I think he loves me and my prosthetic leg." Luke pulled out and stopped before shifting into drive, giving her the hairy eyeball. Lake's smile morphed into a frown. He said he doesn't know where she is or even could be. Another dead end. Luke hoped Jackson would find out more helpful information from Knox. The most unsettling feeling in the pit of his stomach kept his mind on Jessica and the belief that she was in some kind of trouble or sending out an SOS that only he could detect. All they could do at that point was wait, so he headed back to the hotel. Lake rubbed the top of her leg, staring out the window. "Your leg bothering you today?" "No." She stilled her hand. "It's just habit, that's all." He detected disappointment in her voice. "I have no doubt that you're right." Lake glanced at him. "What? That it's a habit?" "No. I have no doubt that you're right about Cage. I'm sure he does love you and your leg. Any guy would be a fool not to." She smiled and moved her hand to his leg. "We're going to find her, Luke." He nodded. They would find Jessica. He just wasn't sure what shape she would be in when that time came, or if she'd still be Jessica at all. Chapter 24. Night. Jackson finished drying the last pan while watching Luke and Lake drive out of the development. The days were no longer dead. Their past had caught up to them. Their past could put everyone involved in danger. It was time to go. "I have to leave." His eyes stayed focused on the slushy street. "I want you to come with me." "Sure. Where are we going?" Wren took the pan from him, hanging it from the S-hook above the stove. "I hope to get a Christmas tree for this place. You could use some holiday cheer around here." Her comment, although oblivious to the true meaning behind his words, was just one more reason he had to take her with him. The last time Jackson lived in a home with a Christmas tree was his senior year of high school, the beginning of the end of his life as he knew it. He wanted a home, a wife, and a slew of holiday cheer. Jude wanted it too. They could start over. He would run forever and take on 100 new identities if they could be together. Jackson's home would be his wife, and as long as they were together, he would always be home. We'll take Gunnar and Maddie, too. She laughed, sliding her arms under his and hugging his back. Gunnar won't love tree shopping, and it's too cold to leave him in the car. And Maddie? Pfft, feel free to call her, but I'm certain she will laugh in your face. He laced his hands with hers. She can finish school someplace else. Wren eased around his body to face him. Confusion lined her brow. What are you talking about? Marry me. I feel like we've had this conversation before. We did, but most proposals mean let's be engaged and eventually get married, like putting something on layaway. I don't want to be engaged. I want to marry you, now. Now? Well, it's Saturday. We'll have to wait until Monday. Marry me Monday. Wren squinted. Are you pregnant? He smiled, just barely. She didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. How could she? If I say yes, will you make an honest man of me? Maybe. Are you sure it's mine? Threading his fingers through her hair, he bent down and whispered over her lips, I'm sure I'm yours. Just say yes. Jackson. He kissed her. It was unfair. Sexual coercion. Say yes. He bit her lip, dragging it through his teeth. If he had to strip her down and use his tongue to make her agree to his request, he'd do it. A yes was a yes. He'd take it and run. Run with her and never look back. Her eyes answered him first. He loved her eyes. They were innocent. In spite of the hell her body endured, her soul had the innocence of a child. Wren spoke in kindness, loved with a bared heart, and lived with a spirit that not even Preston Iverson could break. She nodded, pulling her lip from his grip. She said yes. I'll marry you Monday. Step 1. Confess the mercy killing first. Done. Step 2. Wait for Wren to acclimate to Jackson's ability to take another's life. Done. Step 3. Make her fall so deep in love with him that not even the assassin confession could drive her away. Pretty damn close. Step 4. Be prepared to gently hold her in captivity until she snaps out of her inevitable conniption fit, because realistically, there is no way Step 3 would ever fly. Jackson felt anything was possible. Wren surprised him, amazed him, with her ability to see past the ugly parts. If he were honest, he needed that reflection he saw in her eyes. That man she saw, he liked him. He wanted to spend the rest of his life being him. You said yes. She shrugged. I have a light schedule Monday. Then we leave. Honeymoon? Jackson shook his head. Now I'm confused again. What's going on? By the end of the day on Monday, I need you to have only the things from your house that you can't live without. I'll take care of Maddie. What does that mean? You'll take care of Maddie? I assume she's something or someone you can't live without. She shook her head slowly. You're scaring me. If you're with me, you'll never have any reason to be scared. Wren took a step back. And where exactly is with you? I'm not sure yet, just not here. This house? Jackson shook his head. Nebraska. So, the moment I become Mrs. Jackson Knight, we're leaving? And taking Maddie? Yeah, about that. About what? Wren's eyes widened. They seemed to dare him to say another word. Her mind had to be at capacity with everything. You won't be Mrs. Jackson Knight very long. Wren took another step back, meeting the window with her back. I think I rescind my yes then. You can't. I just did. Too bad. We're still getting married Monday. You may not be Mrs. Jackson Knight very long, but you'll always be my wife. Oh my God. You're running. I like to think of it as relocating. This is about AJ. It's not. Then your past? Yes. She covered her face with her hands. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Jackson agreed. She wasn't, but he no longer had time on his side. Don't hate me. Wren's hands slid down her face, revealing the regret in her eyes. I want you to be a piano teacher. I want you to be deathly boring, yet wildly sexy. I want to spend the rest of my life in this dream state, the one where I just can't believe you love me. I'm 40, and you make me feel 20, or what I imagine 20 should have felt like. A tear slid down her cheek. We don't make sense, but I don't want us to. I can't think of one logical reason to marry you. That's why I said yes. I want to love you with my heart, not my mind. But, she shook her head, you're going to make me look back, and I'm afraid. He cupped her face, wiping his thumb along her cheek. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid if my mind sees your past, my heart won't remember how it felt about our future. Wren, he whispered, I'm sorry, but I have to tell you everything. The floor beneath Wren's feet shook, like every bit of foothold she fought for in her life was about to vanish. She loved him, and that was enough. Don't tell me. I'll go. I'll go. She nodded like a bobblehead. You'll go. Yes. She stood tall, chin up, resolute. You'll marry me Monday and leave here forever. No questions asked. The disbelief in his voice bathed her in guilt. When he said it like that, it made her sound irresponsible. Crazy. Yes. She cleared her throat. Now, I'd better get home and start packing. Wren brushed past him to get her things from the bedroom. Her hands shook. Her teeth chattered. Her heart thundered in her chest. I used to be Jude Day. He stood in the doorway to the bedroom. She fumbled around, shoving her things into a bag. Jude Day. Jackson Knight. Cute. Too bad she couldn't speak without her voice shaking, just as much as the rest of her body. The key was to not look at him. I've never lived in New York. Wren fished her arm under the bed, searching for her sock. Just as well. I hear it's quite crowded. I was a computer engineer in San Francisco. A shame. You're good at the piano. Sucking in the biggest breath her lungs could take, she squeezed past him toward the front door. 10 steps. That's all she needed to reach her coat and boots. Gunner, come. 5 steps. Her knees wobbled. 2 steps. Jude Day killed 23 people. The floor disappeared. So did the final 2 feet to her destination. She slammed into an invisible wall, hugging her bag as she collapsed to her knees. No, she cried. Just like that. He blew up her world. Step 4. Be prepared to gently hold her in captivity until she snaps out of her inevitable conniption fit, because realistically, there is no way Step 3 would ever fly. Jackson balled his hands, the hands that wanted to hold her. Instead, he watched her sob, folded over on the floor. Gunner lay down next to her, resting his head next to hers. I was trained to defend, trained to kill. The people I killed had more blood on their hands than I did. I killed to save lives. I was a soldier in an unofficial army, and I was good at it. That was my life. I hated my mother. She cheated on my father. I hated my father for being so blind. I hated my sister just because I couldn't tell her, and I needed to tell someone. Instead, I lived a very lonely life filled with random women, secret missions, and a family that lived a lie. Stop! Wren continued to sob. He hunched down beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist. No, stop! She fought him. He fell back against the wall, pinning her arms to her sides and her legs beneath his. Then he waited. Our parents were murdered, so we were in danger. There are 2 headstones with our names on them. We were supposed to be safe, miles away from our past with no one having any reason to look for us. At some point, the body encased by his gave up its fight. He still held her tight, more for him than her. But our past found us. Luke and Lake came to find my sister, Jessica Day. Her body tensed again. Lake shared her brother's fiancé's first name, but not her last. "Oh my God," she whispered, slowly lifting her head. He loosened his grip a fraction and released her legs from beneath his, allowing her to turn in his arms and face him. Jillian was going to marry Luke. No, Jessica. Same. Jackson shook his head. Not the same person. Jessica loved Luke. Jillian loved AJ. Who did Jude love? He paused before answering. His sister. And now? Wren sniffled. He doesn't exist. He existed the moment you told me his name. He died. His jaw clenched a little in spite of his effort to stay calm. I'm looking at him. He released her and stood. Taking a deep breath, he shoved his hands in his pockets. Believe me when I say, Jude Day would not hold you in his arms or give a fuck about your feelings. What happened against your refrigerator would have happened in the bathroom of a bar, and then it never would have happened again. She flinched. He sighed, releasing enough anger to feel some regret. I'm sorry. I love you. Jackson loves you. Wren grabbed her bag and stood. Gunnar heeled. Well, I love Jude. Don't say that. His voice hardened. It's true. Jackson shook his head. Why would you love someone you've never known? Because he died so I could be with you. Dying was the best thing that happened to him. He lived a miserable life. I'm sorry. The only thing I'm sorry about is what I have to go through to keep him in the grave. I don't want that life back. But Luke and Lake showing up here, they're trying to resurrect the dead. Wren rubbed her temples. Headache? She nodded. Is forever too much to ask? Wren chuckled in spite of the pain etched on her face. For me? Of course not. But I think what you were trying to tell me earlier is that Maddie would have to come too, right? No. She could stay as long as you don't tell her anything, but... But? On a slow blink, he looked down. He didn't want to see the expression on her face when she figured out what he meant. When Jillian and I left San Francisco, we knew we would never return, never see anyone from our previous life again. Jackson, I can't never see my daughter again. He nodded, still looking at his feet. I know. That's why there are only 2 options. She can come too, or you can stay. He met her eyes again. And you? If I stay, my life is in danger, and so is everyone I know. I don't have a choice. You do. I don't know if Maddie will go. It doesn't have to be a choice. It does. She's an adult with friends and school and her father. Oh my God. She closed her eyes again and shook her head. I didn't even think about my parents. I would never see them again either, would I? Biting his lips together, he shook his head. It's only Saturday. You don't have to decide until Monday. Take some time to think about it. Time? Are you serious? Basically 24 hours. That's what you're giving me to make the biggest decision of my life. Of my daughter's life. Pulling her into his arms, he hugged her. The love thing hurt so damn bad. I'll love you, no matter what decision you make. She looked up at him, eyes brimming with renewed tears. If Maddie won't go, and I highly doubt she will with no real explanation, then I can't. One blink sent them running down her cheeks as her words caught in her throat. I know. Jackson gave her a sad smile. He'd broken all the rules by telling her before marrying her. He would have to break another if he left her behind. She knew too much, and in the eyes of Gale, that made her a liability. He'd take his own life 100 times over before even a spark of a thought about killing her would enter his mind. He trusted her with his life and Jillian's. If she couldn't leave, he would never think of her as a liability, and he would never tell a soul that she knew everything. Chapter 25. Day. Fairy godmothers were real. That's all Jessica could think when she looked at her reflection. Don't cry, she smiled at her mom. Sunny stood behind her, dabbing her watery eyes with a tissue. This is all I've ever wanted for you. Jessica slid her hands down the white fitted bodice to the thin satin argyle ribbon tied around her waist. It made her grin. Luke is all I've ever wanted. Am I going to have grandkids? Jessica smirked. You should investigate Jude's past. It's possible you already have grandkids. Don't say that. I don't like to think about your son being a whore. Sunny sighed. I don't want to talk about Jude right now. I want to just look at you. Lifting the skirt to her dress, she turned to face her mom sitting in Luke's chair by the window. Kids were part of a dream that I lost years ago. But Luke is my unicorn. He resurrected my dreams, and he likes to give them back to me one at a time. I'll have as many of his babies as he wants to give me, but don't tell him I said that. Sunny's smile beamed as much as her daughter's. Why not? I like to make him work for things. She winked. Babe, Luke called, knocking on the bedroom door. Why is the door locked? She reached for the zipper to her dress. Sunny jumped up to help. What are you doing back so soon? Look outside. It's raining. Jones is not a water dog. Open the door. He rattled the doorknob. Just a sec. What are you doing? Hiding my lover under the bed. Well, then take your time. I'd hate for you to hurry and poke a hole in him. Sunny slapped a hand over her mouth to contain her laughter as Jessica shoved the wedding gown back into its hanging bag. Here. She handed her mom the bag. Love you. Bye. See you tomorrow at rehearsal dinner. Sunny draped the bag over her arm and opened the door. There's my favorite son-in-law-to-be. Sunny. She blew him a kiss on her way to the front door. Be good to my baby girl. I'll see what I can do, he said, staring at Jessica as she tied the belt to her robe. Really? You think the only hot affair I would have is with a blow-up doll? He smirked, shrugging off his wet t-shirt on the way to their bathroom. Trying on your dress again? Thought you did that the other day. You said it fit perfectly. Jessica followed him to the bathroom and stood in the doorway as he removed the rest of his clothes and stepped into the shower. I wanted to try it on again. That's all. You have a problem with that? She let her robe drop to the floor, then removed her panties. I'll be quick. Don't come in. She laughed. Don't come in? He looked like a video in fast forward, soaping up and rinsing off at record speed. Jessica stepped in the shower. I'm done, he said in a quick, jerky voice. She moved in front of him as he tried to slide past her. He looked at everything but her. Does my body offend you? He swallowed. Not at all. Then what's up? Jessica grinned, looking at exactly what was up. My family will be here in 10 minutes. I bet I can get you off in under 2. Luke groaned. Go! She let him out with just a hard smack on his ass. But this is a huge shower. I bet your parents would join us. No! No, no, no. He mumbled from beneath the towel as he dried his hair. Look, Just like that, my erection is gone. You're welcome. Jessica's giggle echoed from the shower. Everyone decent? Tom called as Jones barked. Luke finished buttoning his navy shirt as he made his way to the door. Do you really care if we're decent? Tom dropped 2 suitcases by the door as Felicity gave Luke a hug. Not really, Tom winked. Where's the bride? Felicity peeked into the kitchen, drying her hair. Where's everyone else? Lake wanted to introduce them to Ben's parents, then they'll be here. I like his parents. Jessica and I met them 2 weeks ago when Lake invited us to Ben's birthday dinner. We do too. They've stayed with us twice in Tahoe and, well, I don't want Lake thinking about marriage before she's done with college. I hope he's the one. What would be the chances of all my kids marrying such wonderful people? 0. They turned to Jessica's voice. But maybe over time you'll learn to love me anyway. Shut up, half-pint, and get your skinny ass over here. Tom hugged Jessica, lifting her off the ground. Tom Jones! God, I love me some Tom Jones. Let her go, Thomas, before you chafe her perfect skin with your scruffy face that you will be shaving Saturday morning. Yes, dear. He set Jessica back on her feet. Louise? Felicity grinned. Thelma? Jessica hugged her. Not this again. Luke rolled his eyes at their Thelma and Louise thing. He didn't know why they did it, and whenever he asked, they both replied, It's our little secret. So, what's Gabe got lined up for us tonight? Titty bars or a private dancer? What? Jessica perched her ass on the counter, shock in her wide eyes, but not the kind that most brides-to-be would have at the thought of their fiancé watching strippers. Her shock was an offended shock, but for an entirely different reason. I offered to get you a stripper for your bachelor party, but you said no. What the hell? Jess, you offered to get him a stripper? Tom asked. Yes, Titty Tina. She used to do marathons with us, but then she messed up her ankle. I saw her last month at the store, and oh my, she has some serious new jugs. Of course, I didn't say anything, but she just came out and told me. Now get this. Luke narrowed his eyes at his parents, who were completely enthralled in Jessica's story. She's 25 and decided to go back to law school, and she's paying for her new boobies and school by stripping at private parties. Jessica shrugged. I guess she's really good, and a lot of rich guys pay a shitload of money to hire her. Anyway, back to my original point. I told her about Luke and I getting married, and she offered to do his bachelor party for half price. Everyone's attention shifted to Luke. Don't look at me like that. All of you, stop giving me that look. Tina competed with us, a teammate of sorts. I'm not going to watch her strip for me. Gabe said he'd be willing to check out her new gear, and Kelly is fine with it. She's a nice girl, Luke. Luke shook his head. Why did not wanting a stripper for his bachelor party make him into some bad guy in, of all people, his fiancé's eyes? Only Jessica. It doesn't matter now. We're going to a sports bar, having a few beers, and watching a game or two. Even Jude was opposed to the stripper. Excuse me? Jessica's look of shock returned. It's true. He said real men don't have to pay to see women naked. He misspoke. What he meant was real men don't have to pay for sex. Stripping is different. Women don't strip for him, then put their clothes back on and leave. They get paid using the barter system. We're no different. If I strip for you, I expect something in return. Does that make you not a real man? No, of course not. Luke didn't know who to address first. His parents enjoying the back and forth like a good tennis match, or Jessica implying that she strips for him to get paid using the barter system. Why did his dad have to mention titty bars and private dancers? I will discuss our barter system with you later, in private, Luke said before turning his attention to his dad. And this is all a moot point because Gabe will be here soon to pick us up. There will be a limo, plenty of alcohol, but no naked women. Tom saluted Luke. Yes, sir. Felicity rested her hand on Jessica's leg as they both laughed. Separately, they were manageable, but his parents and Jessica in the same room always ended with Luke being embarrassed or on the verge of being committed. "The bachelorette party tonight has a male stripper, right?" his mom asked. "Absolutely." Jessica grinned at Luke. "Hope you brought lots of cash, Thelma." Luke survived his bachelor party, even with the surprise stripper that arrived in the private room Gabe rented at their final bar destination of the night. Thankfully, it wasn't Titty Tina, just a random girl he would hopefully never see again. She gave both he and Tom lap dances, and like the good Jones men they were, they kept their hands to themselves. "Good night, son." Tom pulled him in for an awkward drunk hug before staggering to the guest room. "Night." Luke weaved his way down the hall. He eased his bedroom door open. His mom and Lake slept on his bed with Jones. "Paging Dr. Jones." Luke whipped around. Jessica stood behind him in Argyle porn attire. "A little birdie tweeted me that the surprise stripper he hired just wasn't doing it for you. I bet she went the Victoria's Secret route, didn't she?" Without taking his eyes off her, he eased the door shut before his mom or sister woke up. He wasn't aware there was such a thing as Argyle nipple pasties, but they coordinated with her pink and white Argyle necktie and matching cotton panties. His beer brain tried to make sense of the women and dog in his bed and the woman before him. I've had a lot to drink." She adjusted her tie. He was drunk, but not too drunk to notice she did a terrible job of tying it. "Me too, Doc. But I don't have to get anything up." She popped the pea. "Are you too drunk to, you know?" Her index finger stood erect. He stared at it for a moment, waiting for it to look like one instead of a blurred two. "You tell me, Miss Day." Grabbing her hand, he pressed it to his jeans. She squeezed his erection that didn't seem to be impaired from the alcohol. A smile formed on her lips, painted in deep red. Time to barter. Jessica turned with a bit of a wobble and headed down the hall. She glanced back over her shoulder with a come-hither look, just as he read the back of her panties. "Jonesing for Lukey." "Where are you going?" "Your office." "Why?" He followed her, not really caring why. "Because it's the farthest point from our house guests." She stopped in front of his desk and turned around. "Shut the door, Dr. Jones." He wasn't into her daddy kink, and maybe it was the alcohol, but Luke liked the sexy way Dr. Jones rolled off her tongue. "Now, strip for me." "What?" He squinted. "Strip for me." He fumbled with the buttons of his shirt. Unfastening his jeans was a bit more complicated than usual as well. Jessica whistled. "That's a seriously impressive erection, Dr. Jones. That's the only head I want you thinking with tonight." She glanced at the wall clock. Or this morning. Luke could do that. His other brain wasn't working anyway. "Now, I think in less than 48 hours we're going to spend eternity making love. So tonight, I want Dr. Jones to fuck me. Can you do that?" Luke looked down for confirmation. Yes, he was still in the game. He nodded. "Good. I have a few rules." "Rules?" "Yes. I come first, and you can't use your hands." "You always come first." She cocked her head to the side. "Blowjobs don't count." "Fair enough." She leaned against the desk, drumming her fingers on each side. "I'm waiting, Dr. Jones." He smirked, taking the few short steps to her. She tisked as he curled his fingers into the waist of her panties. "No hands." "Then take your panties off." He bent down to kiss her. She bit his lip, stopping his motion. "You take them off. I can't use my hands. She tisked again. What do you have, like 10 years of college on your resume? Yet you can't figure out how to remove my panties without using your hands? He bit her lip in return, even harder than she bit his, as evidenced by her quick intake of breath. The one thing she liked more than being in control was Luke having it. But she didn't like to give it away. She wanted him to take it. That much he knew for sure. He planted his hands on the desk next to hers and kissed his way down her body. Using only his teeth, he peeled off her panties. Spread your legs. He kneeled before her, keeping his hands on the desk. A breath away from burying his face between her legs, he looked up. Her hands threaded in his hair, her breaths coming one right after the other. No hands. Her eyes widened a fraction, a silent confirmation that he was taking all the control. She released his hair. Now I know why you brought me to my office. Why? She panted. He loved watching her fall apart from needing his touch. Because. He smashed his mouth against her, letting his tongue and teeth tease her most sensitive parts. Jones! She shattered his eardrums and left fingernail indentations into the edge of his desk. And within 30 seconds, she came first and hard. No hands required. Ahem! Luke shifted beneath Jessica. She didn't want him to move. Sleeping on naked Luke beat any sunrise or hot cup of coffee. Ahem! The distant voice got louder. Sorry to wake you. Mom! Luke began to shift again, then stopped. He must have deemed it better for his mom to see Jessica's naked body than his. Sorry, honey. Just wondered if you have any non-dairy creamer. Second shelf in the pantry, toward the back. Now, go. Jessica couldn't help but giggle. Stop laughing. Stop moving. My back is killing me. Sorry, baby. Too old to sleep on the floor? Yes, and too old for sex on a hardwood desk. I offer to be on the bottom. Jessica rolled off him. He grunted, turning onto his hands and knees before lumbering to standing. Jessica slipped into her panties. I'll see if our guests need anything else. Wait. Jessica turned. You're not dressed. Oh, yeah. The topless woman before him grabbed her pasties from the floor and stuck them to her nipples, then slipped the argyle tie around her neck in that same hideous knot. There, dressed. Not so fast. He grabbed her arm and yanked her away from the door. I'm not marrying a nudist. He slipped his button-down shirt on her and buttoned every single button. Better. Now go straight to our room and get dressed. My wedding gown is more revealing than this. Go. He pulled on his briefs and jeans. The clan arrived and were seated at the table. His other siblings had stayed at the hotel, which was the reception venue, but they all gathered for Felicity's breakfast, just like in Tahoe. Lane and Anne passed around their 9-month-old daughter, Gina, while they took turns eating. Laura ate with one hand while resting her other hand on her belly. She was only 3 months along, but after 2 miscarriages, it seemed like a habit. Her husband, Drake, shared an occasional reassuring smile. Where are the youngest Jones kids? Jessica asked through a yawn. Everyone turned and smiled as she moseyed into the kitchen before getting dressed. Lake is still asleep in your bed with Jones, and Liam is still asleep at the hotel, Felicity said, while handing Jessica a plate piled high with waffles and fruit. Where's Zoe? Jessica asked as she took a seat next to Tom. Laura rolled her eyes. Liam broke up with her 2 days ago. Don't worry. I've already found a backup for her spot at the guest book, Felicity assured. Jessica wasn't a bridezilla. It didn't matter to her. It seemed silly that anyone had to stand by a guest book. It was a filler position to make yet another person feel like part of the wedding. Are you wearing a tie under Luke's shirt? Anne asked. I am. Laura laughed. Why? Because it matches the Argyle nipple pasties and matching jonesing for Lukey panties that I'm wearing. The men choked on their food, or tongues, as the women laughed. Bedroom. Now. Luke didn't stop on his way to the bedroom, but his demand silenced the peanut gallery. Jessica stood, grabbing her plate of food. My master calls. Soft chuckling danced in the kitchen behind her as she traipsed down the hall. Lake and Jones met her at the bedroom door. We've been evicted, Lake mumbled. Sorry, his back hurts from Jessica. Luke's voice brought a smile to Lake's sleepy face. Yeah, anyway, go get some breakfast. Jessica smiled back and kissed Jones on the head before closing the bedroom door behind her. No food in the bedroom, Luke called from the bathroom. You can't even see me. How did you know I brought food in here? Jessica sat on the bed, leaning against the headboard, legs out, plate of waffles on her lap. So, did you have fun last night? On a scale of 1 to 10, how hungover are you? He appeared in the bathroom doorway, toothbrush in his mouth.
My hangover is a 5. What part of last night are you referring to?
Luke mumbled with a mouthful of toothpaste foam. Your bachelor party. The stripper. A few seconds later, he returned to the bedroom. She loved him in jeans, no shirt. All Luke, no Dr. Jones. The party was fine. The stripper was a stripper. Why? Are you jealous? Do you want me to be jealous? He lifted her legs and sat on the edge of the bed, resting them on his lap. Yes, I do. It's such a rare side to you, and I love it when you get possessive of me. That's Luke talking. Dr. Jones would never condone jealousy. He rubbed her feet. They're not cold. I never have cold feet, you know that. You're going to marry me. She grinned over the strawberry she shoved in her mouth. I am. You're going to have as many babies as I want to give you. Jessica gulped her food down. You were eavesdropping. She narrowed her eyes. I have good hearing, that's all. He smirked. She rolled her eyes. You know, I'll cut you off at the knees if you get too cocky. I want at least 4. He slid his hands up her legs. She shooed them away. 3. 1 just got deducted for your eavesdropping. 100. She knew he saw it in her eyes, even if her words said otherwise. Jessica would have 100 of Luke's babies. Her dreams were coming true. She loved that man and his whole family. Luke? She set her plate on the nightstand, then straddled his lap. Thank you. He nodded, and it could have been her imagination, but she swore his eyes teared up before he hugged her to him and whispered into her hair, My God, I love this woman. Chapter 26. Night. Jillian stared at Knox. His story tore her heart apart. It allowed doubt to creep into her conscience, causing mayhem with the memories of her past. Knox didn't deserve that story. He didn't deserve the young innocence of her mother, not when he stole hers so brutally. Why? She whispered. The trip down memory lane left him equally somber. The hardened man she knew softened before her. Sonny did that. She knew a different Knox McGraw, the ginger-haired boy who loved strawberry pigtails and red Mary Janes. Why, what? He whispered. Jillian recognized something in his voice. Hers had it too. Grief. Why am I here? Because Irene wants revenge. That's not what I mean. He inched his gaze up to meet hers, confusion knitted along his brow. Why do I exist? Why did Sonny marry Grant? In the bigger picture, the one she had yet to understand, they no longer felt like her parents. They were nothing more than a tragic mistake that eventually destroyed everything in its path. I didn't realize nothing lasts forever. I took her for granted, and then I lost her. She loved my father. I know she did. I've felt that love. Jillian swallowed back the pain. I've had it twice. I know when it's real. Knox's eyes glazed over as he stared at the floor between them. He nodded slowly. She did love him. Sunny would never marry someone she didn't love. You were mad at her for choosing him. That's why you became such an asshole. A monster. And the plot thickens, Irene announced as she threw open the door and pounded her way down the stairs, still wearing combat boots. My sources tell me your brother is looking for Knox. Seems there's been a breach. Let me guess. I'm guessing that breach would be a certain shrink from San Francisco. He took a flight to Chicago and a car to Omaha. The guy's not exactly James Bond, but I gotta hand it to you. You've managed to surround yourself with men who would die for you. It's quite romantic. Tragic, but nonetheless romantic. Jillian closed her eyes. She didn't want Luke riding in on his gallant steed. Irene would pierce his heart with an arrow and let his horse run off a cliff. Jillian wanted Luke to forget about her, marry that completely put-together girl she knew he deserved, and have the 4 beautiful children he dreamed of having. She would die. She'd do it to save Luke. She'd do it for Jackson. And she'd do it to take away the pain of losing AJ. Don't worry, Knox. Since you're a bit tied up, I'll have someone reply to Jackson on your behalf. She cackled like an evil witch. I think we can have him here in, say... She twisted her lips and rolled her eyes to the ceiling. 48 hours. He won't come. Jillian coughed, her throat dry and raw. Irene held up her phone and snapped a picture of Jillian. Shoot, I think you blinked. Don't worry. I don't actually think I'll have to use it, but it's a nice backup to have. He'll come. I guarantee it. She wrinkled her nose. I'd love to stay, but it smells like shit down here. Can I get either one of you anything? Knox stared at the bowl of dirty water next to him. Jillian had watched him drink from it like a dog, then nearly throw his shoulder out of socket to get back up to a sitting position. The IV kept her alive, but it did nothing for her mouth and throat. Very well, then. I'll let you two get back to story time. Mickey and Sunny. It's quite touching, isn't it? She glared at Knox before giving Jillian a bitter smile. He was right. She had eyes and ears everywhere. As soon as the door shut, Jillian looked at Knox. Keep going. Take it full circle. Make me love my mom again and hate you. That's the only happy ending. Sunny. Sunny and Mickey gave each other their virginities. They promised to be each other's first and last. They loved hard and fought even harder. Mickey felt like Sunny deliberately applied to the colleges with the worst sports teams just to postpone marrying him until after college. The difference between them was she cared about her parents' opinion. He did not. I can't wait any longer, Sunny. I've been offered scholarships to 6 different colleges, and I need to decide. You need to decide. She sat up in bed and slipped on his t-shirt as he scooted back against the wall. Sunny's closet was bigger than his bedroom, with a squeaky twin bed and an old metal trunk. He had 3 shirts he deemed worthy of having on hangers, which hung from his curtain rod because he didn't have an actual closet. His basketball jersey, football jersey, and the only dress shirt he owned. I'm not deciding on your future, Mickey. That's not fair of you to even ask. My future? Are you kidding? You are my future. 4 years. College is 4 years of my fucking life. It's nothing. Football is nothing. You. He gathered her long auburn hair in his hand, exposing her neck to his lips. Are Everything. I love you, Sonny. She pulled away. Love won't pay rent. It won't get you a job. It won't buy you a car that you don't have to jumpstart every morning. It won't get you out of Oakland. You need to play football to pay for college. I need to not piss my parents off so they'll pay for college. They like you, Mickey, but they'll hate you if you propose to me the minute we cross the stage. Then they'll disown me for saying yes. We'll be broke, homeless, and what? In love? What did you say? He grabbed her arm. Sonny tried to pull away, a scowl stealing her perfect features. I said, we'll be broke and homeless. No, before that. Her strength was no match for his. He pulled her into his arms, pouty lip and all. What? You said your parents would disown you for saying yes. They would. But would you? She sighed. Would I what? Say yes. With a single finger he lifted her chin, waiting for her to look at him. When she did, he knew the answer. Yes, Mickey. Of course I'd say yes. My heart will always be tethered to yours. I choose you today. I choose you always. He grinned. She pinched his cheeks together until it hurt. Don't you dare smile. Just because I'm hopelessly, stupidly in love with you doesn't mean I'm not still mad as hell that you're being such a selfish jerk. If 4 years is nothing, then I don't see the big deal in waiting until we're done with school. And if you love me the way I love you, it won't matter if we're at the same college. She broke free of his hold and searched for her clothes. Would it kill you to pick up your room? Your dad is going to go apeshit if he sees this mess. So, let me just be clear on this. You will say yes, no matter when I ask you to marry me? Damn it, Knox! Your dad will be home any minute, and I don't want to be naked when he gets here. Knox meant business. Sonny rarely called him by his given name, except for when she was ready to explode at him. She'd give him one warning. Saying it twice meant a week or more of jacking off in the shower. No sex, no kisses, rarely even a phone call. Here are your clothes. He lifted his pillow. They were wadded under it. See, I'm much more organized than you give me credit for. His grin just begged to be wiped off his face. Sonny grabbed her clothes, pulling them on with fire drill speed. I'm going home and picking the college with the worst football team ever, you big stubborn ass. Knox chuckled. Good idea. They probably need me the most. She rifled through the clothes and school books covering his floor, searching for her shoes. He could hear her mind cursing at him for being so damn messy, and herself for falling in love with a walking disaster. The thought made his smile double because she did. Sonny loved him, and it was a miracle. I can't live like this, Mickey. I'll divorce you within a month of marrying you if you don't pick up your crap. She tugged on her boots, hopping from one foot to the other. Her nose scrunched as she pulled off her right boot. Mickey! Yuck! With frighteningly accurate precision, she whipped the boot at his head. He ducked and it thunked against the wall. What? He grabbed it off the bed. Oh. His life depended on him not grinning. He nearly lost it. Sorry, son. Biting his lips together, he retrieved the used condom from the inside of her boot. I just tossed it. That's my point. Who just tosses used condoms on their bedroom floor? I don't toss my tampons on the bathroom floor. It's disgusting. Sonny snatched her boot from him and stomped out of the room without putting it on. Don't be mad. The intimidating waste of space that was his father stopped him in the hallway. Nicotine and liquor filled his nostrils. The man bathed on a need-to basis, usually when he vomited on himself or had to wash the blood off his hands, from beating the shit out of Knox or his mother. Sonny turned at the top of the stairs. Thankfully, his father let her pass. The evil in his eyes said Knox wouldn't be as lucky. "Go home, young lady." His father didn't turn to look at her, but he knew she was watching. "Mickey! He's not a fucking cartoon character. His name is Knox. You best remember that." "Go, Sonny. I'll call you later." Knox packed as much confidence into his words as he could. He risked a glance over his father's shoulder, but he shouldn't have. The fear in her eyes that day stayed with him forever. "Mr. McGraw, I said go the fuck home." He whipped around. Knox grabbed at him, but not before the back of his father's hand connected with Sonny's face. "No!" Knox yelled, watching arms, legs, and a mess of red hair tumble down the stairs. "You fuck her!" Pain shot in bolts of lightning from his knuckles, clear to his elbow, as he busted his dad's nose. His father stumbled back, blood running down his face. Knox moved toward the stairs, his heart refusing to beat again until he got to Sonny. "You're dead, boy." In the corner of his eye, Knox caught the wrath of the drunken beast coming toward him. He made a fist and rammed his elbow sideways in his father's already broken nose. In less than 3 seconds, the course of Knox's entire future changed forever. His father fell backward, crashing through the railing and plummeting to the first floor, smacking the weathered wood floor 6 feet from Sonny's limp body. "Sonny!" Knox skidded down the stairs and dropped to his knees. "Sonny!" He cradled her body in his arms and rocked back and forth. Tears stung his eyes and fear gripped his heart. Night. The story Knox told Jillian felt like another world, a parallel universe. With each word, she felt her mother die all over again. She hated and needed each word, each one unbearable yet necessary. "That scar by her right temple," she said. She fell down the stairs and spent 3 days in the hospital with a concussion and a broken arm. Knox nodded. "It wasn't a lie." "It was. She told me she slipped on the top stair." "Can you blame her?" "Yes, she could blame her mom, and she did." Knox didn't need to know that. Jillian wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing her anger, her pain, her vulnerability. Instead, she sat idle, enduring a new kind of hell. The kind that came from having such sacred memories tainted and completely shattered. Her father had secrets. It was part of his job. Keeping secrets kept people alive. Her mother raised her and Jude. She folded laundry, scrubbed the floor, made Halloween costumes, and cooked 3 meals a day. Every Sunday, she took them to church. Jessica heard the story of her mother's childhood 1,000,000 times. All of it except Knox McGraw. She said she was too busy studying, cheerleading, and practicing her violin to keep a boyfriend very long. Jillian liked the pain in Knox's expression. He deserved it. They shared a mutual disappointment in Sonny for not telling the truth about her past, but for different reasons. "That day, when I thought she was dead, I hated myself for ever loving her, for ever putting her at the top of those stairs on that day with that man." "Your dad?" Jillian coughed. She tasted blood, her throat painfully raw. "What happened to him?" "He was taken out in a body bag." The words, "I'm sorry," sat on her tongue, but she couldn't say them. Not to the man she still hated. "My mother grieved his death for years. I have no idea why. She should have thanked me. Instead, she turned her back on me, blaming his death on my anger management issues, even after Sonny backed up my account of the events to both her and the police. Rumors were everywhere, and one by one, I lost my scholarship offers." By the time I graduated, I had no means to go to college, no direction. A few of my buddies decided to get their education via the armed forces, so I did too. But my mom didn't end up going to college. He shook his head, regret heavy in his sober expression. Her dad, your grandfather, had a heart attack the summer after we graduated. He died on the operating table. Sunny refused to leave her mom and her sister so soon after his death, so she got a job working at the front desk of a hotel. She eventually moved to a bartending position in the hotel's restaurant. Knox looked up. Yes. She told me that's how she met my father. His expression hardened as he nodded slowly. A few seconds later, he closed his eyes, letting his head fall back against the wall. Yeah, but that's a complicated story. Chapter 27. Jones. I'm not as excited about Portland. I've been there. Lake stared at the ceiling from the hotel bed, twirling her long, dark hair around her finger, while Luke typed away on his computer. Sorry to disrupt your travel plans. Oh wait, you're disrupting mine. Did I mention I'm willing and even eager to send you back to San Francisco? I bet we can still get you a flight out tonight. No thanks. You want to know what I think? No thanks. I knew you did. I think we should talk to more of AJ's neighbors. Maybe some of them went to the funeral and saw her there. If you don't want to go, I'll do it while you stay here and do whatever it is you're doing. Luke spun around in the desk chair, hands folded behind his head as he arched his back to release the tension from sitting for so long. How kind of you. Lake leaned up on her elbows. I know, right? We could be like Holmes and Watson. Brilliant, my dear sister. But something tells me your little investigation has more to do with a certain football player and less to do with interviewing the residents of Peaceful Woods. She failed to contain her grin. Seriously, did I mention he's not freaked out by my leg? And he called me hot. Hot, Luke. He didn't have to call me that. It's as if he wanted me to know that, she shrugged, that he thinks I'm hot. Luke smirked. Don't ruin this for me. Just let me have this dream, this fantasy. Let me play this out in my head. Can you see it? NFL quarterback shrugs off a throng of groupies after winning the Super Bowl to get to the love of his life and, wait for it, she has a prosthetic leg, but he only sees her as perfect. This dream might be it for me. I need more to take back to San Francisco. 30 minutes, 40 tops. Then I'll say goodbye forever. Oh, and of course, I'll question the neighbors too. I'm so happy that in the midst of my tragedy, you can find your own little fantasy. So that's a yes? I think Jackson's the only one who will lead us to Jessica. Then you should talk to him again. Luke shook his head. He didn't really trust Jackson to contact Knox. He didn't trust Jackson in general. I don't know. If he didn't have Wren, I'd worry about him skipping town. They're here under new identities for a reason, and us being here probably makes him nervous. He's easily paranoid. Maybe we should stake out his place. Luke nodded. Exactly, and we could use Cage's bathroom. Lake rolled her eyes. Hardy har har. I'm serious. Luke spun back around in his chair. I'm not. Ugh, you drive me crazy. The feeling was mutual. Okay, I'll make you a deal. I'm listening. He typed in his screen password. If you let me go investigate, I'll fly back to San Francisco in the morning. He whipped around in his chair. Then go. Do you remember how to get there? Yes. She pulled on her boots, her smile stealing her entire face. I'm going to find the missing clue, Sherlock. She wasn't going to find any new information, but it didn't matter. His sister would be on a plane back to safety in the morning. That's all that mattered. Lake parked in one of the guest spots several houses down from AJ's. Brilliant. Now what? She mumbled to herself while checking her hair in the rearview mirror. The bathroom request wasn't going to work twice in the same day. It was a house, not a 7-Eleven. She decided the best plan was to question the neighbors first, and maybe he would see her outside in the cold and invite her in for a cup of hot coffee or cuddling with him under a warm blanket. 3 strikes in a row, no one was home. At the 4th house, an elderly gentleman named Marvin Houseby told Lake his wife, Greta, might know something, but she was in the bathtub with strict instructions to not disturb her. He grumbled something about damn new toys. Lake froze midway down the Houseby's driveway. Both Jackson's and Cage's garage doors opened. A truck with tinted windows pulled into Cage's garage. Jackson opened the door to the most offensive vehicle Lake had ever seen. Just as he started to get in, he zeroed in on Lake. She could feel his laser stare from across the street. However, the hunky guy getting out of his truck stole her attention, and so did the girl getting out of the passenger side. Jackson stalked toward her with a menacing scowl. His approach seemed to catch Cage's attention as he stood inside the garage looking at her. She considered fleeing for the Houseby's front door again and begging Marvin to let her in to wait for Greta. "Little Jones girl, what the hell are you doing?" Jackson stood toe-to-toe with her, using his height advantage and deep voice to intimidate her. His freakishly defined muscles and tattoos did that all on their own. He didn't need to invade her space, too. She gulped. "I'm seeing if anyone in the neighborhood went to the funeral." Jackson looked over his shoulder at Cage, still watching from his garage. "He was there. I thought you and Luke talked to him earlier." "Well, we did, but he's not ready to talk about it." Jackson squinted a bit, then nodded once. He seemed to be thinking something that he wasn't willing to share with Little Jones girl. "I think snooping around the neighborhood is a bad idea." "Why?" She lifted her chin. "Because it's not safe." She looked around. "You live in a retirement community in Omaha. I think I'll be fine." He groaned or growled. It sounded much more like a growl, an angry animal growl. "Stubborn women. I can't handle any more of you in my life." He grabbed her arm. "Let's go." "What? Wait!" She tried to keep up as he dragged her toward Cage. If there was truly a God, he'd keep her upright and not let her land on her face in front of her dream guy, whom just so happened to have a beautiful girl with 2 legs standing next to him. "Young buck, here." He handed Lake off like a piece of property, then dug into his jeans pocket. After he retrieved what looked like a couple $100 bills, he shoved them into Cage's coat pocket, ignoring his look of utter confusion. "I have to run a few errands. Don't let her out of your sight." The blonde with bangs that kept falling in her face like a sheepdog gawked at Jackson. If she was a girlfriend, she sure didn't hide her attraction to Mr. Watch After Little Jones girl. Cage's gaze shifted to Lake. "Are you on probation?" He grinned. She could not have been more embarrassed by the situation. If Jackson weren't so menacing, she would have thrown a full-blown conniption fit for being treated like a prisoner. But as she looked at the newly assigned warden, she couldn't find a good reason to protest. "Apparently, soliciting isn't allowed in this neighborhood. Mr. Knight has made a citizen's arrest." She glared at Jackson. "Your sister would not approve of your behavior." Looking back at Cage, she smiled. "Jillian likes me. We're sort of best friends." He nodded, looking at Jackson. "I'm out of here. Just watch her." Jackson shook his head and stalked back to his garage. "Hi, I'm Lake, prisoner for the night." She held her hand out to the girl. "Emily." She shook Lake's hand. Lake gestured to Cage's coat pocket. "Have you two had dinner? If not, I think my captor just paid for delivery." Cage smiled, flaunting those damn dimples. Emily was one lucky girl. Lake's quest to add more images of Cage to her fantasy collection took a turn for the weird and a bit creepy in the presence of Emily. Cage ordered pizza while Lake shot off a quick text to Luke informing him of her temporary house arrest. He replied with one word: "Figures." With a prolonged stare, Emily noticed Lake's leg the moment she pulled off her boots, but she didn't say anything, so Lake decided to not address it either. Cage deserved a break from talking about her leg, boobs, or the death of her boyfriend. Pizza will be here in 40 minutes. Cage tossed his phone on the sofa and sat next to Lake. Emily took a seat in the black leather recliner. So, did the house bees know where Jillian is? Oh, well, his quick observation as to why she had been roaming their neighborhood caught her off guard. Greta was taking a bath, and Marvin didn't seem to know anything. I'll check back with her. Who's Jillian? Emily asked, focused on her phone as her thumbs tapped the screen. She was my dad's girlfriend. I told you that. Emily nodded, still not deeming his response worthy of her undivided attention. I just didn't remember her name. The one who got the mail in her panties and red rain boots? Cage grinned, looking at Lake. Yes. Lake laughed. She missed Jessica, and the thought of her being alive and infiltrating the lives of Cage and his father was both heartwarming and heartbreaking. It was obvious Cage and AJ cared about her, but she belonged in San Francisco with Luke and Jones and the entire Jones family. I hope I'm not interrupting your evening. No, I just picked Emily up from the airport. Her boyfriend is a buddy of mine and his flight into Omaha got delayed, so I picked her up so she didn't have to wait there. Best news of the night for Lake. Football player fantasy was officially back on. You both live in Omaha? Emily looked up. No, I'm from Minneapolis. Eddie and I attend Texas A&M. His family lives here, so we're spending part of our break with his family, then we'll spend the second half with my family. I haven't officially met his parents, so I wanted to wait for Eddie before going to his house. Lake nodded. Eddie was my running back last year and my roommate. He was injured in the last game of the season. He's done playing football. Emily wanted to transfer to Texas, so he followed her. Romantic, huh? Emily winked at Cage. No comment. He felt bad, you know. Emily gave Cage a sad smile. He should have. My new roommate has a weird obsession with Minecraft. No, I'm talking about your dad. Eddie really wanted to be at the funeral. He just couldn't get the travel arrangements made with the busy holiday weekend. Lake sank back into the couch. Emily had breached a subject that was not up for discussion. At least it hadn't been earlier that day. It's fine. The whole thing was kind of a blur. I couldn't even tell you who was or wasn't there, except Cage hopped up when the doorbell rang. He paid for the pizzas, then set them on the counter. I think there may be a few cans of beer still in the refrigerator, and maybe a can or two of Coke. Help yourself, ladies. Emily grabbed a beer and slice of pizza before planting herself back in the chair, giving her phone more attention. We can eat at the dining room table if it's easier. Lake shrugged. Doesn't matter to me. He grabbed his glass of water and one of the pizza boxes, then motioned toward the dining room. Lake followed, not questioning why they didn't just sit at the small table in the kitchen. So you are definitely a pleasant surprise tonight. Lake felt her skin heat from his compliment that took her by equal surprise. Thank you. I haven't been anyone's pleasant surprise in a long time. Probably not since my mom found out she was pregnant with me. She gave him a small smirk. I wasn't exactly planned. I honestly don't think any of my siblings were either. Our parents just can't seem to keep their hands off each other. Even now, after 5 kids, they embarrass us with their excessive PDAs. Cage laughed, wiping his mouth with a napkin. What do they do? Are they retired? No, they own a bread and breakfast in she grimaced. Times Square. In Times Square? Yeah, that's in New York. Yeah, I know. Lake blushed from her own crazy statement. I just didn't realize there's a bed and breakfast in Times Square. There probably wasn't. I meant in walking distance. She looked for confirmation on his face that a walking distance bed and breakfast was feasible. His forehead still held lines of confusion. Or driving distance. She nodded. Surely that would pass as a plausible explanation. So, basically they have a bed and breakfast within the state of New York? No, Tahoe. Yes, she nodded again. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, Jones. So, you must do more than play football. What are you studying? She needed a subject change stat. I'm in elementary education. Holy shit, you're kidding. Nope, I'm not. You like kids? He chuckled. I do. I think it's a requirement for my major. Lake shoved a big bite into her mouth, chewing on it as well as thoughts of the beyond perfect guy before her. Getting a job was no longer an option. She would go home and spend at least 40 hours a week dreaming about Cage Monahan. Girlfriend? Oh, God. She covered her mouth and finished chewing. Did I say that out loud? Cage had a cool persona. He never fumbled his words or acted nervous or awkward. Yet he wasn't cocky. He was the guy that was truly all that but had no idea. No girlfriend right now. Just casual dating. Yeah, she nodded. Me too. Her nod shifted into a headshake. Actually, that's a lie. I'm not casually dating or dating at all for that matter. Really? I'm surprised. She returned the come on, be serious look. Her look at my leg or lack thereof speech hung on the tip of her tongue. She swallowed it back down. I'm a bit of a handful. Cage laughed. The kind of laugh that felt like the warm sun on a bikini-clad body sprawled out on a beach in Southern California. Not that she had done that since the accident, but she still remembered the feeling. I kind of gathered that from the $200 cash in my pocket. Babysitting you pays much better than teaching. The doorbell rang again. Cage's brow furrowed. It's too early for Eddie to be here. He excused himself from the table. Guys his age didn't do that. Lake quickly added manners to her he's perfect list. I posted bail, sis. Time to go. She narrowed her eyes a fraction at Luke, just enough that only he would detect her displeasure. How did you get here? I have the rental car. They're called cabs, Lake. There's a ton of them in New York, too. She loved her brother, but that remark earned him her best fuck you smile. Thanks for dinner. She stood and tossed her napkin on the table. Thank Jackson, Cage grinned. Nice to meet you, Emily. You too. I'll have to look up your parents' B&B in Times Square when I'm there next time. She ignored the look she knew Luke gave her behind her back. Yes, the one in driving distance of Times Square. Cage chuckled. Luke did too, but his was condescending. Here. She tossed Luke the keys. Go warm up the car. I'll be out in a minute. 1 minute. Go. Oh, have you talked to Dodge and Lilith? Cage asked. Luke shook his head. Who's that? They live in the first unit of the development on the north side. Jillian does some odd jobs for them and watches Lilith several days a week. She has some health issues. She and Jillian are close. Maybe they might know more. Luke nodded. Thank you. After the storm door shut behind Luke, Lake gave Cage her best apologetic look. So I'd say I'll see you around or I'll see you later, but I somehow think this is it. She tried to hide her disappointment behind a forced smile. He stepped out the front door behind her, shoving his hands deep into his jeans pockets. It's been fun. I needed you today. Cage grinned. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. I felt pretty shitty when I woke up, but now, he lifted his shoulders. Not so shitty. I've had a shitty year, but after today, she mirrored his shrug. Not so shitty. Thank you. He had a sexy smile, the kind that she could feel. Bye. Lake nodded. Bye. She turned, her heart begging with each pounding beat to say something, do something, anything to ease the disappointment of ending the best day of the entire year. Give me your phone number, he called. She stopped and closed her eyes for a moment, wanting to just savor the feeling. Then she turned. I can't. Cage deflated. You can't or you won't? Both. No, really just, I can't. So you're just going to leave me with nothing? Her mind screamed, screw it. She walked back and grabbed his face with both of her gloved hands, pulling his cheek toward her lips. At the last second, he turned, and his lips pressed to hers. She wasn't going to kiss him on the lips. He did it. He turned into her kiss. Neither one of them moved. It wasn't a passionate, open-mouthed kiss, but it wasn't a peck either. Their lips simply locked, idle like a statue, neither one wanting to end the feeling because it was the best feeling. However, life was life. Time didn't really ever stand still, and just as quick as it happened, it ended with, yet again, the honking of a car horn. Damn it, Jones. Chapter 28. Night. It took begging and insinuating a possible life or death situation to get Maddie to Wren's for dinner on a Saturday night. She arrived with an annoyed frown plastered to her beautiful face. Wren couldn't remember the exact moment her little girl became so bitter. It seemed to happen in a blink. One day they were each other's everything, and the next, Wren was the unstable woman who ruined her marriage and her daughter's dreams. Who's dying? Maddie stabbed her fork into her salad. Wren was too nervous to eat. She pushed her plate away and rested her crossed arms on the table. How are things with your professor? Maddie shrugged. Fine, I guess. I have a shit grade in the class, but I'm going to pass. Please tell me that's not what was so urgent. We could have had this conversation over the phone. If I moved, what would it take for you to come with me? I'm not moving. Maddie laughed as if the idea was absurd. Why? Why? Are you serious? I'm in college. I have friends. Dad is here. But what if I weren't here? Maddie shrugged. I'll come visit you when I can. Is there anything I could say or do or give you to make you come with me? She flipped her long blonde hair over her shoulder. What, like a bribe? No, just an incentive. Nope, I'm not leaving. Wren's heart ached. The crushing reality left her fighting back emotions. Maddie, do you hate me? What? Why would you ask me that? Just answer the question. With a roll of her eyes, she shook her head. No, Mom, I don't hate you. God, you're so insecure. Shut up, Wren said. It was nothing more than a whisper, a leaked emotion not meant for Maddie's ears. What did you just say? Maddie leaned forward. Wren shook her head, years of defeat bearing down on her. Did you tell me to shut up? Defense escalated in her voice. I just want to feel your love, but I don't feel it, ever. Well, I'm not feeling your love either. Wasting one of the few Saturday nights I have off to ask me to leave my life, then adding shut up on top of it is not the best way to feel my love. Wren clenched her teeth, breathing slowly through her nose. I gave you life, and then I gave you mine, completely. Do you get that? Do you have even an inkling of what my life has been like? No, you don't, because I've given everything to protect you from the truth, from the ugly, from the nightmare that has been my life. Maddie stood. I'm not listening to this. I'm not listening to your sob story. I'm sorry you had some mental breakdown, but it wasn't my fault. Get over it. Stop living in the past. Watching you hate my father is getting old. She followed Maddie in her pursuit to the front door. Don't you dare walk out that door. I'm not done. Maddie laughed. Well, I am. He hit me. She stopped, hand on the doorknob. No, Mom, he didn't. He told me you lost control, and sometimes he had to restrain you from hurting yourself or anyone else, but he didn't hit you. He's lying. You're lying. She turned back around. You're a fucking maid with no education, barely a dime to your name, a failed marriage, and some psycho boyfriend who is too young for you. What is wrong with you? The last thing you need to worry about is if I love you. What should bother you the most is I don't respect you. My #1 goal in life is to be nothing like you. Something unrecognizable took over inside of Wren. With 3 long strides, she had Maddie's hair clenched in her fist. She dragged her up the stairs. Her little girl with venomous words stumbled and cried in protest. Wren heard nothing. Her need to protect her child from the ugly, that seemingly unbreakable bond, snapped, and so did Wren. What the fuck? Maddie looked 10 years younger with tears in eyes as Wren shoved her on the bed. Maddie pressed her hand to her head where Wren had attempted to pull a chunk of hair from her scalp. Reality is a bitch, baby girl, and there are some things in life that cannot be unseen. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, then I'm going to give you 1,000,000 words. She retrieved her fire-safe key from the dresser drawer and opened the safe in the closet, pulling out several large, legal-sized envelopes. Maddie shook her head while pulling her phone out of her pocket. I'm calling Dad, or the police. You're losing it. Her voice quivered. Wren snatched Maddie's phone, opened the window, and threw it outside. Well, if I am... Wren opened one envelope and dumped the contents onto the bed in front of Maddie, followed by a second and, finally, a third. Then I think I have a damn good excuse. Maddie didn't move, not even a blink. She stared at hundreds of photos spread out on the bed. Tears rolled down Wren's cheeks. She grieved her baby girl. She grieved her lost innocence. She grieved that exact moment because Maddie would never be the same again. With a shaky hand, Maddie picked up one of the photos. Oh my God, she whispered, her other hand covering her mouth. Her body shook and then she released a sob. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't have time for college. I was busy raising a daughter. I don't have a dime to my name because I chose to leave. Chose to live. And Jackson? He gave me my self-esteem back. I love him, but he has to leave, and if you don't come too, I'll have to choose between the two of you. He loves me. You? I don't think you love me, and I know you don't respect me. But here's the thing. I choose you, Maddie. She saw her little girl in pigtails playing with Barbie dolls and kissing Wren's boo-boos. Maddie rarely saw Wren without something broken, bruised, or stitched up. But by the time she could understand or ask real questions, Preston limited the number of marks he left on Wren that Maddie could see. Wren blinked. Time vanished, and her baby girl was a young woman sitting on her bed, sobbing as she sifted through the pictures of her mother with black eyes, a broken jaw, stitches, bruises, cracked ribs, a human punching bag. At the time, Wren wasn't even sure why she took them and hid them from Preston. She just knew that someday she would need them. It never occurred to her that she'd need them to make her daughter believe her, trust her. I only had to show the judge 3 of these pictures and a copy of my medical records to get the restraining order. Mom! Maddie said her name with a tenderness Wren hadn't heard in years. She always wondered if somewhere in Maddie's subconscious she remembered kissing her mama's boo-boos. The horror on her daughter's face confirmed that she did not remember those years. I hate him, Maddie whispered, tears splattering the pictures. Come with me, Maddie. Let's start over someplace, a world away from your father, and no. Maddie shook her head and held up one of the worst pictures of Wren, her face barely recognizable. That was a biking accident. Wren didn't own a bike, but Preston caught her snooping through his stuff after he came home from a business trip with everything in his suitcase, smelling like perfume. She wasn't proud that the trips to various ERs included questions she couldn't answer. When the nurses or doctors asked what had happened, she always looked at Preston for the explanation. He always had one, perfectly recited, not so much as a breath of hesitation. What do you mean, no? You never told me. 21 years and you never told me. I did. I told you just recently. Maddie's voice grew angry. And you didn't believe me. You didn't show me these. Wren ran her fingers through her hair, fisting it. What if I didn't have these? Jesus, Maddie, I'm your mother. I raised you, cared for you. I love you. I've never given you any reason to not trust me. If you told me someone harmed you, I would believe you. I wouldn't need proof. The day you told me about your professor, I didn't once think you were lying. I jumped to your defense. She grabbed a photo of her eye swollen shut and held it in front of Maddie's face. Nobody should have to see this shit, Maddie. Your father has used you as a weapon against me for years, and the second I stood up for myself, he pulled your college funding. He's the reason you're not in medical school, not me. How can you be so smart and yet so stupid to not see that? You question everything I do, right down to the shoes I wear and the way I style my hair. But never have you questioned a goddamn thing about the man who has been nothing more in your life than a sperm donor. The biggest mistake of my entire life. Maddie stood, tipping her chin up, teeth clenched. Well, if he was a mistake, then clearly you must think I was too. Wren sighed. That's not what I mean. You can't have it both ways. Either we were both a mistake or neither of us were. Which is it? We were both drunk. So, a mistake. Is that your final answer? Maddie punched holes into Wren with her contemptuous glare. I don't know how to make you understand. I hate you both. I'm nothing more than the product of a drunk night between two people who didn't love each other. Neither one of you wanted me. She ran out of the room. Wren let her go. Words did not exist to explain her feelings toward Maddie. How could Wren tell her she regretted that night with Preston, yet loved Maddie more than life? It wasn't black and white. Maddie's conception and her entire childhood was a shade of gray. Her daughter the light, her husband the darkness. Chapter 29. Day. The bride-to-be stretched in all directions. A smile crept up her face like the gentle rise of the early morning sun. An intense floral scent overwhelmed her senses as she took a deep breath. Jessica opened her eyes. Oh my God! She sat up. Her bed, the top of the dresser, Luke's chair, and every inch of the floor was covered in a kaleidoscope of rose petals. On her nightstand, amongst the petals, was a cup of tea with a sticky note. Good morning, Miss Day. Enjoy it while it lasts. Her face already hurt from smiling. She took a sip of tea and slid out of bed, curling her toes into the velvety floral confetti. Cinching her robe sash, she spotted a hot pink sticky note stuck to the full-length mirror next to the closet. See you at the altar. I'll be the guy at the front wearing the shit-eating grin and chanting, I can't believe she said yes. Jessica grabbed the note and held it to her chest. I'm getting married today. I'm getting married today! She jumped up and down, squealing like a little girl. Then she bent down, grabbed 2 fists full of petals and threw them in the air while twirling in a circle. I'm getting married today! Yada yada. Jessica stilled. Her unexpected visitor startled her. What are you doing here? Jude heaved himself onto her bed, sending petals flying. He picked one up and brought it to his nose. I'm in charge of getting you to the church. That is, if you're still going to marry the shrink. He shrugged. It's not too late to skip town. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. She narrowed her eyes at him. Sex with the same guy for the rest of your life? Sounds like a death sentence. Just the thought of Luke almost brought her to orgasm. It would take 1,000,000 lifetimes, minimum, to feel a breath of boredom with him. She flopped down onto the bed beside him, forcing his arm behind her head for a pillow. I want you to find this, Jude. Finding someone who loves you and accepts you, the real you, is everything. I'm just a girl with Luke. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel safe with him. Maybe that's it. The thing that's been most exhausting to protect has been my heart. But I gave it to him because I trust him explicitly. And when we're not together, I don't feel alive. It's like I'm holding my breath. You trust him more than me? Yes. Ouch. Jude pressed his free hand to his chest. Way to not even hesitate. Luke and I don't have secrets. Well, at least by the end of this weekend, we won't have any secrets. But you, she jabbed her finger into his side, you're not telling me something. I know it. I feel it. It's eating you up inside. Why won't you tell me? I got a tattoo on my penis and it's infected. I fear it's going to fall off. Hopefully not during the wedding. She giggled. Shut up. He smiled. What did you get tattooed on your penis? Open wide. Jessica rolled to her side, burying her face in his neck. Oh my God, I can't breathe. Her body shook with laughter. Go. He gave her a playful shove. Go shower. Some Vanessa person is waiting in the living room. Jessica bolted up. Vanessa is here? Why didn't you tell me? Shit. She's doing my hair and makeup. She ran into the bathroom. I can't believe we were talking about your little wiener while Vanessa was waiting on me. I can assure you, Vanessa doesn't think it's little. Jessica gasped, peeking around the corner. You did not fuck my stylist. Did you? Shut up and shower. She threw off her robe and stopped at the shower door. Another pink sticky note. I've got you. I'll always have you. Jessica mouthed the words, I'm getting married today, and did a silent, naked dance before hopping in the shower. Cold feet? Jude asked as they pulled into the church parking lot. Hot vagina! Let me out! Park the car and keep your dick in your pants the rest of the day. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just until after the ceremony. It's tradition for the single groomsmen to have sex with the single bridesmaids in a dark corner at the reception. He stopped the car along the sidewalk near the back door of the church. Jessica pointed a stiff finger at him. My bridesmaids are Kelly and Luke's sisters. Dick in pants. Their mom opened Jessica's door. There's my baby girl. Your dress is inside and Luke is locked in a room on the opposite side of the church until he has permission to come out. The coast is clear. Hey. Jude grabbed Jessica's hand before she got out. I love you. But more than that, I'm happy for you. Tears stung her eyes. Fuck you. She tried to laugh to keep from crying. I just had my makeup done. Jude's smile was soft and heartbreakingly sincere. Jessica got out but ducked her head back into the car before closing the door. I love you too. Bummer, sweetie, it looks like rain, Sunny said as she ushered Jessica into the back of the church. I don't care. I'm marrying Luke today. Well, we have 30 minutes to get you dressed and ready to walk down the aisle. I expected you two to be here earlier. If you wanted me to the church on time, then you shouldn't have put Jude in charge of getting me here. Your dad's idea, not mine. Her mom opened the door to a large room with a few folding chairs and a full-length mirror that someone must have brought in there for the day. Hi, Jessica squealed as Kelly, Laura, and Felicity saw her. Get in here! Take off your clothes! You're late! Kelly shook her head as she unzipped Jessica's dress bag. Where's Lake? Not here yet. Felicity rolled her eyes. She wanted to ride with Ben instead of coming with us. Those two are inseparable. I tried calling her cell phone, but she didn't answer. It's probably shoved into her purse, which is probably shoved into the back seat or trunk of Ben's car. Oh my gosh! Laura laughed, staring at the back of Jessica's panties as she stepped into her wedding gown. Jessica looked over her shoulder and winked. You like? Luke's going to die! Her light pink and white argyle panties read, Property of Dr. Jones. Sunny zipped and buttoned the back of Jessica's dress. I love that you wore your hair down. I always have it in a ponytail. Luke likes it down. Step. Kelly set Jessica's heels on the floor and held up the front of her dress so she could step into them. How do I look? Nobody answered. They just stared with loving smiles as Sunny pinned Jessica's hair clip veil onto her. The soft tulle flowed down her back. Jessica nodded slowly while looking in the mirror. I'm getting married today. The door behind them opened. Felicity! Everyone turned. Tom stood in the doorway. He didn't make eye contact with anyone but Felicity. The grave look on his face sent haunting chills down Jessica's spine. Tom didn't have to say anything. She just knew that with his next breath, he would forever change the memories of that day. Lake and Ben were in a car accident. She's been airlifted to the hospital. His voice broke with the final word, and tears filled his eyes. The strong man she'd come to love like her own father cracked. No! Felicity's hand covered her mouth as Laura and Tom hugged her. Luke, Jessica whispered as she looked at her mom. Tom looked up as he held Felicity, collapsed and sobbing in his arms. He doesn't know. Go! Sunny's hand pressed to her heart as she fought back her own tears, the tears of one mother grieving for another. Jessica nodded. We'll meet you at the hospital. She kicked off her shoes and sprinted to the other side of the church. Luke! She yelled through the hallway, not knowing for sure which room he was in. Jess! Gabe peeked out of the door of a room she'd already passed. What are you doing? He can't see the bride before. Luke! She shoved open the door, knocking Gabe out of the way. Baby, what are you? Her tears spilled over. A lump swelled in her throat the size of a baseball. She wanted to acknowledge how handsome he looked. She wanted to remember the way his eyes took in her dress, seeing it for the first time. But none of that mattered. Those would never be memories of that day. It's Lake. She's been in an accident. We have to go now. Luke shook his head. What? What are you talking about? They life-flighted her to the hospital. Luke patted his pockets with his hands. My keys. My keys. Where are my... Here. Gabe handed Luke his keys. You handed them to me earlier. Lane and Liam are ushering in the guests. I'll get them and make sure they get to the hospital right behind you. Luke's hands shook as he took the keys. Jessica snatched them from him, then grabbed his hand. Let's go. Luke followed her to the car, his face blank like a zombie. She opened his door, then hurried around to the driver's side. Shit, she grumbled, realizing her veil had been shut in the door. She opened the door and tore the clip from her hair and tossed it onto the ground, before shutting the door and squealing the tires out of the parking lot. Is she alive? Luke asked in a voice that sounded defeated, scared. Jessica honestly didn't know. Of course she's alive. They don't life-flight dead people. She didn't know that. What if Lake died in transit? They didn't know anything. My parents? They're with Laura. I'm sure they're on their way. He nodded. Within minutes, they were there. Jessica parked the car and they hurried into the emergency room. Luke! Laura called. They rushed into the waiting room. Luke hugged his sister as she sobbed into his chest. Where is she? He asked. They had to rush her into surgery. She was trapped in the car. That's all they've been able to tell us. Tom squeezed Felicity's hand as she pressed a tissue to her nose with the other hand. Both Lane and Liam sat in chairs, hunched over with their heads resting in their hands. What about Ben? Jessica asked, looking around for his parents. Anne stood next to Lane's chair, bouncing Gina on her hip. She frowned and shook her head slowly. Ben? She pressed her lips together and swallowed. He didn't make it. Felicity's body folded over onto Tom's lap. Reality lacerated her heart, and everyone in that room could feel it. Best case scenario, she would have to tell her baby girl that her boyfriend died. How could that be the best case scenario? How had the most perfect day turned into a harrowing nightmare? A doctor in navy scrubs emerged through 2 large doors. "I'm Dr. Stein. Lake has sustained life-threatening injuries to her head and her left leg. It was severely damaged in the accident." He paused for a second. "The prognosis for her leg is not good. She'll never have use of it again, and the extensive trauma to it will likely lead to infection." What are you saying?" Tom asked. Jessica squeezed Luke's hand. He cleared his throat. "There's a good chance they'll have to amputate it to save her life." Dr. Stein looked at Luke and nodded. "No!" Felicity cried, her legs giving out. Liam helped her sit back down. "We don't have to do it now, but we can." "What would you do?" Luke asked. "No." Tom shook his head. "It's not his daughter. Why would you ask him?" "Dad." "No, you save her leg. You don't know Lake. It would kill her. Dad. She won't ever use it again. We want her alive." "I need to get back in there." The doctor gestured toward the doors. It was a statement, but also an unspoken question. Luke looked at his dad. Tom shook his head. "No." Luke grimaced. "Do everything you can for now." Dr. Stein nodded. Luke turned, focusing in on Jessica, her dress, and her bare feet. His eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry. Don't you dare apologize." She pressed her hands to his clean-shaven face. "I'm going to have Jude bring us other clothes. I don't want anyone thinking about anything or anyone but Lake." He nodded, folding her into his arms. His mouth brushed her ear. "I hope I never forget how you look today, but I know I'll never forget the words you just said. Jess, just never enough stars." Chapter 30. Night. Irene added a surgical mask to her G.I. Jane attire. The stench of infected flesh, mixed with fecal matter, must not have been her aroma of choice. "Are you excited to see your twin? I'm going to reel him in and toss him in the cesspool with you two." "He won't come," Knox said. "Oh, he'll come. Only to take your life. If you see him at the door, I suggest you say your last prayer." Jillian tried to decipher Knox's motive, if he had one. Irene captured both of them. There was no reason to believe she couldn't get Jackson too. "Are you suggesting he's smarter than the two of you?" "Yes." Knox didn't hesitate. "Do you concur?" Jillian looked at Irene and then at Knox. She didn't want to join the discussion. "Depends on the day." Irene grunted. A sly grin curled her lips. "Well, he's not smarter than I am." "He is." "Listen, Mickey, shut your hole or I'll do it for you." "Don't you fucking call me that." There was never a bag of popcorn around when Jillian needed one. The Irene and Mickey show captivated her. "You cheated on me, twice. I'll call you whatever I want to call you." "I didn't cheat on you." "You fucked Sunny and her daughter." Irene glared at Jillian. "I did not." That got Jillian's attention. "I didn't fuck Sunny while we were married, or while she was married. And Jessica." She waited. He called her Jessica. Why? "It was training. Period." Knox looked at Irene as if Jillian wasn't in the room. Jillian dared him, needed him to say that to her while looking her in the eyes. "I saw the security footage. I have the security footage. Did you really think Grant would send his precious little girl to some place that didn't have eyes? Of course, mine are the only true eyes that have seen it. Jackson will come. He will watch it. He will kill you. I will kill him and—" She cocked her head at Jillian. "I haven't decided what I'm going to do with you and your Dr. Jones. I'm sure it will be mind-blowing." Jillian stared at Irene and her psychotic bitch grin that reached her eyes. She couldn't see her mouth, but she knew it was there. Irene's eyes narrowed a fraction. Her brows drew together in a grimace as Jillian sucked in her bottom lip, sinking her teeth into it until blood dripped down her chin. "You're a sick head case." Jillian's tongue swiped along her lip. "Don't forget it, bitch." Irene pivoted in her boots and stomped up the stairs. "You taste that?" Jillian looked up at Knox, her face stone, her heart numb, her emotions gone. She nodded once. "What do you taste, sweetheart?" "Power." "I sure as fuck hope so. It's the only thing that's going to save you. It's coming. She's going to bring you to your knees with Jackson and Luke as her weapons of choice. Kill or be killed. Do you understand?" Another nod. Jones. With Lake safe on a plane back to San Francisco, Luke decided to visit Dodge and Lilith. He also decided to bring coffee and pastries. The older man at the door gave him a once-over before saying anything. "Is this a special Sunday delivery? Have we been enrolled in the Breakfast of the Month Club?" "I'm a friend of Jillian Knight." "Oh, well, why didn't you just say so?" He held open the door. "Come on in." Breakfast proved to be unnecessary. Jillian Knight was the secret password. "I'm Dodge, and the corpse over there is my wife, Lilith. You'll have to get in her face if you want her to hear ya." He took the drink holder and bakery bag from Luke. Lilith smiled and waved Luke over. "I can hear fine out of one ear. Have a seat." "Thank you." Luke sat on the sofa next to her rocking chair. "Did I hear you correctly? You know Jillian?" "Yes." "Am I supposed to share this with you two?" Dodge asked over a mouthful of Danish, a to-go cup in his other hand. "What's your name, young man?" Lilith ignored her husband. "Luke." All remaining color drained from her already pasty-white face. "Downstairs, Dodge. Now." "Please? Have you ever thought of asking instead of ordering me around?" "Go." Dodge grumbled a few expletives that included old bat and bossy cow as he grabbed the bag and headed toward the stairs. "Dr. Jones," she said. He squinted with an easy nod. "How? She told me everything. Not on purpose at first. Dodge led her to believe that I'm deaf. I let her think it because I wanted to hear the most romantic love story I'd ever heard. And I could tell she needed to share it, relive it. I think I love you too, but don't tell old Grumpy. Or do." She winked. Luke smiled as something inside of him lit up. Jessica didn't let him go. "Do you know where she is?" "Oh my goodness, you've tracked her down. You've come to save her like the knight in shining armor with your trusty steed." She pressed her hand to her chest, tears pooled in her eyes. "That's so incredibly romantic. I'm right, aren't I?" "I don't actually have any official armor, and I took a plane and rental car." Lilith leaned forward and rested her hand on his. With one blink, her tears released. Her eyes and smile filled with hope. He returned a small smile. "Yes, I'm here for her." She sighed, sitting back in her chair. "You're the one. You know that, right? AJ needed her, but she's always needed you. She must need you now more than ever." Her words pained him. They confirmed what he already knew. Jessica needed him, but he couldn't find her. "Do you know where she is, or have you heard from her?" "No, sorry. Greta Houseby, their neighbor across the street. She said Jillian was taking some time for herself. but I assume you've talked to Jackson, so you probably already knew that.
Yes. However, she left her phone at home, and Jackson doesn't know where she is, so we have no way of contacting her. I'm worried about her. I understand she,
saying it was harder than thinking it,
loved him, so she has to be grieving.
This must be terribly hard on you. How did you find her? How did you know she's alive?
I saw her at a hotel in Houston.
Oh my, you must have thought you were seeing a ghost. Luke nodded.
I think I should fly to Portland. I don't want to be insensitive to his family. I'm sure they're still devastated. But maybe she said something to them after the funeral.
Lilith shook her head. That's not possible.
Why do you say that?
Because she wasn't at the funeral.
What are you talking about? Jackson said she went to the funeral.
No, she wasn't there. I think his family was a little disappointed, but they understood. AJ left treatment to be with her. She was the last person who saw him alive. We all assumed she was worried about their reaction to her, but they weren't upset. She changed him, and everyone saw it. In spite of the tumor, she made him a better man.
You'll excuse me. I really have to go.
He tried to keep his fear in check.
Thank you for talking with me.
Lilith nodded. Luke?
Yes?
He zipped his jacket. I don't know where you'll find her or what mindset she'll have, but I know one thing with unwavering certainty. That girl loves you like no woman has ever loved a man in the history of the world. She called you her heart, and I believed her. The words to describe his love for Jessica didn't exist. He smiled in spite of the pain. Night. Forever didn't come in a text. It came with a knock at the door. It involved the woman he loved leaping into his arms and kissing him with fervor. Wren, however, texted Jackson. Can you come over? He didn't text her back, but within 10 minutes he was at her front door. Forever didn't have red, swollen eyes that refused to make contact with his. He stepped inside. Wren stared at him, just short of meeting his gaze. She drew in a shaky breath and held it, but she didn't say anything. It seemed as if her words were the only thing holding her together, and if she spoke them, she would crumble to pieces at his feet.
This is goodbye,
he said. She bit her quivering lip and nodded. Pain robbed her beautiful face, and she threw herself into his arms, but not in a forever way. He hugged her back so hard, he feared feeling her ribs crack against his. In a matter of days, forever turned into never. Maddie hates me. I can't leave her. She won't come. I love you so much. It feels like I'm dying inside. But she's my child. If I leave, it will be like she died. A broken sob ripped from her chest. If you leave, it'll be like you died. He didn't know what to say. If he stayed, he'd put her in danger. Luke's trip to Omaha opened the door for their past to find them. There was no way to stay and guarantee anyone's safety. He'd rather die than leave her, but he'd never be able to live with himself if something happened to her. She needed to come with him, soon, or he needed to get as far away from her as possible, completely disassociate himself from her life for her own safety. Wren fisted the back of his shirt, her tear-stained face buried in his neck. Say something, please.
I'll come back.
She shook her head. Don't say that unless you can promise me. She cupped his neck and pressed her forehead to his. Can you promise me you'll come back? Her tears dripped between them. He fisted her hair. "Say it," she sniffled. "Promise me."
"I can't."
Jude would have said that moment, the heartbreaking, dream-shattering moment, was the reason to never get emotionally involved. Not Jackson. He loved Wren Middleton with something bigger than his heart. She dug deep and found his soul, and she would forever have a piece of it. He kissed her, wanting her to be the last thing he ever tasted. He slid his hands up the back of her shirt, wanting her skin to be the last thing his hands ever felt. "Stop!" She turned her head to break their kiss. They stood as one, two bodies clutching each other, begging the world to not tear them apart.
"Let me be with you. One last time. Let me make love to you,"
he whispered in her ear. "I can't." Her body shook in his arms. "I can barely breathe. This hurts so fucking bad." Wren looked up at him, her fingers feathered over his lips. He closed his eyes. "Making love, knowing it's the last time, would literally stop my heart." Step 1. Confess the mercy killing first. Step 2. Wait for Wren to acclimate to Jackson's ability to take another's life. Step 3. Make her fall so deep in love with him that not even the assassin confession could drive her away. Step 4. Be prepared to gently hold her in captivity until she snaps out of her inevitable conniption fit, because realistically there is no way Step 3 would ever fly. Step 5. Let her go. Okay. He swallowed every ounce of fucking reality and took a step back. She hugged herself. He fisted his hands, hating that they would never touch her again. Then he opened the door. "Jackson?" He turned. "Tell me to wait for you." 40. The stunning woman before him was 40. She survived years of abuse. Her best friend was a dog. Her daughter hated her. If only one person in the world deserved true happiness, it was Wren. Waiting for a maybe, a complete shot in the dark, would only lead to more misery. He loved her too much. A long, slow sigh deflated his lungs like life itself tried to escape his body. Lowering his chin to his chest, he refused to look at her. "Don't wait for me," he said his final words in a thick voice and closed the door. Chapter 31. Jackson needed to break something or someone. As if the universe heard his need, Luke's rental car was parked in one of the spots between the townhouses. He pulled into the garage and hopped out just as Luke got out and walked into the garage. "Jess, inside!" Jackson cut him off, leading him in the house. "Jillian has been gone too fucking long. I need to exercise. You know how to throw a punch, Jones? Or take one?" He inwardly smirked. That crawling out of his skin feeling wore on his last nerve. He needed to destroy something. Why not start with the reason for his leaving Wren? "I'm not going to fight you." Jackson shrugged off his shirt and walked into his bedroom. "That's fine. All I really need is a body. I just need to feel the pain of my knuckles cracking against bone. You don't mind, do you? After all, you showed up and ruined my whole fucking life." "Call Knox." Jackson grabbed a pair of shorts, then pulled at the button to his jeans. "I did. Haven't heard back. He's a prick that does everything on his time." "She wasn't at the funeral." Jackson froze, then inched his head up. "What the fuck did you just say?" "I talked to Lilith. Jessica wasn't at the funeral." Jackson pulled his phone from his pocket and called Knox again. Again, it went to voicemail. "Where the fuck is she?" Next, he texted him. "I'm coming for you, asshole." Jackson grabbed a small bag and shoved a few items into it, including his computer and a thick wad of cash from his dresser drawer.
Where are we going?
I'm going to get my sister. You're going home, and I don't want to see you again. Are we clear?
I'm going with you, or you're going to kill me. It's one or the other.
Jackson looked up from his bag. He didn't hate Luke. He hated that life. Luke brought it back.
I'm tired of living without her.
Jackson nodded. With the fresh image of Wren emotionally shattered in his arms, he knew how Luke felt, which meant it was best to put him out of his misery.
I can break your neck, or I'm good with a knife too. Your choice.
Luke's temporary stay of execution came from a knock at the door. Jackson sighed, aggravation building to an all-time high as he came close to tearing the front door off its hinges. A lethal dose of adrenaline poisoned his bloodstream.
Open up!
Preston Iverson called from the opposite side of the storm door. Jackson gave him no other response than a slow blink. Preston was nothing more than a tiny dick in a suit, sucking air into his lungs that he wasn't worthy of breathing.
Maddie visited me. She's a little distressed and a lot confused. Seems my dear Wren has been sharing some things that she should not be sharing. I have this feeling you put her up to it.
Jackson gave him another slow blink. Preston pressed a photo to the glass storm door. Jackson squinted, leaning forward a fraction. It was a photo of a barely recognizable Wren with a lacerated lip, one eye swollen shut, and her cheek mottled in hues of blue and purple. He met Preston's eyes. The little penis in a suit smirked, then held open his suit coat to reveal the gun in his inside pocket.
I'd let me in, jerk-off.
Christmas came early that year for Jackson Knight. He was wrong. The universe's answer to his desperate need was not Luke. It was Preston Iverson. Jackson opened the storm door and stepped back as Preston came inside, pulling his gun from his inside pocket and pointing it at Jackson.
You think you can fuck my wife's body and my daughter's mind and get away with it? You think you can just waltz into town with no fucking past and take what's mine? What's going on?
Preston looked at Luke, moving the gun back and forth between them.
I didn't know you had company. Who's this guy, your lover?
He laughed.
Butt fuckers.
Jackson raised a single brow.
What are you going to do with our bodies after you shoot us? I'm going to weight your asses down and dump you in the river.
Jackson nodded.
Is that a good spot? Is the river deep? Has it frozen over yet?
Preston pointed the gun back at Jackson.
Why the fuck do you care?
It happened in a blink, less than a blink. Jackson grabbed the gun out of Preston's hand like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Preston's eyes widened as he held his hands up.
Take it easy. I wasn't really going to shoot you.
You were. Jackson emptied the clip and tossed it left, then discarded the gun to the right. It skidded to a stop at Luke's feet. Preston eyed both the gun and the clip as if he stood a chance of retrieving both.
You're not going to shoot me?
Preston asked. Jackson shook his head.
Sorry, I'm a bit more hands-on. What does that fuck?
Jackson started with Preston's nose, his knuckles relishing the feel of crushing bone.
I have a pressing need to attend to.
He landed a fist in his right eye, followed by his left, then a quick uppercut to his jaw that sent him crashing to the floor.
But after seeing that picture of Wren, I think I can spare an extra 60 seconds to make sure you feel everything you ever did to her.
Jackson bent down and grabbed his head, ramming it into his knee, busting out several teeth. Preston gasped and groaned. A click sounded behind Jackson.
That's enough.
Luke pieced the gun back together and held it at Jackson's back.
Let's just call the police before you kill him. You won't shoot me, Jones.
Jackson broke several of Preston's ribs with his foot.
Fuck! Stop, Luke demanded. Jackson retrieved the photo of Wren from Preston's pocket and handed it to Luke. This is Wren, and this is Wren's ex-husband. He grabbed Preston's arm and twisted it around his back until it snapped. The tortured animal's cries continued. He did that to her. If you need to pretend it's Jessica, then go ahead. Just keep looking at it and tell me when to stop, and I'll stop. Bone after bone broke. It really wasn't Jackson's MO to torture someone unless he needed information from them. Preston was an exception. Luke never said another word. Even after Jackson gave the final blow that ended Preston Iverson's life, Luke didn't move. He stared in silence at the photo. Jackson turned, slightly winded, but also a bit more relaxed. He rested a hand on Luke's shoulder. Good news, buddy. Thanks to our unexpected visitor, I do believe you're going to live. He brushed past Luke, pulled on his shirt, and grabbed his bag. Let it go, Jones. I can hear your thoughts. Look at the picture again. I didn't kill a man. I saved a woman. On his way to the kitchen, Jackson snatched the picture from Luke's hands. They didn't move. He didn't move. Tell me, what would you do to save the woman you love? He grabbed a Red Bull from the refrigerator and popped the top. Peeling his gaze from the limp body, Luke focused on Jackson. Anything. Jackson nodded, then took a swig, content with Luke's commitment to his sister. I don't know where she is, but I know she would not have missed AJ's funeral. Knox isn't answering me. You think he has her? No. Do you think he knows where she is? Maybe. Then why do you think he's not answering you? I don't think he has his phone, but someone does. So, where are we going? Jackson grinned at Luke's "we" comment. Are you willing to die for her? Yes. Jackson finished his Red Bull, then tossed the can in the sink. Last question, and don't fucking hesitate, just answer it. Luke kept his unwavering gaze on Jackson. Are you willing to kill for her? Yes. The darkness in Luke's eyes mirrored Jackson's. It was the need for revenge obliterating all conscience, all reason. Then let's go get her. Luke seemed to snap out of the moment as Jackson grabbed the neck of Preston's shirt and coat, then dragged him toward the back door, leaving a blood-smeared trail on the wood floor. What are you going to do with the body? I got a tip that the bottom of the river is a good spot. He wasn't used to being the hitman and the cleanup crew, but Knox was MIA. Don't step in the blood. Just don't move at all. We're going to San Francisco? Luke asked after Jackson requested 2 tickets at the airport ticket counter. Yep. Is it safe for you to go home? Nope. You think she's there? Luke couldn't imagine making the trip to Nebraska, only to discover Jessica was in San Francisco. Jackson handed Luke back his ID and ticket. I think the answer is there. Why not Portland? Luke slung his bag over his shoulder and followed Jackson to security. Just a hunch. As they waited to board the plane, Luke stared out the window at the planes taxiing down the runway. He'd heard many first-hand accounts of murder, including Jessica killing 4. But watching Jackson take the life of a human being right in front of him was a life-changing experience. Jackson was right. He didn't kill a man he hated. He saved the woman he loved. Luke would do the same thing. He would die for Jessica. He would kill for her. He would end 10 lives to save one if that one was hers. It wasn't sane. It was far from rational. But it was love. And true, walk through the fucking flames of hell love was unconditional and completely insane. Here we go. Jackson focused on the screen of his phone, then he held it in front of Luke. I've been expecting this. I have her. Don't be late this time. I knew that fucker had her. Jackson shook his head. It's not Knox, just his phone. He ran his hand through his hair, then squeezed the back of his neck. Fucking hell. he said on a sigh. Luke gripped the arms of the chair. What does that mean? Don't be late this time. He stared at the message. I don't know. Well, thank God damn it. Jackson flinched as everyone around them quieted. Curious eyes put them center stage. Calm the fuck down, Jackson whispered. The last thing we need is a scene. What were you late for before? This message is a reference to something. It's telling us exactly where she is. I don't know. He typed in a response. What the hell? Shut it. I know what I'm doing. I'm busy. Can we set something up for next week? This could backfire. Luke grimaced at the screen. Jackson nodded. It could. His phone vibrated with another message. I'm afraid she won't last that long. Jesus. Luke closed his eyes as Jackson typed another response. She's stronger than you think. Next week. See you then. And now we wait. Jackson stood, slipping his phone into his pocket as they made the first boarding call. Wait, are you crazy? For what? Her location. If they really want me there, they'll give me more than don't be late this time. But I'm fairly certain I've just pissed them off and they'll need to regroup before sending another message. What if she's here? Why are we getting on the plane? We should wait until they message you back. Jackson shook his head. This isn't about Jackson Knight. Jude Day was late for something, but he's never been to Omaha, so she isn't here. Chapter 32. The Arctic splash brought Jillian and Knox back to life. Rise and shine! Aw, don't look so agitated. Think of it as a bath. You both stink. Knox glared at Irene as she took a hit from her inhaler. It was his first time experiencing her favorite form of torture. The water wasn't just cold. It felt like a bucket from a snow-fed river high in the Rockies. A heart-stopping jolt. Jillian still preferred it to the heat, or even worse, the talk of bringing Luke and Jackson to her immediate depth of hell. Breakfast, darling. She set a dish of canned dog food next to Knox. His glare didn't falter. Suit yourself. She shrugged, then stacked the 4 empty 5-gallon buckets together and carried them up the stairs. It must have taken her an hour to bring them downstairs, stopping for inhaler breaks. What did it say about Jillian and Knox's physical state, that they didn't wake until she heaved them at their face? Your shoulder looks infected. Jillian's gaze shifted to Knox's shoulder. Yours probably is too, but I wouldn't know. Apparently only I need to be naked. I think she's a lesbian. I was married to her. Let me repeat. I think she's a lesbian. Maybe she's just trying to make you feel vulnerable, weak. Maybe. The lesbian scenario is more flattering. Knox chuckled. You are dying. You're in the hallucination phase, falling in love with your captor. Stockholm Syndrome. It's not hallucinating, and I don't have it. He eased onto his side. Jillian winced, then closed her eyes. Knox ate the dog food, just like Claire had done. She probably poisoned it. He continued eating it. After wriggling and grunting back to sitting, brown food stuck to his face. He burped. She didn't poison it. That's not her style. What's her style? She's going to make you choose between saving your brother or Luke. Then she's going to make the one you saved kill himself, threatening to kill you if they don't. For the grand finale, she's going to convince you this is all my fault, so you kill me, and of course, you will die last. His words settled like the credits at the end of a tragic movie. Maybe that's too predictable. She hates being predictable. Jillian smirked. She hates you more than me. She's going to make you kill me, then she's going to watch Jackson torture and eventually kill you. And Luke? Knox asked. Luke lives. Why? Because she knows he's the only innocent one. She's not a monster by nature, Edgar did this to her. You did this to her. The only way she can justify her actions is if she feels like she's somehow ridding this world of sin. Luke walks. It's the only way. A silent exchange took place. Jillian's meaning was in what she didn't say. Luke was to live, no matter who had to die to make that happen. Everyone else was expendable. Now, my father. How did he win my mother's heart? Knox chuckled. He didn't. Sonny. Life and death sent Sonny and Mickey in different directions, but their love never wavered. Knox committed to serving his country in exchange for an education. They had limited time together. She worked full-time at the hotel, tending bar, and even picked up extra shifts cleaning rooms. Knox got his degree in 4 years, serving on the weekends. He took 2 consecutive tours after graduation. When he came home between tours, he promised her 1 more year. The broken promises went on for 4 more years as he worked his way up in rank. Letters, phone calls, and the rare stolen weekend kept them together. He knew she hated him. She said as much in her letters. But the moment he had her back in his arms, the hate faded and their love came back as strong as ever. "How did we get here?" she asked him, her naked body draped over his. "You were going to marry me right after graduation. Football, long nights studying, and a dinky 1-bedroom apartment off campus, remember?" He kissed her head, relishing the feel of her flawless skin under his fingertips as he feathered them along her back. "I remember. Seems like a lifetime ago. My dad, your dad. I hated life, all of it, except you." "Mickey? Why didn't you propose? You never even mentioned marriage again after the accident." "What my father did to you was not an accident. I blamed myself. I still do." She sat up, straddling his waist. Sunny was a beautiful girl. He knew it from the first day he saw her. However, the woman she'd become, as impossible as it seemed, was infinitely more stunning. "Don't say that. It wasn't your fault." "I shouldn't have what? Invited me to your house? Made love to me that afternoon? What, Mickey?" Sliding his hands up her legs and letting them settle on the subtle curve of her hips, he drew in a long breath. "I blamed myself for loving you. The smart, beautiful angel I knew would never have been with anyone who didn't love her. I didn't deserve you then, and I don't." Sunny shook her head, long auburn hair brushing over her breasts that only he had touched. His hands owned every inch of her body. "You deserved me then, and you deserve me now. There's no you and me. It's only us. It's always been us. How can you not see that? 6 months. Your tour will end, and we can officially begin. I want to be Mrs. Knox McGraw. I want to feel the flutter of the babies we'll make." She pressed his hand to her stomach. "I want a life, Mickey, and I want it with you. I'm so tired of waiting to breathe." "I want it too, baby. I want to give you everything you've ever wanted. If we're just patient, we can have the life we always dreamed of. I've been promoted again, and if I just commit to one more—" "No!" She crawled off him and slipped on her robe, her hands fisting and cinching the sash as tight as it would go. "Not one more tour. 6 months and not 1 day longer. You don't understand." The life in her eyes vanished under a cloud of anger as she narrowed them. "Don't tell me I don't understand. I didn't go to college, but I'm far from stupid. My ability to understand is perfectly fine. Not everything in life has to make sense, Mickey. We don't make sense. We never have, but we're the only thing in this crazy world that feels right. How can you be so stupid? So blind? Tears filled her eyes. He sat up, his methodic thoughts warring with his body's desire to grab her, kiss away her tears, and just be with her. Mickey, her voice broke, and so did the dam of tears. You are everything I've ever wanted. You are the life I've always dreamed of. I don't want the money. I want time. I want forever now, not another broken promise. I know. I really do, baby. But what about what I want? Sunny pressed her fist to her lips, holding back a sob. Then she sniffled. I'm sorry. She shook her head. Somewhere over the past 2 decades, I got the impression that you wanted me. That cut deep. Knox tilted his head to the side. I do want you, but no buts. No more waiting, no more promises. 6 more months. That's what we agreed on after all the broken promises that came before that. I want to be your forever, not your fool. She dressed the same angry way she did the day his father died, and forever changed for eternity. 6 months, and not 1 day longer, Knox. The door closed to the bedroom. 6 months. Tangled in sheets that smelled like her, he had no doubt that he'd end his military career in 6 months. 1 year later. The high that came from being promoted, the accolades, the praise, the prestige, it numbed the pain of missing Sunny. 6 months passed, but Knox knew he'd get her back. He'd show her that it was worth the wait, that he was worth the wait. Another year wouldn't matter. What he didn't expect was a bombing that sent shrapnel into his chest, missing his heart by less than 6 millimeters. 4 of his men died that day. Knox was sent stateside to recover. He didn't want to worry Sunny, so he waited until he was discharged. As fate would have it, one of his former superiors, who left the military to take a job as a DEA agent, wanted to discuss Knox joining the DEA as well. Sunny would be ecstatic to hear of his new job opportunity. They could finally begin their forever, after a lot of groveling and sex. Lots of sex with Sunny. Sergeant Day. Knox held out his hand as Sergeant Day stood from the table, giving the waitress a polite nod as she squeezed behind his chair. It's Agent Day now, but tonight it's just Grant. How are you, Knox? He nodded to the chair next to his. Knox gritted his teeth, trying not to show the pain he was still in as he eased into the chair. I'm good. Just thankful to be alive. Grant nodded. I hope you don't mind. My fiancée will be joining us. A month ago, she bought tickets for tonight's symphony. He looked at his watch, which starts in 90 minutes. I forgot until she called me about a half hour ago. She's only mildly pissed off. Anyway, I just wanted to chat with you, kind of get a feel for your plans. I think you'd make an amazing agent. You're smart, fearless, brutal when you need to be, and you have exemplary leadership skills, not to mention years of tactical training. From a hiring standpoint, it doesn't get any better than that. Are you officially offering me a job? Grant chuckled, taking a sip of his beer. No, I'm not that guy, but I have some pull. I like to surround myself with men I can trust. We recently lost an agent. He left some pretty big shoes to fill, and when I found out you were heading stateside again, it felt like perfect timing. If you even think you might consider it, I'd love for you to talk with my superior. I've already put in a good word for you. Yes, I'm definitely interested. I have a lot of incentive to stay here now. Grant's brows lifted a bit. A woman? The woman. Grant grinned. Even better. And speaking of, he stood, looking over Knox's shoulder. There's the love of my life. Knox stood and turned. His sparkling eyes. His long auburn hair. His Sunny. When their eyes met, she stopped, crashing into the invisible wall between the present and the past.
Her pink cheeks drained to white as Grant hugged her, brushing her hair off her neck and pressing his lips to the soft skin that had belonged to Knox. Not even shrapnel in his chest hurt as much as seeing her for the first time ever in the arms of another man for the first time ever. "Knox, I want you to meet my Sonny." She was not his Sonny. "Sonny, this is Knox McGraw. This guy is a goddamn hero. I had the pleasure of having him under my command for my final 2 years." "Mr. McGraw." She held out her hand. He didn't want to shake her hand. He wanted to smash his lips to hers, rip off her clothes, and sink into her until she remembered that there wasn't a you or me, just an us. "Mr. McGraw? Who the fuck was that?" "Mickey." She called him Mickey. "Sonny." The weak voice that spoke her name sounded foreign to his own ears. It was something he didn't recognize. It was him without her. If there was a God, he would have numbed the feeling of her hand in his, but he felt everything. Every touch, every kiss, every inch of her body in that one handshake. "Grant?" She forced a smile. He might not have noticed, but Knox did. Knox knew everything about that woman. Grant could spend eternity with her, and he would not even come close to really knowing Knox's giggling angel. I need to use the ladies' room, if you'll excuse me for a few minutes." "Sure." He kissed her cheek. Knox clenched his teeth as Sonny's gaze stayed fixed to his. She turned, weaving her way through the tables, her long white dress flowing behind her. "I'm going to take off so you two can enjoy your evening." Grant held out his hand. "So you'll consider coming in for an interview?" Knox shook his hand harder than necessary. "Of course." He traced Sonny's path, stopping at the door of the women's lounge as an older woman came out. She smiled and nodded at him. He slipped inside. Teary eyes reflected in the mirror. He tore his gaze from hers and checked for anyone else. After he confirmed they were alone, he locked the door. Sonny turned. Mascara bled down her cheeks. "Mickey!" "Shut up!" He took 2 steps. "Just shut up!" Palming the back of her head, he smashed his lips to hers. She clawed his shirt, pulling him closer, their tongues desperate to reunite. He didn't let her go. He couldn't, not even when her soft moans turned into sobs. Sonny belonged to him. If he had to kiss the life out of her to prove it, to remind her, he would. Stop! Sonny fought to push him away. "I can't!" She wiped her hands over her black-stained cheeks. "I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I messed up. I should have stayed, but I'm here now and I'm not going back." She shook her head. "It doesn't matter. It's too late." He cradled her face, bending down a breath away from her lips. "Bullshit. It's not too late. How? How are you even with him? When did this happen?" "A few days short of 6 months ago," she said, her tone bitter, her words daggers to his heart. "I woke up alone. I pulled out the picture of you I kept under my pillow and I said, 'Fuck you, Mickey,' as I tore it to pieces, the way you did to my heart. That night I met Grant at the hotel bar." He closed his eyes, resting his forehead on hers. "I'm so fucking sorry. I'll do whatever it takes to make this right. I'll spend the rest of my life proving how much I love you. You belong to me. I belong to you. It's us. You said it yourself." "It's too late." He rolled his forehead against hers. "No, it's never too late." "It is." "I love you, Sonny. I'll love you forever, just." She rested her hands on his. Curling her fingers into his, she peeled them from her cheeks, pulling back just enough to meet his eyes. "Mickey, I'll love you forever, too." A spark of hope ignited in his chest, bringing his heart back from the dead.
But it's too late. Sonny, stop saying I'm pregnant. Night. She wouldn't have married my father had she not been pregnant. Knox shrugged. I know that's not what you want to believe, but I had to believe it. It's the only thing that kept me from swallowing the bullet of a .45 caliber. So that's it. She was pregnant with me and Jude. She chose my father because you chose your career. You took the job with the DEA and worked side by side with the man who took your life. Isn't life a cruel bitch? That it is, he smirked. The truth, love is forever, yet waits for no one. He had her hand in marriage and her babies, but I had her heart, always. Is that why you raped her daughter? Before Jude channeled his natural-born killer instinct, he was her, all her. But you were both. Not just in the way you look, but your personality. It's your dad one day and your mom the next. It's just always been a constant reminder that they shared something that should have been mine. She was supposed to have my babies. He laughed. I fucking hated you for showing weakness. It was your mother's compassion showing through. He shook his head. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to see her in you, because she was my greatest weakness. Jillian closed her eyes. His words stole her past, leaving a void. Maybe it was better to feel nothing about everything than to harbor the anger. Something changed. You treated me like shit during my training, but what you did after the kidnapping, that was different. That was so much more. Why? Jillian, Jessica, needed to make sense of something. Knox's story crushed her in so many ways. She stayed. He closed his eyes. Jillian hated the door he opened, the one that made her see him as a human, a man in love with a woman, a broken soul. She knew that feeling. That wasn't allowed. There could be no empathy for the man who raped her. Life was a cruel bitch because, in that moment, a grain of sand on the beach part of her heart felt something for the monster, and it wasn't hate. Maybe only another monster, who had done some horrifically regrettable things too, could feel it. Chapter 33. Jackson survived the trip to San Francisco without hearing a word from Luke. It gave him time to contemplate the identity of the man who would step off the plane. As the moist air dampened his lungs upon exiting the airport, he realized the duality no longer existed. The line between his past and present disappeared. Jackson was Jude, and Jude was Jackson. If you want to go home, I have a few errands to run. I can pick you up later. Luke squinted. Don't give me that shit. If you end up dead, don't blame me. I'll keep that in mind when I'm dead. They took a series of buses weaving them through the city, then walked for several blocks. What is this? Luke asked. It's where I hide my bones. Jackson tipped over an old bench and dug into the brush and dirt atop a hill in Golden Gate Park. Bones? It's a dog reference since I'm digging in the dirt. You have a dog, so I thought you'd get it. Apparently not. If you need money, nope. Jackson kept digging. A tracking device for Jess? He grinned. So, you think she needs one too? Well, that's something we agree on. No, I'm just trying to figure out why the hell you're digging for bones when we need to find out where they've taken her. I know where she's at. What? Jackson clenched his fingers around a strap and tugged, unearthing a duffel bag. Answer me. Where? How do you know? He wiped the caked-on mud off the bag. When we landed, I received a text. Well, why the hell didn't you say something? What did the text say? Nothing. You received a text that said nothing? That doesn't make sense. It was an image. Jackson refilled the hole and returned the bench to its original spot. Well, show me the fucking image. No. He pulled himself up and sat on the bench, dusting off his pants. No. Did you just tell me no? Jackson glanced up and sighed. The weight of the image nearly broke him, and he was unbreakable. It would destroy Luke. I think you should let me handle this. Preston, the man I killed, I saw the shock on your face. I tasted your disgust. And that was a simple case of taking out the trash. But you felt sorry for him. It was very humane of you. Luke fisted the collar of Jackson's shirt and pulled him close. Listen to me, he gritted. I don't know what you think you tasted, but it wasn't disgust. That wife-beating asshole got what he deserved. But I don't want to talk about him. I want you to show me the goddamn picture. No. Jackson silently applauded Luke's ballsiness, even if it was futile. If she dies, it's on you, asshole. Jackson clenched his teeth. How do you figure? You killed AJ. You let her leave alone, and then you failed to ask the right questions to the right people. But we don't have time to argue about how I feel about you, so just show me the fucking picture. Grabbing the bag, he stood, keeping his eyes fixed to Luke's, daring him to blink. He pulled out his phone and clicked on the screen, holding it 6 inches from Luke's face. The life drained from his face and his eyes as he swallowed back what had to be the contents of his stomach. It was the humane reaction. But he had to give him credit. He didn't blink, not even a flinch. Luke couldn't breathe. Anger was a normal human emotion, but what he felt went beyond anger. He wanted to kill. It hurt less when she was dead. Seeing her naked, emaciated, bound, bruised, and bleeding, it was beyond his worst imaginable nightmare. If her sunken eyes hadn't been focused on the camera, he wouldn't have believed she was alive. Go home. I'm going to get her. She lives or nobody lives. I'm going. Jackson chuckled, hoisting the bag over his shoulder and walking away from Luke. You are. Of that I'm certain, just not with me. When you see her, don't mention my name. Wait. His legs came back to life. Go straight home, Jones, and when you get there, don't fight it. They're going to take you, and you're going to let them. They're waiting for you, I'm certain of it. What do you mean, don't? By the time he made it to the rotted-out railroad tie steps, Jackson was gone. He vanished, not leaving a footprint or swaying leaf in his wake. The enigmatic personality of Jessica's brother left little room for trust, but she did. She trusted him with her life. If he couldn't trust Jude, he had to trust Jessica and listen to the whisper of her voice in his head, telling him to go straight home. Home became the proverbial lion's den, but he rushed there just the same. His need to get to Jessica trumped all other emotions, all sense of self-preservation. He typed in his elevator code 3 times. It didn't make the doors open any quicker, but it did garner a few prolonged stares from the people waiting behind him. He stepped into the elevator and waited with teetering patience for the other people to select their floors. Dr. Jones, haven't seen you in a while. Kim, a former patient who moved into the building shortly after he did, batted her fake lashes at him as she flipped her curly black locks over her shoulder. Been busy. He tapped his foot, watching the red numbers climb like a train, making a grueling vertical ascent up a mountain. You seeing anyone? His gaze flicked to hers as his agitation fought to stay hidden. She had no way of knowing he wasn't certain he'd be alive in 24 hours, much less able to schedule a date with a former patient. Did she know how unethical it was anyway? Did he? I am. Oh, okay.
She smiled and waved as the doors opened to her floor. The next floor was his. He played out every scenario in his head. Someone waited in his apartment. There was no way to prepare to be kidnapped. That's what Jude meant. It had to be. He wanted to kill them. How could he submit to someone he wanted to kill? He took a deep breath as the doors opened. His neighbor who lived across the hall exited first. The couple next to him stepped back to let him out, or so he thought. "This isn't your floor, Dr. Jones." The man, wearing a baseball cap low to his face, shoved the head of a gun into Luke's back, tapping on his kidney. The woman in a pink hoodie and sunglasses sprayed a white foaming substance on the security camera, then stepped behind Luke, opposite of the man. "Sweet dreams, Dr. Jones." The upsides to being part of Gale were few, but the corrupt side that had infiltrated the humanitarian efforts over the years offered deep pockets filled with drug money. No amount of checks and balances kept any official or unofficial organization free from justifiable theft. Some of the vehicles sat in there for over a decade, never being liquidated to feed the homeless or serve any other type of Robin Hood altruism. On that particular day, Jackson gave thanks for the warehouse in Oakland and the security code to get inside, where he had his choice of vehicles confiscated from deceased drug lords and their circle of thugs. Jillian would have spent forever deciding which one to take, spewing off useless statistics about 0 to 60 acceleration and engine size. Jackson jumped in the first one he came to, hot-wired it, and sped out of the building. She would give him crap about the black Escalade and how only pimps drove black Escalades. At least, he hoped she'd give him crap about it. The other alternative was too unbearable to consider. The fucking dog food. Had he not seen it in the corner of the picture Jillian's captor sent him, he wouldn't have known her location. 4 died, and so did Trigger. Someone had a sadistic sense of humor. Whoever had her knew about her past and how torturous it would be to take her back to that tiny basement in San Diego. It all clicked, including the message about not being late. It was someone who knew he waited for his father before going to rescue Jessica and Claire. Those few hours cost Claire her life and Jessica her sanity. Jude was used to attacking with the element of surprise. Jackson didn't have that. They knew he was on his way. It was possible that he'd been followed, but not a guarantee. He'd mazed his way through San Francisco, including a trip to Walmart where he bleached his hair blonde and changed his clothes in the bathroom, making sure all his tattoos were covered. He didn't have the luxury of time, maybe hours or even a day, but nothing beyond that. Waiting was as much of a gamble as ransacking the joint with guns loaded. A few blocks from Ground Zero, he stopped for fuel, several containers of gasoline, and a case of Red Bull. The blackout-tinted windows allowed him privacy in his parking spot under a tree, 1 street over from the old shack, but still allowing him to have eyes on anyone coming and going from the single-car detached garage or front door. After the sun set, he painted all his exposed skin black and emptied the duffel bag arsenal of guns, grenades, and knives on the seat next to him, taking his time to organize them one at a time in his weapons vest and belt. Then he waited for a sign. The end was imminent. Jillian didn't know what the end would be, but she felt it approaching in Irene's constant checking up on them and her nervous demeanor that required constant puffs from her inhaler. How did you end up marrying her? The corners of Knox's mouth turned up a fraction. It was a marriage of convenience, just short of being an actual arranged marriage. Edgar tired of watching me spiral downhill over the years, pining after a woman I would never have. He knew I had 2 addictions, Sunny and power, so he fed the latter. His loss led to the creation of Gale, but my knowledge, connections, and ability to command is what made it what it is today. Corrupt. Effective.
How did he know about you and my mom? Love is reckless. We were reckless. The addiction went both ways, like needing just one hit of nicotine. It would have been easier had I not taken the job with Grant. But I did, and that kept Sunny in my life. It kept our paths crossing. It was never sex, just years dotted with stolen moments, like that night in the ladies' room. Holiday and birthday parties, picnics. It was the most necessary torture. I lived for just one kiss, just one whisper of love. Edgar witnessed one of those reckless, stolen moments. He didn't tell Grant, but from that moment forward, he was determined to make sure it never happened again. Irene was a gift of sorts, a promise that someday I would control Gale. Our skills complemented each other. He laughed. How's that for love? She was smart, but insecure. All I had to do was smile, and she willingly said yes to anything. She began to feel restless with the job Edgar gave her. What she didn't understand was that no one left Gale, at least not voluntarily and not usually alive. He needed her controlled, and who better to do it than the ultimate control freak? I married her. I tamed her. And then? And then she found letters I wrote to Sunny but never sent. Why didn't you send them? I wrote them after she married your father. I valued my life too much to send them. Anyway, Edgar assured Irene I wasn't having an affair. Of course she didn't believe him, so she had me followed for months. I didn't get anywhere near Sunny, but those letters, they wrecked Irene. Edgar insisted she be evaluated for mental stability. You know better than anyone that Gale can't risk its members suffering from any sort of mental illness. They recommended she take an antidepressant. She didn't do so well on it. Her paranoia just got worse. But it was justified, so it wasn't really paranoia. He nodded. But Edgar and I were the only ones who knew it. So, you had her committed? No, Edgar wouldn't do that. He thought we needed her. She was good at what she did. We managed her the best we could, for years. But the only thing more unpredictable, more destructive than Irene was Sunny and Mickey. I waited 17 years to be with the woman I'd loved my whole life. 17 years. I watched her raise a family with another man, but never once did my love for her waver. After someone close to her saw us kissing, she decided to tell Grant about us. She told him she was going to leave him after you and Jude started college. No, it was true. For a breath of time, it was true. Grant and I had it out, nearly killed each other over one woman. I hated him for taking the family that should have been mine, and he hated me for taking her heart. In the end, neither of us won. You were kidnapped and on the verge of never being the same again, so she stayed for you. She chose him over me. She chose you over me. She completely broke us. Grant and Sunny Day stayed together for their daughter. Of course her mom defended Kathy's affair. She'd had her own affair. It didn't matter that it wasn't sex. In some ways, it would be more forgivable had it just been her body. But it wasn't. Her mother gave her heart, her true love, to Knox, not her father. She gave Grant 2 children, a home, and time. Wasted time. You hated her. I loved her. You raped me after she decided to stay with him. For me. You hated her. Knox stared at the floor, or the past, or maybe into the void in his heart that used to house his soul. Jillian's words caused him pain. She could see it. He deserved it. The creak of the door at the top of the stairs brought them out of the past.
Irene probably heard everything and was ready to add her take on the unfolding of history. "Everyone decent?" she called from the top of the stairs, punctuating her question with a cackle. "Of course you're not. Oh, well, it's time to welcome our prestigious guest." Jillian held her breath, not sure if she would ever breathe again. "Look at me," Knox said through gritted teeth. Gone was the scorned lover. He was all commanding. "Don't you fucking lose it. What she's going to do will hurt worse than anything I ever did to you. Do you understand?" The first time, they got to see Irene's accomplices as they escorted a new prisoner down the stairs. She didn't recognize them. Maybe because she wasn't looking at them. Chapter 34. Their eyes locked. His eyelids, heavy from being drugged, didn't hide the pain. She'd only seen that look once before. It was when she told him about the rape. Even the man whose superpower was masking his reaction had his breaking point, his kryptonite. Luke's was Jessica. "Set him there." Irene nodded toward Knox. "It will be easier to play truth or dare if they can make eye contact. Besides, she's been pissing herself longer. No need to subject anyone to that." Irene wanted to humiliate her. Jillian didn't need a mirror to know that she had never looked or smelled worse. That certainty, mixed with the probability that Luke hated her for leaving him, was too much to bear. Her gaze drifted to the bow and arrows on the table. Maybe Irene would extend some godly mercy and put Jillian out of her misery. "Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. I'll be back in the morning." Creak. Thunk. The door closed, leaving a painful silence. Jillian never noticed it with Knox. They talked. They didn't talk. It made no difference. Had it not been for her mom, there wouldn't have been anything to say. But with Luke, there was everything to say. She felt both of their gazes on her. Every second that passed without either one of them saying a word was a gift. Maybe they would both just go to sleep, and maybe, just maybe, her body would surrender to death in the middle of the night. "Jessica, look at me." Luke made the first stab to her heart. Just the sound of his broken voice brought her one breath closer to death. She didn't look at Luke. Her gaze moved to Knox. Hell had officially risen to meet her. It was the only explanation for her finding courage from her enemy to look at the man who had unequivocally loved her. Knox didn't say anything. No, "Keep your shit together," or "Don't let her break you." Instead, he closed his eyes and rested his head against the wall. A proverbial leaving the room. "I have to know." That voice. She drew in a shallow breath, all her lungs would allow. Then she gave him her eyes. It hurt so bad. "Were you pregnant?" "Luke," she whispered, her face contorted with pain from that one forgotten detail. "How did you—" "The receipt to the pregnancy test was in your purse. God, please just tell me." The downside to dying without a moment's notice was all the unfinished details. The half carton of milk in the refrigerator, the unclaimed dry cleaning, and the unshared pregnancy test results. Day. Lake lost her leg. A week after the accident, just like the doctor predicted, infection took over, threatening her life. It was awful, but it paled in comparison to the real concern. She'd been in a coma since the accident. The Jones family rallied. It was all they knew. Tom and Felicity refused to leave the hospital until she came out of her coma, so their other children took turns staying in Tahoe,
to keep the B&Bs up and running. Luke went back to work half days and spent the other half at the hospital. On a good day, he managed to convince his parents to go back to his place for a shower and a decent meal. Jessica did what she did best, gave of herself unconditionally. She couldn't cook, but she could order food, deliver it, hold hands, get coffee, share hugs, and listen to their deepest fears while reassuring them that Lake would come back to them. Both she and Luke devoted their non-working hours to his family. The almost wedding never came up, partly because it didn't matter in the light of a life-and-death situation, and partly because they saw little of each other. Usually one or the other would stay at the hospital to be there for his parents, who seemed to be losing hope a little more each day. Liam and Laura came for 2 days and stayed at a hotel a block from the hospital. Jessica suspected Felicity made the suggestion because shortly after they arrived, his parents insisted she and Luke take a couple days for themselves. They drove home in silence. It had become the norm. There wasn't much to say about the unimaginable. "I'm going to shower," Luke said as soon as they walked through the doorway to the bedroom. His voice was filled with defeat. He paused in front of the closet where her wedding dress hung from the door. A few moments later, his shoulders and head sagged as he continued to the bathroom. She wanted to follow him. She wanted to touch him. She wanted to make the past week disappear, even if just for one night. But the tragic situation left her just as confused and paralyzed as everyone else, just going through the motions of life. The problem was, at the moment, she didn't know what those motions were. The dress. She had to get rid of the dress. Grabbing it, she took it into the spare bedroom and shoved it in the closet. When she returned, Luke was out of the shower, towel around his waist, bent over the sink brushing his teeth. Jessica walked into the closet and slid out of her jeans, then pulled off her shirt. As she reached behind to unfasten her bra, his hands met hers. She stilled, feeling the heat of his body behind her. Luke pinched the straps, unhooking her bra. His lips brushed her shoulder. Her eyes leadened from his touch. She relaxed her arms, letting her bra fall to the floor. "Beautiful," he whispered over her skin as his hand slid along her waist, up her ribs, stopping on her breasts. Her breath quickened, desperate for more of his touch. It was gentle, too gentle. Covering his hands with hers, she squeezed until he followed her lead. "Yes," she moaned, arching her back into his touch. "Harder." He squeezed and tugged her breasts harder. "Oh, God, yes." His right hand slid down her stomach, making her ragged breaths come quicker. The numbness of the previous week vanished under his touch. A pulsing pain, need, converged between her legs. "Tell me you want me." Her eyes rolled back in her head as his hand slid under her panties. The pad of his finger brushed over her clitoris. "I want you." "Tell me you need me." He slid his finger a little further, teasing her slick entrance. "I need you so bad." Biting her shoulder, he slid his finger all the way in as she moaned. A breath later, his hand disappeared, leaving her feeling wobbly and drunk with need. She turned toward him and took his hand, guiding it to his mouth. He sucked her arousal from his finger, then she pulled it from his mouth and wrapped her lips around it. His blue eyes faded to black as she sucked his finger. With a simple tug, she pulled the towel from his waist. Pressing her palms to his bare chest, she walked forward as he retreated a step at a time until the back of his legs hit the bed. The moment she wrapped her hand around his erection, he kissed her. It wasn't soft or patient. It was angry and laced with pain. He pulled her onto the bed and rolled on top of her. His mouth assaulted hers, and she welcomed the raw need. The only thing she wanted her broken shell of a man to do was control her, because he needed it. She saw it in his eyes. Lake's accident robbed everyone of their sense of control. In the midst of their fucked-up world, she could give him this even if it would be gone in the morning. Luke pinned her wrists above her head with one hand and shoved her right knee toward her chest as he sank into her. Then he fucked her. Fucked the world. Fucked the unfairness of life. Amid all the anger, the physical need, and blinding emotions, he made love to her. It's the only way he knew how to be with her. Complete, unconditional, earth-shattering love. When it was over, he collapsed onto her, buried his face into her neck, and he cried. Control never lasted. Eventually, the illusion of time, the pull of gravity, and catastrophic events reminded everyone of their mortality and their utter insignificance in the great big world. Life was nothing more than one long blink. Here today, gone tomorrow. I can't do this. Jessica opened her eyes, unable to remember when he stopped crying. Her mind shut out the rest of the world, and her body became a safe harbor for Luke to let go of everything. What can't you do? He rolled to his side, taking her with him. At some point, his touch became an extension of her own flesh. I can't watch her die. His soul bled into his red eyes. Her hands clenched his hair like his words did to her heart. Then don't. She released his hair and traced the lines of his face as he closed his eyes. Watch her live. He opened his eyes, brows drawn tightly. She's strong, so much stronger than anyone can imagine. I know you and your family don't see it, but I do. I recognize that strength. I know you think I'm a fighter, but I'm nothing compared to her. She's healing. Just be patient and let her body heal. When she wakes up, you'll be here to help heal her heart. It's going to break her. Jessica shook her head. Ben's death and her leg, it will crush her, but it won't completely break her. You won't let that happen. She kissed him. And if I'm wrong, if it breaks her, we'll love every single piece of her. He smiled. Those were my words to you. You have a way with words. I have a way with you. Jessica shoved him onto his back, covering his body with hers. Capturing his bottom lip, she dragged it through her teeth, bearing a sly grin. They'd come so far she'd slit her wrists before drawing a drop of blood from his beautiful skin. I don't want you to have a way with me. She sat up, and so did he. Lifting her hips, she inched onto him, both of their breaths catching, waiting, begging time to stop. I want you to have your way with me. And he did. They banned all clothing and interaction with the outside world for the rest of the weekend, with the exception of Luke's phone, which they agreed he would only answer if it was his family calling. But they never called. Lake's condition didn't change over the next 2 weeks. Jessica believed with everything inside her that Lake would live. Luke took her optimism and fed it to his parents every day, just enough to keep them going. They needed him, his medical background, his patience, and his reassurance. He became their lifeline. Although Jessica missed the them they had for one amazing weekend, she knew his family needed him. Early on a Friday morning, she drummed her fingers on the keys of her computer at work without actually pressing any of them. Between the almost wedding and Lake's accident, she'd fallen behind with work. Her concentration was
non-existent, and the fact that it was Friday made it even more difficult to feel motivated. Her impatient tapping brought up her calendar. She sighed at all the appointments and dates that led up to the wedding. The following weekend was blocked out for Honeymoon Inn because Luke wanted to surprise her. She never did ask where he'd planned on taking her. It didn't matter. She stared at her P day. H days were for hair appointments, C days were for teaching self-defense classes, V days were for taking Jones to the vet. But P day was the start of her period, which according to her calendar was 10 days late. Shit. Having children with Luke was high on her life's priorities, but the timing was all wrong. She wanted to share that kind of news when he could jump up and down, squealing like a little girl. That would never happen, but the visual brought a smile to her face, and that smile felt good. Bugging out of work early, Jessica stopped by the drugstore for a pregnancy test. If it was positive, she wasn't going to tell Luke until Lake came out of her coma. If it was negative, she wasn't going to tell him at all. That's why she took the test, all 3 of them, in the bathroom at the drugstore. No evidence needed to go home with her. P, wait. P, wait. P, wait. No more P. No more tests. She waited. Chapter 35. Night. They were all negative. Luke blinked, diverting his gaze away from hers. She couldn't read him. Disappointment? Relief? I would not have left with your child. I wouldn't have taken something like that away from you. But you did. She flinched. Another stab to her heart. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound that way. I deserve it. You don't. I left, but more than that, I left you behind. I didn't have to. I chose to. I understand. I don't want you to understand. Anger flared in her words, sending tears of regret down her face. I don't want your compassion. I don't want your forgiveness. I don't want your... She bit her lips together. My what? My love? She nodded, squeezing her eyes shut. That's not your choice. It's mine. Don't ever ask me to not love you. I'm so tired, she whispered, keeping her eyes closed. Jess. His voice cracked. More tears found their way out. I need you to live. I'm already dead. You know that. I saw you at my funeral. Day. 3 negative tests. In spite of the timing being all wrong, a pang of disappointment settled in Jessica's heart. It was ridiculous, since they weren't trying to get pregnant. She called him anyway, but it went to voicemail. Just the sound of his voice took away some of the sadness. Hey, babe, I'm on my way home. Work feels like too much work. She laughed. Just wanted to hear your voice. I guess your stuffy recording will have to suffice. Just a little blue today. Call me if you want me to meet you at the hospital later. Love you. She stuck her key in the door, but it was unlocked. Easing it open, she breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting Jude. I wasn't aware you had a key. She closed the door and kissed Jones on the head. What's up with the stony expression? Who died? Your parents, Knox said, stepping into view. What? Their joke was cruel and not welcomed after her shitty day. Jess. Jude moved toward her, tears pooling in his eyes. Her life slowed, digging its heels into the ground like she could change the direction of fate before the official impact.
Knox's mouth moved. She heard nothing but the thundering echo of her heart, the pounding of doom. No, no, no! She collapsed into Jude's arms. It was too much. Claire, Ben, Lake, her parents. No one could endure so much tragedy. It wasn't fair. We have to go. Go? You know the drill. I'm sorry. You have to make a decision and make it fast. She pulled away from Jude, glaring at Knox. A decision? Dad didn't show up to work today. Knox found them at home. Someone shot them. No, stop talking. You're next. This life is over, Knox said. She shook her head. Jude grabbed her face. Look at me. Jessica didn't want to look at him. She didn't want to see him pretend to be strong. He had as many tears running down his face as she did. This is what Dad trained us to do. They trained us to defend, to stay alive. No. Yes, it's over. We have to leave. Fin de journée. Their dad spoke fluent French, thanks to his French mother. He made it seem like a vacation. He joked about moving to Paris if they ever had to flee for their safety. Their temporary life, a side effect of his job. After Gail Brighton died, everything and everyone became temporary. Luke. He can come, but he will be dead in his family's eyes. Knox didn't look at her. He seemed to be dealing with his own emotions, a rare side to him that she'd never seen before. Maybe because he was too busy being a monster. What? No, I can't. Lake is in a coma. It would kill his parents. They're barely hanging on right now. Just you, then? No, I can't leave him. He's my... A sob ripped from her chest, obliterating her heart. He's my everything. Knox looked at his watch. Every second we wait puts you one step closer to death. Choose, Jess. Jude, I can't. Please don't. She fisted his shirt. Don't ask me to do this. I can't. You can. You have to. If you stay, you'll die, and he and his family could too. I won't let you stay. I'll fucking drag your ass out of here before I'll let you stay. I have to say goodbye. I have to leave him a note. I have to. Knox grabbed her purse and tossed it on the counter. You walk away with the clothes on your back. That's it. Let's go. Jude wrapped his arm around her, leading her to the door. She turned, tearing out of his hold, and hugged Jones. I love you. Tell Daddy I love him too. Take care of him, Jones. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Tell him I'm so very sorry. Jessica took one last look around. I feel numb, lifeless, dead. You'll be dead by morning. Knox led the way. Jessica followed, resisting temptation to look back. She could never look back again. Night. Why suicide? Jillian looked at Knox, his eyes shut, jaw slack. It was the only way. 2 unrelated murders would have raised too much suspicion. Suicide confirmed by a paid-off coroner was believable. Tragic, but believable. She coughed. Jesus, Jess. Luke homed in on the light splattering of blood that landed on her legs. My throat is raw. No more talking. She closed her eyes, swallowing the metallic taste back down. He said no more, at least not in the dungeon. It didn't take long for her dreams to play. The closer she came to dying, the more vivid her dreams became. In her dreams, he spoke to her with love. It was Jones standing guard over the most precious little baby cooing in a white crib. Luke's smile reached his ears. His lips mouthed, "I've never been so happy." The camera in her dream panned out, but the person standing on the other side of the crib wasn't Jessica. It was the completely put-together woman Jessica always knew he'd end up with, the one he deserved. Her hands were snow white. Not a drop of blood had they ever taken from another human. "Oh my, this is not good. Jessica, God damn it, stop it." Irene, Luke. Her eyes fought to open. Her teeth chattered. Voices echoed. Jillian was tired or dead. "Is it over? Am I dead?" she whispered. She imagined a light. People talked about a light. Maybe there wasn't a light where she was going. "There she is!" Irene's fucked-up face came to focus first. In her hands was an empty 5-gallon bucket. "I fear we're losing you. 5 gallons of ice water on your naked body and not so much as a flinch. Leave her the fuck alone." "Luke, I'm here, baby. She's fine." Knox, "She's not fine." "Baby?" Irene cackled. "I'm pretty sure once you decided to fuck your sister's physical therapist, you lost the right to call her baby. What was her name? Charlie?" "Shut up, Irene." She glared at Knox. "Tape his mouth shut. It's not his turn to speak." The guy in the baseball cap placed duct tape over Knox's mouth. Knox gave him the "you will die" look. Jessica had seen it many times before. "Now, where were we? Oh, yes. I think we were talking about Charlie." Jillian met Luke's eyes. She hated the guilt in them. "It just so happens I have some pictures of her." Irene opened one of 3 large envelopes that sat on the table. She held up a photo of a woman with dark, chin-length hair and blue eyes. "She's quite attractive, wouldn't you agree?" Jillian stared at the photo, but didn't say anything. "I asked you a question. Do you need incentive to answer?" Irene nodded at her sidekick. He pulled out a long knife, but not just any knife. It was identical to the 1-4 used on Claire. He took a step toward Luke. "She's stunning," Jillian answered, looking at Luke. His face tensed with pain. Irene gave the cutter a nod, and he stepped away from Luke. "What about this one?" She held up a photo of Luke and Charlie holding hands while taking Jones for a walk. They were both smiling. "How does he look?" Jillian watched the guy with the knife. His hand squeezed the handle. "Happy," Jillian said. "One rule. Luke lives." "He does, doesn't he? How do you think he looks here?" She held up a photo of Luke kissing Charlie by the pier, his hands tangled in her hair, hers fisting the back of his shirt. "Answer me." "Hungry." Luke wouldn't look at her. It pissed her off. He had no reason to feel guilty, but the look on his face fed Irene's desire to continue with her mindfuck games. "Hungry? I like that. I'd say from how far his tongue is in her mouth that he's starving. Were you starving Dr. Jones? Did your mouth devour every inch of her body? I didn't fuck her. Irene nodded to Cutter Guy, but he didn't move toward Luke. He came at Jillian. No, stop. Luke's eyes widened, his body wriggling against the restraints. Jillian looked only at Luke. She didn't flinch, not even a blink, as the sharp tip of the knife pierced her skin on the swell of her breast. Blood oozed from the 1-inch cut. Luke squeezed his eyes shut, twisting his neck to the side. She needed him to stay focused on her. She needed him to know that she was okay. The pain was hers to take, and if it meant saving him, she could take absolutely anything. Dr. Jones, clearly you're new to this game, and not as experienced as Jessica, Jillian, whatever the hell you want to call her. Let's review the rules. Don't speak unless spoken to. Answer only the question asked, and be honest. Irene tisked. If you don't master the rules soon, I fear your baby won't last long. Understood? He nodded. I can't hear you. The cutter stepped toward Jillian again. Yes. That's better. Now, sadly, I don't have any more photos of you and Charlie, but I do believe she flew out to Houston to be with you. Am I right? Yes. Now you're getting the hang of it. Next question. I know my dear ex-husband spoiled your plans, but if my sources were correct, she was on her way to the hotel where you were staying. True? Yes, he answered through gritted teeth. Were you two going to share a room? He did it again. He diverted his eyes. Jillian silently begged him to not look away, to not give Irene any more control. Yes. And were you going to fuck her? Tears filled his eyes. Jillian didn't want him to answer. Not for her, for him. She'd let them cut her 44 times if necessary to take away Luke's pain. Look at her when you say it. It's the only way she'll know you're telling her the truth. He met Jillian's eyes. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Yes. Irene faced Jillian. How does that make you feel? And don't lie. I'll know if you're lying. She searched Luke's eyes for something more than pain and regret, but that's all she could see. Empathetic. Silence settled over the room as Irene studied Jillian. Her eyes narrowed, lips twisted. I can see that. She turned and grabbed the other 2 envelopes, one in each hand, as if she couldn't decide which one to open next. Knox, sweetie pie, you're next. He grunted as the guy tore the tape from his mouth. I know you taught physical torture techniques used to acquire information from less than cooperative people, but I've never found them to be near as effective as psychological torture. Physical scars heal, emotional ones don't. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Jones? Luke glared at her. That's fine. Don't answer that now. We'll revisit it later. She opened the envelope. I had some stills taken from the video footage of the private training session you had with Jessica after her kidnapping. Irene. Knox. She leveled him with a stern glare. First Sunny, and then Jessica. You could have just hit me, or cut me, or physically done anything to me, and I would have recovered. Those wounds would have healed, but instead, you treated me like a whore not worthy of your time, your attention, your love. And then you snuck around with a married woman. Do you know how humiliating that was for me? How torturous that was for me? And then this. She pulled out several large black and white photos and tossed them on the floor so everyone could see them. Luke closed his eyes. Knox and Jillian did not. They were there. She wasn't showing them anything new. Sonny rejects you, so what? You fuck her daughter? How did that work out for you? Oh yeah, you left on a gurney. And you. She shifted her attention to Jessica. If he raped you, then why didn't you tell anyone? Is it because it wasn't rape? Is it because it was consensual? I watched the tape over and over, and I saw what the two of you did to each other. I think you'd have a hard time convincing anyone that it wasn't some BDSM fetish the two of you have. She bent down and grabbed one of the photos, then fisted Luke's hair, jerking his head back until he opened his eyes. See this? Count yourself lucky that you dodged this bullet. You just about married one sick bitch. Jillian glared at Knox. One rule. Luke lives. She didn't want a single hair on his head injured, and it infuriated her to see Knox sit there and allow Irene to touch Luke. She would have lunged at her, intent on further mangling her nose or sinking her teeth into Irene's carotid. Knox just sat there. This is upsetting. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Jones? Could you really blame this man's wife, me, for completely losing it after seeing this video? Look at you. I can see it in your eyes. You want to fucking tear him apart. Does that make you a crazy person? You blew up my house. Shut up! You cheated on me. I read the letters you wrote to Sonny. I saw this video. She shoved the photo in Knox's face. You brought me to my knees. You made me crazy. You and fucking Edgar drugged me, thinking I just needed an antidepressant to chill out about you and your goddamn wandering dick. Then you sent me to a mental institution for 5 long years. No visits, just divorce papers. She stepped back, her face taking on a bluish cast as she fumbled through the stuff on the table for her inhaler. The man with the knife rested a hand on her shoulder. I'm fine, she whispered after taking a puff. I need some air. He helped her up the stairs, leaving photos of Knox raping Jessica scattered on the floor. If we make it out of here, I will kill you. Knox chuckled at Luke's threat. Get in line, buddy. Chapter 36. Jackson's phone lit up. He was seconds away from raining hell down on that shithole of a house. After seeing Luke bound and escorted inside the night before, he decided to wait until morning for a text and go in if they didn't send one. A, B, or C? Fucking amateurs, he mumbled. D, E, or F-U, he typed back. A it is then. That's all he needed to sit back and wait a little longer. He wanted a better sign than letters in the alphabet. Luke would buy him time. Whoever had them was not affiliated with their parents' murder. Drug lords didn't have the time or patience to play games. Bullet, head, done. He assembled his long-range sniper rifle.
Next, he ordered a pizza, cracked the window, and waited. 40 minutes later, his pizza arrived. Jackson paid for the pizza over the phone and left very specific instructions to set the pizza on the porch, ring the doorbell, and leave immediately. To his surprise, the guy did exactly as he requested. Just as the delivery guy got back in his car, a woman came to the door. She tried to wave the delivery guy down, but he had already pulled away from the curb. Jackson looked through his scope. He didn't recognize the woman, but with her pink hood pulled over her head and large sunglasses hiding most of her face, it would have been impossible for anyone to recognize her. However, her build was not Jessica's, and that's all that mattered. He pulled the trigger, and she went down. Un-fucking-believable. Through his scope, he watched 3 cars pass by. One slowed in front of the house but then kept going. No wonder 4 picked this neighborhood. A woman shot in the head, sprawled across the front porch steps, drew no more attention than a flattened squirrel in the street. A few moments later, an arm reached out the door and grabbed her leg. Someone, fractionally smarter than the corpse, took cover while dragging the body back inside. Confirmation, there were at least 2 involved. Once again, it was time to wait.
She blew up your house?
Knox laughed. Luke didn't. He said nothing and looked at no one. Jillian wanted to say something to ease his mind, but she knew the worst was yet to come. That 3rd envelope was hers. It had to be. There was little doubt that whatever was in it would destroy Luke forever. AJ would destroy Luke forever.
Yes, it didn't make the news. Edgar made sure of it. But it was all we needed to put her away, at least for a while. Where were you?
He chuckled.
In the house. My office was in the basement. Irene didn't realize my office was also the bomb shelter. I fucking crapped my pants, but other than knocking over a gun cabinet and a few things on my desk, I walked away unscathed. You should have seen the look on her face when I showed up at Gale. The first words out of her mouth were, "What are you doing here?" Code for, "How the hell are you still alive?" Had we lived in town, she would have leveled 3 blocks. It was pretty amazing she didn't trigger San Andreas.
Okay, kids, change of plans. Irene marched down the stairs, her composure back intact. Brother Dearest doesn't want to join the party, so let's just get on with things. I'll deal with him later. Jackson was close. Jillian knew it. Irene picked up the remaining envelope while Cutter Guy cleaned Jillian's blood from the tip of his knife. What's in the envelope, Dr. Jones? She waved it in front of Luke. And bear in mind, I don't like asking more than once.
Pictures,
Luke said. Yes, of course. But of whom?
Jessica.
Irene tisked a few times. Now, I think someone with your background would realize how dangerous it is for you to think of her as Jessica. I think you will need to think of her as Jillian. She brushed away a few strands of hair from Luke's forehead. You feel guilty about Charlie, don't you? He glanced up, meeting Jillian's eyes. Well, there really is no need. I can assure you, Dr. Jones, you've been a Boy Scout compared to your whore of an ex-fiancé. With the toe of her boot, she slid one of the photos on the floor closer to Luke. It made him furious with Knox, but he was about to see something that would make him furious with Jillian. She felt it in her gut. Who is this? She asked Luke. He stared at the photo of AJ in uniform, hand to his temple, saluting someone. Jillian hadn't seen it before, but just the image of him took her breath away. Luke shifted his gaze to her.
Eric, I assume.
Jillian nodded like a silent introduction between her ex-lover and her dead lover. How messed up is it that she gravitated towards someone in uniform after her experience with Edwin Harvey, just on a scale of 1 to 10.
Irene lost her name. She was straight-up psycho bitch again. Luke sighed. 5. Jillian narrowed her eyes a fraction. It stung that he thought it was messed up at all. It hurt that he didn't trust her judgment.
I would have said 10, but whatever.
She pulled out another picture. Knox smirked, maybe at Irene, or maybe at the absurdity of the whole situation.
Oh, this is one of my personal favorites.
It was Jillian getting the mail in her red boots, panties, and threadbare tank top.
Do you find her sexy?
Yes.
Do you approve of her traipsing around outside looking like a whore?
She's not a...
It's a simple yes or no question.
No. He didn't blink. The man staring at her was Dr. Jones. She knew that look and his ability to ignore her over-the-top antics. However, his disapproval still pissed her off.
God doesn't either,
Irene mumbled, tossing the photo onto Luke's lap.
Here they are, on a motorcycle.
She held up that photo of AJ driving, Jillian holding on tightly to his back.
Did you ever take Jessica for a motorcycle ride?
No.
That's a shame. You really should have taken more interest in her hobbies. Then maybe she wouldn't have left you. Ah, here's another good one.
She held up a photo of AJ and Jillian next to his Jeep, her arms and legs wrapped around his body as they kissed. It was the day they left for Portland, and she told AJ to kiss her like he fucked her. She could still taste his lips, feel his tongue.
How do they look together?
Jillian clenched her jaw but said nothing. It wasn't her turn to speak. Luke showed no reaction, his face still entirely Dr. Jones, neutral, professional, unattached.
Desperate.
Irene turned, holding the photo closer to Jillian.
Were you desperate in this photo?
Yes. It was the truth.
What about here?
She held up another picture, showing it only to Jillian. There it was. The end. Jillian looked at the photo and then at Luke. When she blinked, the tears came out, an apology to Luke for what he was about to see. Irene was right. Psychological torture inflicted wounds far worse than anything physical.
I love you.
Irene whipped her head around.
Dr. Jones, it's not your turn to speak.
Cutter Guy unsheathed his knife.
Stop. I'm sorry. I won't say it again.
The tip of the blade punctured Jillian's skin along her temple. Blood ran down the side of her face. Dr. Jones vanished. The man before her lost all composure as tears filled his red, angry eyes. He had no idea how much she needed those 3 words.
Say it again,
Jillian whispered. Luke shook his head.
Say it again.
He continued to shake his head. Irene's eyes flitted between them, enjoyment dancing in her smile. As Psycho Bitch turned to show the photo to Luke, Jillian let out a strangled sob.
Please.
More tears spilled over.
Say it one more time.
She needed to hear it because she knew it would be the last time he would ever say those 3 words to her. Pain contorted his face as he continued to shake his head.
I love you.
He squeezed his eyes shut as the knife carved a new valley in Jessica's skin above her shoulder blade. She felt nothing but the resonance of Luke's words in her heart.
Can you still say that?
Irene asked, showing Luke the photo of AJ fucking Jillian. It was the day she took off on her motorcycle, and he followed her to an abandoned dirt road atop a bluff overlooking the city. She was so
angry with him for his venomous words. It was a turning point in their relationship. How could she not have known someone followed her, took pictures of them? AJ stood with the door open, pants and briefs at his ankles. She sat sideways in the passenger seat, legs spread wide to accommodate his body, her hands clawing his back, her brow tense, eyes closed, jaw slack. Everything drained from Luke's body. His blood, his dignity, his past, his whole life. Defeat. It no longer mattered who lived and who died. Irene won. She ruined Sonny's precious daughter. She found Jillian's weak point and drove a dagger into it. "Did you enjoy fucking AJ?" Irene asked Jillian, keeping her attention on Luke. Cutter Guy stepped closer to Luke. "Yes," she said, her voice weak. So much betrayal lived in Luke's eyes. "Did you love AJ?" The knife would hurt him less. Would Luke understand that? It didn't matter because Jillian didn't want to deny her love for AJ. They shared something life-changing, and saying otherwise would tarnish his memory. "Your brother's antsy trigger-finger just put a bullet in the head of my knife-wielding friend's girlfriend. He's ready to kill all of you. I wouldn't push him." He jerked Luke's head back and pressed the tip to his carotid. "Yes, I loved AJ." Luke's eyes shut. A lone tear bled from his right eye. Knox frowned. It was possible he felt Luke's pain, the kind that came from losing the one that was supposed to be forever. "Up!" Irene nodded to her disgruntled accomplice. He dragged Luke to his feet. Jillian used what little energy she had left to fight her restraints. "Where are you taking him?" "Fishing." "Luke!" Jillian screamed until more blood came up with a coughing fit. He's... Her voice died. The door slammed shut. "Yes, Jackson's going to kill him to save you." The resolution of Knox's words filled the air and buried her alive. Jillian rolled to her side, the cold concrete pressed to her cheek. Protocol. Irene would use Luke as bait to get Jackson to surrender. He wouldn't. Never surrender. Shoot one hostage to make a point and save 10 more. Jackson was selfish. He wanted Jillian alive at all costs. He'd take her broken and desolate as long as she was alive. While you were self-absorbed in your own dysfunctional life, 1 foot in Gale, 1 foot out, Jackson killed, and he was good at it. Knox nodded. Better than anyone. Everything has to be black or white. Gray is nothing more than hesitation. He's alive, and so are you, because he never hesitates. Chapter 37. "Jones, you suicidal fucker." Jackson watched through his scope as Luke inched into the front yard. No one else was in sight, yet there had to be another gun pointed at Luke's back. Protocol. Shoot the hostage. Always call their bluff and then attack. "I warned you, Jones. Are you willing to die for her?" "Yes." The target didn't get any easier. Luke stood completely still. A red dot marked the spot where the bullet would end his life. Jackson took a slow breath. Claire's dead body flashed in his head. "Let it go," he whispered. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. Luke closed his eyes. A complete surrender. "Are you willing to die for her?" "Yes." Jackson wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm, then repositioned, the laser finding its target again. "Take
the shot.
Jessica in her wedding dress. I'm just a girl with Luke. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel safe with him. When we're not together, I don't feel alive. It's like I'm holding my breath. AJ. I need some time alone to figure out if I can forgive you, because right now, what you did feels unforgivable. Ren. There's nothing about you I couldn't love. If you just let me. Fuck. Jackson pulled back, the rifle falling to his lap as he tried to catch his breath. He tossed it aside and got out. With each step, he felt his pulse thundering in every single vein. As he crossed the street, he unfastened his vest and tossed it in the yard a few feet from Luke, followed by his weapons belt. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Luke opened his eyes. Why? I'd rather she love me in hell than hate me on earth. Move your arms and legs. Jillian blinked. Cobwebs under the bottom stair came into focus. I beat you. I raped you. I sodomized you. I stole your innocence. But you fucking survived. Move your arms and legs, goddammit. She grunted and her arms moved. A lot. You don't have much time. Get yourself free. Kill or be killed. Jillian rolled to her back and wriggled, tugged, and pulled in every direction. Weight loss plus daily drenching had loosened the duct tape. Her legs were still zip-tied, but her wrists were not. Irene had to tape them to her sides in order to get the IV in. They're coming. I can't, she whispered. They're going to kill everyone. Do it for Luke. Do it for Jude. Do it for Claire. Knox had always been ruthless with his motivation. Mentioning Claire was a low blow. She freed one arm and then the other, ripping out the IV. She was too weak to break the ties around her ankles. Take out the guy first. She glared at him, waiting for him to acknowledge that she was naked, bound at the ankles, battered, bleeding, and strong as a corpse. But Irene... She coughed, not sure if he could hear her voice that was non-existent. No, the guy. She won't kill you. She doesn't have it in her. That's why he's here. He'll kill you. The arrows. He nodded to the table. They're razor tips. Jillian dragged her body along the concrete floor. Even using the arrow to cut the ties proved to be difficult. She had no strength. Once her legs were free, Knox nodded to the table. Drink. Jillian grabbed the half-empty bottle of water and drank it down, burning the whole way. Just as she moved to help free Knox, footsteps neared the door. He shook his head. Leave me. She hated him, and the pictures were still on the floor to remind her why. But for a brief moment, she felt the unwelcome emotion of sorrow. You, she swallowed, even whispering hurt. Confessed. Her reference was to admitting that he raped her. Knox shrugged. When I see my angel, I want to be able to tell her I tried to right my wrongs. I'm sorry, Jessica. The door opened. Jillian pulled herself to standing, 3 razor-tipped arrows fisted in her right hand. She held her head high and took slow, deep breaths to keep from passing out as she hid around the corner. Everything felt weak, including her pulse. She didn't know if she had the strength to kill him. Either way, she'd die trying. My eyes. Jessica nodded. 4 blinks. Her target would be the 4th one to come down the stairs. Knowing where Irene fell in the lineup would have been nice, but she'd improvise. Her heart found some life, pumping blood to her extremities. 4 blinks. 4 people. Luke
was alive. He rounded the corner first, stopping when his eyes met the empty spot where she had been. Knox shook his head a fraction. Luke didn't speak. Irene shoved him, sending him to the floor before Jillian's absence came into her line of sight. "Where the hell?" Jackson saw Jillian first. His eyes made a quick scan of her body. The master at showing no emotion had murder in his dark eyes. Night met day. The gravity of her time in captivity mixed with AJ, Luke, Knox, and their parents. It was too much. Life was too much. Day faded into night, into complete darkness. No more games. No more trying to save everyone. The photo of her made Jackson's stomach roil. Guilt flared in his conscience seeing her standing there, a mere skeleton. Sunken eyes, bloodied flesh contrasting ghostly skin. Her body shaking to the point he could almost hear her bones vibrating. Life slowed to a crawl. Jessica's breath caught. Her eyes rolled back in her head as her withered body faded to the ground. If that was her last breath, everyone would die. Jackson didn't have to think. Jude was back. Instinct took over. The guy with the guns was disarmed, a bullet in his brain in less than 5 seconds. The woman Jackson knew as Meredith Baker, his piano student who should have died in Omaha, lunged for her bow and arrows scattered by his sister's limp body. Bang! Blood from her head pooled around Jillian's hand. He stepped toward Luke and Knox, then stopped, lifting his foot to see what he'd stepped on. His brows drew together, eyes narrowing as the image registered. Knox McGraw raping Jessica. The muscle in his jaw ticked like a bomb counting down. He drew his head up. Knox's eyes shifted from the picture to Jackson. Bang! Dropping the gun to the floor, he squatted down and retrieved a knife from his boot. "Hurry," Luke said, keeping his eyes on Jessica. Jackson cut him free. Luke lunged for Jessica, feeling for a pulse. "Get an ambulance, now!" Jackson sprinted past Luke as he pinched Jessica's nose and breathed into her mouth. He left his phone in the Escalade, which felt a million miles away because his sister wasn't breathing. Chapter 38. Luke sat in the waiting room. When the nurse asked his relationship to Jillian Knight, he didn't have an answer. The truth was, he didn't know Jillian Knight. Only family was allowed to see her. Jackson. He was her only family. 1 year. He was less than an hour away from marrying her, and in 1 year, he went from her everything to a nobody sitting in the waiting room, alone. The urge to call someone, Lake, his parents, Gabe, was miserably tempting, but Jackson said it wasn't safe to contact anyone. The paramedics resuscitated her twice on the way to the hospital. 3 hours in the ER and a blood transfusion later, they moved her to a room. When she woke, they let Jackson in to see her. Luke waited. "She's going to be okay." Luke stood as Jackson came through the doors. "I need to see her." "She's not ready. Sorry." "What do you mean she's not ready?" "Whatever happened down in that basement, it messed her up. I'm a psychiatrist. If she needs to talk..." Jackson rested a hand on his shoulder. "You're not her psychiatrist. I'm not sure you ever really were." Luke took a step back, collapsing into the chair, resting his head in his hands. "She was taken while on her way to AJ's funeral. Whether you like it or not, she loved him, and now she needs time to grieve. I think she's grieving more than just him, but she won't talk to me either right now." Dr. Jones understood. Luke hated it. For now, they're trying to bring her back from severe dehydration and starvation. They might have someone come evaluate her later. Jackson curled his lips and looked at the ceiling a moment. She doesn't have much desire to... To what? He met Luke's eyes again. Live. Luke couldn't speak. He never imagined a world without Jessica, and he certainly never imagined a world with her having no desire to be in it with him. I don't want to, but I have to drive back to San Francisco to deal with some stuff. The nurses know how to contact me. You can stay as long as you realize they won't give you any information on her, or I can take you home. I'm staying. Jackson nodded. Luke waited and watched for the changing of the guard. By 11 that night, he didn't recognize any of the nurses, which meant they wouldn't recognize him. He first grabbed some coffee from the cafeteria, then strolled past the nurses' station like he knew exactly where he was going, even though he didn't know her room number. "Excuse me, sir. Are you here to see someone?" He smiled. "Yes, I'm here to see Jillian Knight." "Are you family?" "Yes, I'm Jackson, her brother." The nurse typed Jillian's name into the computer. "Okay, Mr. Knight. She's probably sleeping, but we don't have any visitation restriction for family, so you're more than welcome to sit with her." "Thanks. Oh, and one of the nurses from the previous shift mentioned they might move her to a different room. Did they?" The nurse looked at the screen. "I'm not sure. It says here that she's in room 420. Luke shrugged. "They must have decided to leave her then. Have a good night." He stood at her door for a few moments to gain something resembling composure. Then he eased it open. Curled into fetal position on her side, she hugged her pillow instead of lying on it, her arms desperate to hold something, to feel secure. He wanted to be that for her. After setting the coffee on the windowsill, he pulled the chair as close to her bed as possible. Easing into it, he leaned forward, resting his arms on his legs. His hands ached to touch her, but he didn't. Instead, he just looked at her. In many ways, she was unrecognizable as the woman he knew. Her blonde hair, frail body, and a roadmap of new scars. But the longer he let his eyes settle on her, the more he recognized. The tiny mole below her left earlobe, and the way her nose occasionally twitched on its own, the way her eyelashes curled on her cheeks, the rhythm of her breath, and her hands. He knew their strength, but never felt anything but love from their touch. She jumped. He froze, but her eyes never opened. She made a soft noise, a heartbreaking noise. Then she silently sobbed into the pillow, but she wasn't awake. He fisted his hand against his mouth, fighting every urge to touch her. She jumped again. Her eyes flew open, her breath held captive in her chest. Luke refused to move, his own breath waiting for her to do or say something. Her eyes filled with tears and she buried her face in the pillow, her tiny body shaking. He'd give his own life to take away her pain, but it wasn't his to take anymore. His hand moved toward hers, letting just the tip of his finger touch the end of hers. He inched it up with the softest touch. Then, like a young child, she grabbed his finger and squeezed. Luke felt her touch in the deepest depths of his heart. Red eyes met his, her chin quivering. She sat up and reached for him with both arms. "Don't say anything. Just hold me, please." Luke lay next to her and held her in absolute reverence. She slid one of her legs between his as if she couldn't get close enough. Words congested his throat. There was so much to say, but he stayed silent. He would do anything to keep her in his arms. His own tears fell to the white sheets. How could she be so close, yet an ocean away? Life was cruel. Jillian woke wrapped in Luke's arms. There were no words to describe how it felt. There were also no words to describe the shame, the guilt, the regret, the pain. The pain challenged every breath she took. In a blink, he would be gone again. That was the reality of her life. She had to be Jillian Knight to stay alive, and maybe that's why she questioned her desire to live. Being Jillian Knight was bearable with A.J. Monahan. Without him, Jillian Knight felt like a waste of space and time. 5 minutes. Her voice was still scratchy, but at least she had one. Luke pulled back a fraction to look at her, his brows drawn tight. For 5 minutes, let's talk about anything but us. Let me feel normalcy again for just 5 minutes. He continued to just look at her. Then he nodded. How's Jones? Still big. She laughed. It felt good, like the smallest spark of life. When the silence enveloped them again, she realized he had nothing to ask her, and why would he? He didn't know Jillian Knight. How about Lake? He chuckled. That felt good to her, too. She's contumacious. So, awesome? Pretty much. And her leg? She's hell-bent on having one made to be able to wear high heels. You should make that happen for her. You think? She rested her cheek on his chest and fiddled with the collar of his shirt. Absolutely. She's a young woman. Just because she lost her leg doesn't mean she should lose her right to feel sexy. He hummed, maybe in agreement or just in thought. So, you sell Lascivio. He nudged the line, a very awkward line. I did. I'm not sure what I do now, but yes, and I was good at it. Doesn't surprise me. That I sold it or that I was good at it? Both. Still have my GTO? I do still have my GTO. I miss it. Lucky GTO. She pulled away and forced a smile as she sat up. Pain shot through her shoulder from where the arrow landed, as well as the stitches on her chest and shoulder. Nothing hurt as much as Luke thinking she didn't miss him. I didn't mean, it's fine. I think our 5 minutes are up. She touched her fingers to her throat. Can I get you some water? She nodded. I'll be right back. Jackson's voice echoed a few seconds before he peeked into her room. Are you decent? Fuck you. So, you're feeling better. He smiled, but it wasn't genuine. It said, I'm playing casual, but I have bad news. I feel like shit, but let's be honest. I was bound naked in front of everyone. Not that I had much to begin with, but my dignity is gone. Luke's getting you water. As long as he doesn't throw it on me. What do you mean? Nothing. She rested her head back against the pillow and closed her eyes. Tell me the bad news. What makes you think I have bad news? 9 months in the womb together. Just spill it. Irene was Knox's ex-wife. Yesterday's news. She was Meredith Baker, too. Jillian opened one eye. Seriously? Jackson nodded. Is this where you give me the lecture about how you should have ignored me and followed your instincts to kill her? That's on the docket, but not today. She spent 5 years in a mental institution. I know. Her 2 accomplices were in there with her. She got out on her own, good behavior and passing the discharge evaluation, but she helped them escape after she got out. In exchange for their freedom, they agreed to help her carry out her revenge. What were they in for? He killed his 2 younger brothers when he was 16, with his bare hands. Blamed it on his ADD meds. She killed her boss after he wouldn't give her a raise. Anything else? Yes. She opened both eyes. He acted weird, even for him. It's about Mom and Dad. I already know. I don't think you do. Mom had an affair of sorts with Knox. Yeah, I knew. Her head jutted forward. You knew? He nodded. I saw them kissing at a fundraiser our senior year of high school. And you didn't tell me? I tried. The day you told me about the trip you planned with Claire, I was going to tell you, but I decided to wait until you got back home. But then... But what? She died and I went insane? That doesn't explain never telling me. You built your dreams on them, their relationship, their marriage. At what point was I supposed to obliterate your dreams? That's what it was. All those years. You held something inside. I always knew you weren't telling me something. And the women. I dreamed big, but my God, you had no dreams at all. It was Mom. That's why you hated women so much. I didn't hate women. You fucked Irene and then taught her piano lessons without a clue that your dick had ever been in her. I didn't. You did. In a bar. That's my point. Jillian coughed, pressing her finger to her neck again. It's history. That's not what I want to tell you anyway. I no longer give a shit about the affair, their marriage, or any of it. They're dead. Knox is dead. You killed him? I saw... What? Nothing. Let me just say this, okay? She nodded once. Knox said Mom and Dad were murdered. They suspected Dad's cover had been compromised, but they couldn't prove it for sure. Yes? I had someone at Gale pull all of Irene's phone records, emails, texts, everything since she was released from the mental institution. She started a rumor that went viral through not only Gale, but the DEA about threats being made against Dad. Several days after it started, she texted Amanda and Robbie. Who are Amanda and Robbie? They were the couple she sprung from the mental institution. She sent them Mom and Dad's address and step-by-step instructions on breaking the security code. She also wired them $50,000 each from Gale and hid it under travel expenses, miscellaneous trips, jet fuel, and pilots that were never actually purchased. She went back to working with Gale after being locked up for 5 years? No, but when the brains behind the intel and security leaves, she takes all the secrets with her. She could break into Gale's computer system with her eyes shut. Jillian shook her head. I don't understand why you're telling me all this. I don't understand the point. Jackson sighed. She hated it because it sounded like a sympathy sigh. You do understand. You just don't want to hear it. No. Denial was the only thing she had left to hold on to. I'm sorry. We didn't know. We didn't know? Are you kidding me? You and Knox show up and ruin my whole fucking life. I leave everything, fake my death, watch the man I love mourn over my grave, and you're sorry? I was in just as much danger leaving as I would have been staying. The only person coming after us knew who and where we were. Do you see how fucked up this is? How could neither one of you have done your fucking research before destroying my life? You left nothing behind, but I did. She coughed, a little blood coming up again. What's going on? Luke asked, carrying a tray with water, ice, and something resembling a smoothie. Jillian glared at Jackson. Leave. I'm sorry. I'm not ready for your apology. For any of it. She didn't say AJ's name, but Jackson's mercy killing had not slipped her mind. It would never slip her mind. I died yesterday, when you weren't breathing. I died. I may make mistakes and act impulsively, but I do it because I love you. When you had the fairy tale in your head of Mom and Dad's perfect life, I had nothing but you. When you met Luke, I had nothing but you. But yesterday, in the ambulance, I simply had Nothing. So hate me. I'll fucking take it every single day because it means you're alive. I don't need your love. I just need you. Jillian clenched her teeth, blinking back her tears. In so many ways, the greatest love story of her life was not with Luke or AJ. It was with Jackson. He was the constant in her life. His love defined unconditional. Someday she would tell him. Someday. Jackson laughed. Chapter 39. When did she stop giving you IV fluids? Jillian heard Luke's voice, but it was still Jackson's words claiming her every thought. It had to have been days ago. They're going to keep you here for several days to replenish lost fluids and electrolytes. They're kind of important to keep your heart beating and kidneys working properly. Your hand and shoulder were infected too. They're treating it with antibiotics. Kay, she whispered. Did you hear anything I said? She stared at the water and smoothie he set on the tray in front of her. I'll take that as a no. Sorry. She met his eyes. Don't. He sat in the chair next to her bed. I need you to promise me something. It felt impossible to promise Luke anything. Their life together was nothing more than broken promises, shattered dreams. Don't ever apologize to me. Luke, I mean it. She didn't respond. It was best left hanging in the air. It was an impossible request. I need you to do something for me, she said. Anything. I need you to go home. The pain of her words reflected on his face, but she wouldn't apologize. He didn't want her to do that. Luke shook his head. I can't. You'll disappear. I can't lose you again. She gave him a sad smile. You haven't really found me yet. His eyes searched hers. Only Luke would understand the complexity of her statement. I didn't have to leave. Last year, I didn't have to leave. Irene was responsible for my parents' deaths. It wasn't related to my father's job. Anger. Luke's features hardened. She understood. She swiped the tears that fell to her cheeks. But here's the thing. I did leave. And a lifetime happened in that year. I don't have to be Jillian Knight anymore, but I don't feel like Jessica Day. I just feel lost and angry, and the pain is unbearable. AJ is dead and you're alive right here, and yet I'm grieving the loss of both of you. If she recognized one thing, it was when the man before her fought with the desire to be Luke and the need to be Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones pulled Luke out of the chair. Luke blinked back his tears. Dr. Jones smiled and brushed the back of his hand against her cheek, catching her tears. Then the doctor and the man she'd loved for 1,000,000 lifetimes walked to the door. Jessica. He didn't turn, and for that she was grateful, because she was a breath away from begging him to stay, even if it would eventually destroy them. Yes. Are we over? She clenched her fist next to her heart and swallowed back a sob. We'll never be over. 3 days. They were the longest 3 days with nothing but her thoughts and grief. Jillian swallowed her stubborn pride and called Jackson to come get her from the hospital when her doctor gave her the okay to go home. You wearing that gown home, or would you like some clothes? Jackson stood in the doorway holding up a bag. She walked over to him, her bare ass peeking out of her hospital gown. I think my skin will reject clothes. She grabbed the bag. But I'll give it a go.
Lifting on her toes, she planted a kiss on his cheek. I know you don't need it, but my love, you have it. He returned a sad smile. Jujubee, you were the first boy I ever loved. His smile grew. Jillian stepped into the bathroom to dress. Where do we stand with Gail? We don't. What does that mean? Our parents died, and so did their killers. We don't work for the DEA or any other government agency. Hell, we barely exist. They've cleaned up the situation from the past couple of weeks. I said we wanted out. Cleaned up? I didn't want that place cleaned up. Don't worry. It's been burned to the ground. I requested a park be put in its spot. Did I mention I love you? Yes. Though I still don't understand. Nobody leaves Gale. We do. Knox is dead. Someone will fill his shoes, but we're out. Jillian peeked around the corner. You're serious? Dead. So, now what? Now we decide who we want to be. Live within the law and... I don't know. Can you live within the law? Jackson smirked. I can manage. No killing. I know. I've checked everyone off my wish list anyway. You had a killing wish list? I guess wish sounds a bit self-indulgent. It was more like a to-do list. And you're done? She stood in front of him. I'm done. Let's go then. They headed back to San Francisco with their freedom. Like all freedom, it was tainted with blood and unimaginable loss. Where am I taking you? Jackson asked. The airport. Portland? Yes. Will you be home for Christmas? She shrugged. Where's home? I think you know. She did, but home had changed. Like her freedom, it, too, was tainted. Where are you going? He grinned. Home. She's a good home. She's the best home. Jackson dropped Jillian off at the airport. Choose it. He held out 2 envelopes. One said day, the other said night. What's this? It's Gail's parting gift. How are you going to get on a plane without any identification or money? Good point. Pick. She needed more time, but maybe time wouldn't make the decision any easier. Pulling the envelope from his right hand, she smiled. New Year's in Omaha? Omaha. A cab took her to Willamette National Cemetery. She had no idea where he was, but it felt like part of her journey to find him. Bundled in a coat and gloves under a cloud-covered sky, she took her time searching. Every headstone had a story, some far more tragic than anything in her life. Then he appeared. Eric J. Monahan. She touched her gloved hand to her lips as her eyes filled with tears. Hey, Eric James. She squatted down, tracing the writing engraved into the granite. The days of guarding her emotions were over. The only way to move forward was to water his grave with her tears. The napkin. God, the napkin. I should hate you so much. But I don't. I forgive you. I know you're probably not sorry, but you should be. Biting her lips, she swallowed hard. Her heart thundered in her chest as if it felt his nearness. I never wanted to love you until I did. Then, for a perfectly beautiful moment in time, I didn't want to love anybody but you. She dropped to her knees. Do you miss me as much as I miss you? Because I do. I miss you every day. Closing her eyes, she let the tears flow and welcome the pain. It would forever remind her of the love. I don't know if I'll ever truly find my path again, but if I do, you'll always be my favorite detour. Jillian? She turned. Wiping her cheeks, she stood. Hi. AJ's parents gave her sympathetic smiles. You should have told us you were coming to Portland. Shar hugged her. I'm leaving tonight. It's just a day trip. How are you? We've been so worried about you. Shar stepped back, wrapping her arm around Jim. About that, I can't tell you how horrible I feel about missing the funeral. Shar's eyes shifted to the cuts and bruises. You look... What happened? I fell into a bit of bad luck on my way to the funeral.
A car accident or something?
Jim asked. Yeah, something like that. She mumbled the last part. I've been in the hospital. Oh my God! We had no idea! Shar reached for Jillian's hand and squeezed it. You look terribly thin and fragile. She nodded at Shar. I'm going to be fine. I just needed to talk to him. They looked past her to AJ's grave. We come every day, but if you need some more time alone, we can come back. No, I've said... She batted away a few more tears, drawing in a breath of courage. All there's left to say. She turned around one last time. Goodbye, Eric James Monahan, she whispered. Chapter 40. The lady at the gate took her ticket before she boarded the plane home. Enjoy your flight, Miss Day. Jessica nodded. Thank you. At every corner, happiness eluded her. Then when it was right there, she still felt undeserving. Luke was at the hospital. He held her. She saw the depths of the love in his eyes, but there were still so many buts. A hotel would have been the smart choice, but at nearly midnight, Jessica found herself at Luke's door instead. She wasn't sure why or what she expected. The door opened, sucking the breath from her lungs. Luke answered in a pair of lounge pants and a white t-shirt. He squinted against the light, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Hi, he said in a raspy voice. Hi, I just... She shook her head. Don't know why I'm here. Luke opened the door wider. Do you want to come in while you figure it out? The instant she stepped inside, Jones trotted down the hall toward her, carrying her red hoodie in his mouth. Hi, Jonesy. She hugged him, tears stinging her eyes. I missed you so much. When she released him, he picked up the hoodie and retreated to the guest bedroom, content with her return. When did you get out of the hospital? Jessica hugged herself, feeling like a stranger in what used to be her home, too. This morning? How do you feel? She took a deep breath, then released it slowly. Like I'm going to live. I'm glad. His eyes inspected her. She chuckled, hugging herself. Me too. An uncomfortable silence settled between them. Where are you staying? Oh, He closed his eyes and sighed. I don't know how to navigate this. You're welcome to stay here. You know that, right? I don't know anything anymore. I didn't even know if you would be alone tonight. He flinched. I'm not being cruel, or at least I'm not trying to be. The day I died, I gave up my right to walk uninvited into your home. I gave up the right to know what you're doing and whom you're with. I'm here with Jones. I wanted you to move on. Not for me or any sort of guilt. I just wanted you to be happy. That day in the closet, you promised me you would. He lifted his shoulders. I tried, but then I saw a ghost. Jessica wanted to tell him everything, but she couldn't. Not yet. AJ still lived in her heart, and sharing that time with Luke would require her to let AJ go completely. When she opened herself up to Luke, he would flow into every inch of her heart and take everything. That was the only way she could be with him. Everything. Forever. Can I stay? For tonight?
Stay as long as you want.
He turned and walked toward the bedroom.
The sheets in the guest room are clean, unless Jones has been on the bed. Sleep wherever you feel comfortable sleeping.
After saying goodbye to AJ, there was nothing she wanted more than a warm body next to hers. She followed him down the hall. He turned into the master bedroom, and she continued to the guest room. Having nothing but the clothes on her back, she stripped down to her undergarments and slid under the sheets. "Get up here, Jonesy." He lumbered onto the bed, taking up most of it. She threw an arm and a leg over his mammoth body and nuzzled into his neck. "Thank you for taking care of him," she whispered. Morning came too soon. Luke didn't wake up. He just got out of bed. Jessica being under the same roof again made it impossible to sleep. Jackson called after he dropped her off at the airport, asking Luke to just be there for her. She went to Portland to say goodbye to AJ. At some point, he planned on allowing his own feelings to surface, but they would wait. After a shower, he decided to make coffee. The moment he walked around the corner to the kitchen, he stopped. The unfamiliar blonde sat at the table wearing nothing but the familiar red hoodie, her legs tucked up into it. The extra 6 inches of sleeves doubled as hot pads for her coffee. With her back to him, she stared out the large windows, taking the occasional sip of her steamy morning jolt. He hated the color of her hair. He hated that another man had loved her body and her heart. He hated that she sat 10 feet away, and yet she felt so out of reach. If he dwelled on all the things he hated, it would make it impossible to love her. And if he only chose to do one thing for the rest of his life, it would be to love her. "I miss this view." Of course she knew he was there. She missed his car, the dog, and the view. Did she miss him?
It's a breathtaking view today.
Luke poured a cup of coffee, then leaned against the counter with his legs crossed at his ankles.
Jones has slobbered and chewed on that sweatshirt for nearly a year.
She scooted around to face him. "I just slipped it on. I only have the clothes I had on yesterday. Today might be a shopping day for me." He hid behind his coffee cup, so she didn't see the guilt on his face. The "everything you owned is exactly where you left it in our closet" look. "It's Friday. I hope you didn't take the day off on my account." A breathy laugh accompanied Luke's grin.
"I've had the whole week off. I flew to Chicago a week ago today."
Jessica narrowed her eyes a bit.
"Then I rented a car and drove to Omaha."
"What was in Omaha?" He sipped his coffee, then rubbed his lips together.
"Come to find out, not much."
"You should have looked me up. I could have given you the 10-cent tour."
Why didn't I think of that?"
Jessica stared at her coffee. "You came for me," she whispered.
"I came for you."
"You could have died." She looked up. He nodded. Setting her coffee down, she stood. "I'm going to shower, then go buy a few things to wear. Maybe some makeup to hide my scars and soften the appearance of my gaunt-looking face until I can gain a little weight. I look hideous. So help me, Jones. If you even think of trying to compliment my looks, I will make sure your face matches mine." He looked her body up and down, taking note of how much muscle mass she'd lost.
"I think, for the first time ever, I could take you on."
Jessica narrowed her eyes. "Don't test me." He jerked his head toward the hall.
"I'm glad to see you didn't lose your sass. Go shower. I'll take you shopping."
Chapter 41. Friday. Wren needed a stiff drink and a merit badge for making it through the week. She went from planning a Monday elopement to confessing her past to Maddie in the most graphic way, followed by her daughter hating her. Then the cherry on top, Jackson left forever. While she cleaned her 2 houses for the day, Omaha received another 8 inches of snow, making the drive home a crawl through the busy late-day traffic. A needed grin crept up her face as she pulled into her driveway that was shoveled and covered in a good inch of ice melt. Funny Drew. She rolled her eyes at his attempt to make fun of Jackson's over-the-top ice melt incident. Payback would be fun. After knocking the ice melt off her boots, she opened the door. "Hey, baby," she said to Gunnar. Then she flipped on the light. Oh, my God. Her words were barely a whisper. Anything louder would have required her to have air in her lungs. Breathless. The walls were painted. The furniture was new. Bookshelves, lamps, throw rugs. However, the shocking part was she'd seen everything before, because every detail was a photo from her Pinterest boards. She continued to the kitchen, but she knew how it was going to look before she rounded the corner. New appliances, light fixtures, even the wine rack, all from her Pinterest boards. On the small white built-in desk by her back door was a new computer. The screensaver flashed photos of Wren, Maddie, and even a few of Gunnar. She clicked on the mouse, revealing a message on her home screen. "I changed my mind. Wait for me." Wren swallowed her heart and turned around. There he stood, wearing the sharpest black suit and tie she had ever seen. "Did you wait?" A million words jumbled into so many questions. "Why? How? Are you for real?" She shook her head. "You didn't wait for me?" Jackson's eyes widened. Wren shook her head again. "I couldn't. Once you left, there was a line of guys waiting at my door." "Young, no doubt." His eyes narrowed a bit. "Mere babes in the cradle." She smirked. "Jude died. For good this time. I'm sorry. I'm not. He stood in the way of me being with you." Wren blinked back tears, swallowed hope, and waited for the unknown. At some point in her life, she forgot how to dream, how to imagine having any sort of lasting happiness. But there he stood. "Are you?" With just a few slow steps, his larger-than-life presence swallowed the space between them. The pad of his thumb caught her first tear. "Are you with me?" she whispered, desperate for him to pull her out of the shadow of doubt that loomed over her. "Forever." "Jackson!" Her arms flew around his neck. She held him with all her strength, daring life to try and take him away again. His hands cupped her face, and he kissed her. She didn't care how many people died for him to be with her. His touch made her selfish. She didn't care why he was there. His past didn't matter. He was her future. Fuck the past. "You hacked into my Pinterest account and hired an army of help," she murmured. His lips devoured every inch of her neck as one of his hands laid claim to her ass and the other to her breast. "I did." He unfastened his pants. "Are you going to invade my privacy for the rest of our lives?" He bit her shoulder, a grin playing along his lips. "Yes. There's not a single part of you or your life that I'm not going to invade, dominate, claim as mine." He stood. "What if—" He kissed her, swallowing her words of protest. Taking her into his arms, he backed her against her new stainless steel refrigerator. Then, leaving her breathless, he stepped back. "Take off your clothes." The familiar flesh surfaced along her skin. She used to hate it, but no longer. It meant the beautiful man before her wanted to see her body. It was crazy, improbable, and utterly flattering. You first. Jackson grinned. He reached for his tie. Leave on the tie. And your glasses. He raised a brow, his cocky smile taking over his face. Wren melted to a puddle on her new floor as he undressed for her. He widened his stance and crossed his naked arms over his naked chest, with the exception of his black tie. Your turn. It took a few seconds for her mind to stop chanting, mine, mine, mine. The tattooed specimen before her was hers. That she would never completely understand. But for women over 40 everywhere and the greater good, she would spend the rest of her life trying to figure it out, figure him out. Fuzzy socks, skinny jeans, a pink V-neck t-shirt. She stripped for him. He made her feel sexy, something no other man had ever done. Letting her bra drop to the floor, she slid off her panties, leaving them next to her bra at her feet. Pick your panties up. She stood still, only her eyes shifting with a bit of confusion. Do it. Keeping her eyes on him, waiting for further explanation, she bent down and picked them up. He stepped closer, so close she could smell his minty breath and intoxicating body wash. Wren was certain she smelled like lemon furniture polish, but she didn't care in that moment. Wad them up in your fist. Just do it. He ducked down and sucked her earlobe, biting it as if to accentuate his demand. It had to be a fetish he hadn't revealed to her. She just knew it. Jackson would make her stuff her panties in her mouth to muffle her screams while he fucked her. She took a hard swallow and wadded them up, accepting her new life, a sacrifice for his body inside of hers. The expectant look on his face said he was done talking. She knew what to do, and he waited for her to do it. Slowly, she brought her panties to her face and parted her lips. He narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? What you want me to do? He grabbed the handle to the refrigerator and jerked it open a few inches, forcing her body flesh to his. I want you to toss them in the refrigerator, hot pants. Wren's eyes widened in realization, while her skin crimsoned with embarrassment. She tossed them inside the refrigerator, attempting to act like she didn't just taste her own panties. Jackson knew otherwise. He palmed her ass and hiked her up his body. She wrapped her legs around his waist as he kissed her. You were going to, he mumbled over her mouth between kisses. Stuff your panties in your mouth for me. She couldn't respond. She would never acknowledge any such thing. That's so fucking hot. Wren found her sexy and owned it. Jackson Knight was the lucky recipient of it, and nothing compared to a woman hell-bent on making up for missing out on 2 decades of not feeling loved, not feeling desired, not feeling alive. He effed her in nothing but a black necktie and black glasses. Then he carried her to her new bed and made love to her. Tell me you're staying? He chuckled into the pillow, his arms stretched over his head. Wren's body cloaked his back, her cheek resting on his shoulder as she traced his inked skin. Naked Wren touching him. He never wanted to leave her bed. I think we've been over this. I know, but I asked you on the verge of an orgasm and you answered with half my breast in your mouth. Maybe we should go over it again now that we're sexually sober. You're naked, on my back, and tracing my ass with your fingernails. I'm not sure this qualifies as sexually sober. Did you just wake up one day and think, I'm going to get a dragon tattooed on my ass today.
No, it was more of a premonition. I knew someday it would tempt Wren Middleton into touching my ass.
She buried her face in his neck and giggled. Is that so?
Yes.
Her lips brushed the back of his neck. Tell me you're staying, she whispered.
Forever.
He rolled over, dragging her on top of him.
Tell me you like your Pinterest house.
Her hair tickled his face as she kissed the corner of his mouth. It's too much. It took my breath away. Wren's soft blue eyes gazed into his. You take my breath away. You make all my dreams come true. And it has nothing to do with any of this. It's just you. Jackson threaded his fingers into her hair, holding her to his face, nose to nose.
I hope our baby has your freckles.
Her eyes filled with tears. What if I can't?
Shh.
He kissed her, his hands gliding down the perfect curves of her beautiful body.
Don't worry about it. I can do this. I used to find all the eggs on Easter before Jessica.
Wren laughed through her tears. Just don't drown in my pond before you find the eggs. Chapter 42. Brother Dearest called to share the news of his reunion with Wren. He had been away from her for less than a week. Did he really think she was going to have moved on already? In his words, it was the season of miracles. However, Jessica had yet to witness one. After 10 days of living like roommates with Luke, she felt something inside of her begin to die. Hope. His kindness and patience made it worse. He cooked her meals, took her to dinner, joined her for walks with Jones, and talked about everything and yet nothing. But he didn't touch her. They hadn't made any sort of physical contact since the night he held her in the hospital. Every night, he told her good night and walked to his bedroom, their bedroom, and shut the door. He told her to stay as long as you want. He didn't say, stay forever. At first, it felt like he was giving her space to grieve, space she needed. But that space seemed to grow with each passing day.
My family is dying to see you. No pun intended.
Luke smiled as they pulled out of the building, heading to Tahoe for Christmas. Jessica hadn't seen any of his family except Lake. Luke told them about her year as Jillian Knight, but he asked them to wait until Christmas to see her. Once again, to give her time to grieve and acclimate back into her life. The trip to Tahoe was bittersweet because he asked if she'd like to come for Christmas with his family. Jessica remembered a time when they considered her part of that family. Well, I'm living to see them, she replied to his dying comment.
I'm surprised you didn't decide to go to Omaha for Christmas. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you're here.
Thought I'd give them some privacy on their first Christmas together. Apparently, he's working round the clock to knock her up. His words, not mine. But I'm glad that you're glad I'm here. It would be even more awkward if you weren't.
More awkward?
Staring out her window, she felt his sideways glance, but chose to ignore it. I didn't mean more, she lied. Then she acquiesced to his attempt to engage her in more small talk for the rest of the way to Tahoe.
I'll let Jones do his thing, and then bring our bags.
'Kay. Jessica found her best smile when his family tackled her at the door. Hugs, kisses, smiles, and even a few tears. For a moment, she felt like family. I have you guys in the same 2 rooms as your first visit. 2 rooms.
Thanks, Mom.
Luke gave Felicity a kiss on the cheek.
I'll take her bags upstairs.
I've got mine. I might need to reapply some makeup to my skeleton face. She gave his family a toothy grin as she took her bag from Luke. You look lovely. Don't even think twice about us, Felicity said. Luke told them everything, almost, and truthfully, she didn't feel an ounce of judgment. "That's why I love you," she winked. "I won't be long." Fleeing for her room, she shut the door and leaned back against it. Before she could let her emotions settle, a knock came at her back. "Yeah?" "It's me." Jessica opened the door. "Hey, Lake." She stepped inside and took a seat on the bed. "Luke told me to check on you. I've been up here like 5 seconds." Lake shrugged. "I know. And hello." She pointed to her leg. "Girl with the fake leg doesn't love going up the stairs. He's been so weird lately." Jessica shut the door. "How so?" "Since your kidnapping, he's just been on edge and paranoid." "Really?" Jessica had yet to see that side of Luke, which meant he'd put on an act with her. "Yes. I'm not trying to compare it to what you went through, which was just horrifically unimaginable. But I think the whole ordeal messed with his head. Do you have any idea how hard it is to mess with the head of a shrink?" She did, at one time. Since their year apart, she wasn't sure if she knew anything for certain about Luke. "Has he said anything to you?" "Probably nothing he hasn't said to you." Luke hadn't said anything to Jessica. "Like?" Lake twisted her lips. "Like how hard it is to be with you when you're not together?" "He said that?" "Yeah, I'm sure it's the same for you, too." Jessica nodded. "Come downstairs," Lake said. "You don't need any makeup. You should have seen me after 3 months in a coma. Besides, you already look better than when I saw you last week. Food looks good on your bones." "Dibs on licking the beaters," Lake said when she and Jessica walked into the kitchen. Felicity rolled her eyes as Lake snatched it from the bowl of whipped cream. "Some things never change." Lake moaned. Her eyes rolled back in her head as she licked the whipped cream. "So good. Where's Luke?" "He took Caleb upstairs to rock him to sleep," Laura smiled. "He thinks he's the baby whisperer." She shook her head. "He's going to be an amazing dad," Anne added. Her heartfelt smile faded to a nervous one when she looked at Jessica. "I didn't necessarily mean your kids." The smile was a full-on grimace. "God, I didn't mean that either. I just meant if he has kids with—" "How's your foot taste?" Lake laughed. Jessica welcomed Lake's attempt to lighten yet another awkward situation. "It's fine, Anne." Jessica smiled. "I agree. Luke will be a great father someday." Her nightmare replayed in her mind of Luke, Jones, the baby, and the woman who was not her. "Gather the troops. Everything is ready," Felicity announced, carrying the Martha Stewart-worthy turkey to the table. They took their seats. The baby whisperer slid into his chair next to Jessica as Tom said the blessing. After murmurings of amen, Lane stood, holding his glass in the air. "To Jessica, I think we can all agree you are the greatest gift this Christmas." Jessica looked around the room, fighting back all the emotions. "Thank you. I feel the same way about every one of you." Luke's hand rested on hers for a moment. She blinked and it was gone, but the way his touch lingered paralyzed her. They passed around the food, chattering about kids, the weather, and football ensued. Jessica focused on her mashed potatoes as if she'd never seen them before. "So, Jess, are you planning on staying in San Francisco or going back to Omaha?" Tom asked. And just like that, all her illusions vanished, and reality hit her as cold as the still familiar 5-gallon buckets of ice water. Luke let her stay. He wasn't taking her back. They weren't together, and everyone knew it except her. The potatoes demanded her attention again. She pushed them around on her plate, knowing she'd never be able to take a bite of them, with her heart lodged in her throat.
I guess I haven't... I mean, it's fine. I was just asking. I'm sure it's too soon to know what you want. She risked a glance. I guess. Not even bound and beaten had Jessica ever felt so weak. The thought of a future without Luke sucked every bit of life from her existence. She gutted down the food on her plate, which was a shame since Felicity's skills rivaled her own mother's cooking. Keep eating, Luke whispered for the millionth time. If you say that to me one more time, I'm going to jab this fork in your eye. She gritted between her teeth, with a fake smile to everyone else still sitting at the table. Half of the family had excused themselves to fall into a holiday coma in the living room. Dessert? Felicity asked. Jessica ignored Luke's "yes, you want dessert" look. Can I wait a little while? Certainly. I think the kids are antsy to open their presents anyway. And by kids, I mean Liam and Lake. I think they're more excited than Gina, and Caleb is too young to understand. Jessica pushed back in her chair. Luke stared at her. Don't give me that look. I'll eat the whole damn pie later, just... She sighed. He grabbed her wrist before she could get away. You're upset with me. No, she wasn't upset. Fucking livid and emotionally broken beyond the destruction of an atomic bomb was a more accurate description. I just want to see you get healthier. I am. I'm not upset. I'm just full, okay? I'm sorry. Don't. She didn't intend to have an edge to her tone, but she did. If I'm not allowed to apologize, then neither are you. Fine. Fine. They'd planned on staying 3 days. Luke questioned if it was too long. Jessica seemed distant and angry, but only with him. He couldn't figure out what he'd done to upset her. Would you look at this? Tom said, staring out the back window. Luke yawned, pouring a cup of coffee, desperate for a jolt. It was only 6 in the morning, but he couldn't sleep with Jessica on his mind. He hadn't slept much since she showed up at his door. I told her I planned on chopping some wood this weekend. She's about finished a day's worth of work, and hell, I'm not sure. What time do you think she got up? Jessica brought the large axe behind her, then swinging it over her head, she killed the log in front of her. Think she's cold? A pair of faded jeans hung too loose from her thin frame. A black t-shirt clung to her sweaty torso. She wore work gloves and a red beanie, too. The still unfamiliar blonde hair hung in a low ponytail over her right shoulder. I doubt it, but she shouldn't be doing that. Her shoulder isn't ready. Tom chuckled. There's a 6-foot stack of chopped wood out there that says otherwise. You should tell her to come inside. Me? Luke sipped his coffee. Yes, she won't take it well coming from me. Bad? Not good. I don't know how to talk to her or what to say. I'm so damn afraid she's going to leave. She should talk to my son. I hear he's a brilliant psychiatrist. Some days, I think I'm the one who needs a psychiatrist. Why don't you? I'm not ready to think about me yet. I need to know that she's going to be okay. Tom put his hand on Luke's shoulder. Maybe she needs you to be okay first. Luke didn't respond. He knew there was truth to his dad's words. His fear held him back from being okay. I'll drag her skinny ass inside. Thanks, Dad. I'm not going to have an excuse to duck out on laundry this weekend if you chop all that wood. Jessica dropped the axe and wiped her brow, smearing dirt along her forehead. Sorry, I feel out of shape and Dr. Eat and Don't Exercise won't let me do anything because of a few little injuries that are just fine. Felicity coddled him too much. Tom leaned against the shed and blew at the steam spiraling from his coffee mug. How did he react? He studied her. When you died? Jessica nodded. He was devastated. We all were. We'd been drowning in the fear of losing Lake, and the news of you was like this goddamn freight train that came out of nowhere, barreling through what was already a shitload of wreckage. Luke was numb for months. He just existed, barely. Then Lake came out of her coma, and we had to relive everything again with her. The wedding, her accident, Ben's death, her leg, your parents, and you. I know people say that God won't give you more than you can handle, but I think he did. I'm still not sure my boy is okay. He's scared right now. I see it in his eyes, like any day he could break. Scared of what? You.
Chapter 43. Luke suggested leaving a day early. Jessica didn't argue. The harder she tried to hold it together in front of his family, the more she felt herself falling apart. The events of the previous month taught her one thing. Death came in the unsuspecting arms of silence. Luke didn't speak on the drive home. Even small talk seemed to be too much. "I'll take Jones for a walk." Luke set their bags on the floor. "Want company?" His 3-second delay said everything. It was the truth before the lie. "Sure, if you want to." Jessica picked up her bag. "Maybe I'll just unpack." "Okay." She took her bag to the guest room. The slam of the front door was another stab to her heart. Luke didn't slam doors. He controlled everything. After sitting on the edge of her bed, staring at her bag on the floor for almost 30 minutes, she decided not to unpack. Maybe she'd outstayed her welcome. On her way to the kitchen to get a drink, a real drink, she noticed Luke's bag on the floor. Leaving things on the floor was also something he didn't do. What had happened to her Luke? She grabbed his bag and took it to his room. Tossing it at the end of the bed, she stood there, taking in everything that felt so familiar. Why did that familiarity, that comfort, hurt so much? Moving toward the closet, like sneaking up on the enemy, she opened the cracked door and the light came on. "Oh my God," she whispered. All of her clothes were exactly where they'd been when she left, when she died. Jessica died. Jillian lived. She loved another. And Luke never let go. "I lied." Jessica closed her eyes at the defeat in his voice behind her. "When I told you I'd move on and love again if you died, I lied." "Luke," she whispered, "I don't expect anything." She turned. Every word he said intensified the pain and flared her anger. "Jesus, Luke, I put on a wedding dress. I went to the church. I didn't have cold feet. I didn't even have to think. Being with you was as easy and necessary as breathing. I don't know what you want me to say or do, or I want you to expect everything and say anything." Tension pulled at his brow as he shook his head. "I can't. We need to talk about AJ. I can't." He swallowed, jaw firm, gaze set on the floor between them. "That picture, don't." He continued to shake his head as his expression hardened. "I can't." With a blink, her tears broke free. Irene wanted to destroy everything dear to Sunny and Knox. She wanted to destroy Jessica. She did. The moment she showed that picture to Luke, she took everything. They stood a chance if all he had was the idea, the verbal confession that she had loved AJ. But that image would be in his mind forever, eating at him, at them, like a slow death. "Tell me how you feel,"
I can't." His voice cracked. "It would end us."
"There is no us. You haven't touched me since I asked you to in the hospital. You're miserable and so am I. It can't get any worse. If we can't save us, then at least save yourself. If you don't say what you're feeling, it will kill you. I can take it. I'm so much stronger than you think I am."
He said nothing.
5 minutes. Luke looked up. "I'll give you 5 minutes to say everything. Don't think, just say it. For once, don't protect me. Give me the part of you that hurts the most, and then we'll never mention any of it again. But what's happened between us feels worse than any death, and we both need closure." She lost him, but even more than that, he lost himself in her. Luke wouldn't acknowledge her at all. That hurt the most. "Fine," she whispered. "Don't tell me, but please tell someone. Then get rid of my stuff and choose to live, because you're not like this." She walked past him to the bedroom door. Love wasn't enough. Not for Mickey and Sunny, and not for Jessica and Luke.
"I haven't had my 5 minutes yet."
Jessica stopped breathing. She didn't recognize the icy voice behind her. It held no love, only a year of anger that would cut her to the bone. Turning, she held her head up in spite of her tears. She would die from his words before she'd let him live with the pain of harboring them. Fisting her hands, she imagined them taped and ready for Jude's unforgiving jabs. The difference was she wouldn't fight back. Luke was about to knock her out without even touching her.
"You destroyed us when you died without giving me a choice. Knox said I could have come with you. I know you did it for my family, but that's just it. You made the choice. I know how fucking selfish it sounds, but I would have chosen us. I would have left, even with Lake in a coma."
Jessica blinked. Words cut. Emotions bled as tears. He knocked her down. She got back up.
"That picture is branded into my memory, and I want to physically cut it out of my brain. Another man touched you. Another man loved you. Another man made you feel and love, and it wasn't me. You let him have you, and it should have been me. I never knew him, yet I hate everything about him, including the part of your heart that he took to his grave. I can never have that. And I'm selfish because I want everything."
Jessica bit her quivering lip until she tasted blood.
"I hate the color of your hair. I hate the name Jillian Knight. I fucking hate the whole goddamn state of Nebraska."
His voice escalated. Each word cut deeper as he let go of the rawest, deepest, most painful emotions. He stepped toward her.
"Is that what you want to hear? That loving you has turned me into a selfish bastard?"
He blinked, and just like that, his own emotions bled down his face.
"I hate myself for feeling this way. I hate myself for wanting to rip off your clothes and fuck you until I can no longer see that photo, until you can no longer remember his touch, until I've reclaimed every part of you right down to your soul."
He stepped closer, as close as he could without touching her.
"In my head, I know what you did was selfless and amazing and the most beautiful gift to him. And the rational part of me is so damn proud of you for finding the part of you that I've seen all along."
She swallowed hard, refusing to shy away, no matter how hard he punched.
But with you, my feelings don't come from my head. They come from my heart. My love for you is selfish because I don't think you need it anymore. I've been walking around here on pins and needles, so afraid that you're still grieving him, missing him, needing him. I'm so afraid my touch will scare you away. But I'm so fucking selfish. Because it doesn't matter whether you need my love anymore. He released a sob, and so did she. Because I need to love you. Drawing in a ragged breath, he shrugged. It's all I know, he whispered. Knocked out. Luke reached into her chest, pulled out her heart, and said, If I can't have it, no one can have it. She wanted to tell him that her love for AJ was real. She wanted to tell him that she regretted nothing. She wanted to tell him that fate took her away from him because AJ needed her more, if only for a mere breath in time. But she didn't, because it didn't matter. AJ died, and so did Jillian Knight. Time's up, she whispered. 5 minutes. He killed her in 5 minutes. Defeat pulled his gaze to the floor. I don't know what you want me to do. Jessica took his hand and placed it over her heart. Touch me. His eyes locked to hers. Jess, she kissed him. Time was up. It was the longest 5 minutes of her life. It was the most painful 5 minutes of her life. Like all the other odds in her life, she survived, and they would never talk about it again. Jessica died to be with AJ, but she lived to be with Luke. Damn it, Jones! She grabbed his hair because he stood there, hands limp at his sides. He borrowed me, but you own me. You fucking own me. Take back what's yours and don't ever let me go. He kissed her, really kissed her. Eager hands tore off clothes. Within seconds of hitting the bed, he filled her on a painfully emotional groan. Luke. She surrendered everything. He captured her lips and reclaimed the woman that had always been his. In that moment, Jessica couldn't remember AJ's touch. She let the memory of it die. She let Luke erase it. In a life filled with monsters, their love was a survivor. Epilogue. 1 year later. I'm cured? Dr. Harper looked over her red-framed reading glasses. Bangs of gunmetal gray streaked with white fell across her forehead as Jessica spun in the desk chair, dark hair flowing behind her. You're functional. Dr. Harper closed her laptop and slid it onto the desk. And Luke? You know I can't discuss my other patients with you. Why didn't you ever suggest counseling us together? Neither one of you did anything wrong. This hasn't been about apologies and reconciliation. It's about acceptance, but not of each other. It's accepting the past, the things you can't change. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Jessica nodded. The serenity prayer. I think it's become my mantra. Dr. Harper set her glasses on her computer. A grin played with the corner of her mouth. You're not the most troubled person I've worked with in my career, but you are unequivocally the strongest. There are some things that can't be taught. Either you have it or you don't. She nodded slowly. You have it. Jessica planted her feet on the ground and crossed her arms on the desk. Have what? A will to live that goes beyond circumstance and possibly even reason. You find something from nothing and feed off it. You're that flower that sprouts through a crack in the barren granite face of a mountain.
You feel what everyone else has to see to believe. You sense the sun before you see its light, and you do it subconsciously. That's a gift. That's why you're still here, alive, with me today. A smile grew on Jessica's face. You shrinks have a way with words. Luke has said the most profound things to me over the years, and I don't even think he expects his words to affect me the way they do. What you just said? It's haunting, yet flattering, and Dr. Harper stood. The truth. Jessica grabbed her purse and walked around the desk. The men in my life have been that something I found from nothing. Dr. Harper pulled Jessica in for a final goodbye hug. Hold on to them and the memories. Happiness moves you forward, but pain keeps you balanced. She held her at arm's length. Okay? AJ will keep me balanced? Dr. Harper shook her head. His memory is a promise that should anything ever happen to your beloved Luke, you will survive. Life will go on. Narrowing one eye, she held up her index finger. Mickey and Sonny, those memories will keep you balanced. Jessica frowned. Mickey and Sonny, she sighed. What could she say? So many lives had been affected because one day, many years ago, little Knox McGraw met a giggling angel in red Mary Janes on the playground. My mother once said, love is reckless because true emotions are immune to logic. The most beautiful love stories are often the most tragic. Dr. Harper smiled. Your mother told you the story of her life in just 2 sentences. A handsome, albeit cocky bastard, stood at the entrance to Samovar Tea with the most beautiful baby girl nestled to his chest in a red ergo carrier. Give her to me! Jessica held out her hands and wiggled her greedy fingers. No way! He opened the door. Jessica shot him a glare as she walked inside the restaurant. 2? The waiter asked. Yes. Jessica pointed to a booth in the corner. Over there, please. After she shrugged off her coat, she held her hands out again. I mean it! Give her to me! The cocky bastard's chuckle accompanied his smile as he shook his head. No, sorry. If you wake her, we're both screwed. She plunked down into the booth. You've always sucked at sharing. Tatted arms hugged the little bundle tightly as he eased to sitting. Ren ran a few errands. She took her breasts with her, so I've got nothing if Livy wakes up. She should have left a bottle. We're not using a bottle for another 3 weeks. Nipple confusion. Jessica laughed. Never thought I'd live to see the day where my brother was an expert on nipple confusion. Jackson pressed his lips to Livy's tiny head. She had his dark hair and lots of it. You'll understand soon enough. His eyes, the ones that matched hers, looked up. A smile pulled at his lips, still pressed to Livy's head. We'll see. Dr. Overprotective insists on no babies until my doctor gives me the okay. Apparently the whole starvation then dying thing, followed by 6 months of no menstrual cycles, makes me a poor candidate for getting pregnant or having a healthy pregnancy. They gave the waiter their order. Jessica's gaze stayed glued to Livy. She adored her. San Francisco. She smiled, shaking her head. I still can't believe you sold Ren's place after everything you did to it. But I'm glad you did. I love having you living here again. Jackson bounced Livy gently as she stirred, then settled back into him, resting her other cheek to his chest, her tiny fist at her mouth. Her parents were willing to move wherever we moved, but it was still a hard sell until Maddie took that job in Baltimore. I never want to ask, but how are they? Jackson lifted his shoulders. Maddie is Maddie. Stubborn, young, immature, defiant, and unforgiving. But she's smart, so she'll do well with her job, marry some guy who can tolerate her attitude, and if she has a child of her own someday,
I suspect she'll come crawling back to Ren. And she'll welcome her with open arms because a mother's love is unconditional. Jackson stared at Livy, his face stone. I still can't forgive her. Jessica felt that familiar pang in her chest that came every time they talked about their mother. She thought of Dr. Harper's words. Your mother told you the story of her life in just 2 sentences. Mom's dead. I don't think she's spending her afterlife worrying about you forgiving her, because I don't think she regretted any of it. Not with Knox, not with Dad, not with us. The same way I don't regret mine. The unconditional love. He looked at her. It's gutting. Jessica smiled. Livy would break him someday, one boyfriend at a time. Yes, it is. She glanced out the window. Oh, she's coming! Gimme, gimme, gimme! Jackson followed her gaze to Ren, walking toward the building. He smiled. Jessica loved the way he looked at Ren, like each time he fell in love with her all over again. Before he could protest, Jessica had the ergo latch unfastened and Livy in her arms. God, I love how she smells. Jessica held her close, inhaling the essence of her niece. Livy's blue eyes blinked open as she sucked at her fist. There's my beautiful wife. Jackson stood, freed the carrier from his body, and hugged Ren, palming her ass and kissing her like they were the only two in the room. But they weren't, and there were plenty of wide eyes staring at them. Daddy's ready to give you a little brother already, right here in Samovar. Jessica baby-talked to Livy. Maybe they should go work on that in private, and we'll go visit Jonesy. Ren giggled with Jackson's greedy lips still pressed to hers. Hi, Jessica. She freed herself. Jackson adjusted himself before sliding back into the booth next to Ren. Jessica shook her head and rolled her eyes. What? Jackson took a sip of his tea, hiding his cocky bastard smirk. So how was your last day with Dr. Harper? Ren asked, stealing Jackson's sandwich and taking a huge bite. He gave her the hairy eyeball. Sorry, baby, I'm starving, she mumbled. Think of it as feeding your daughter. Jessica widened her eyes at Jackson. For all the years he gave Luke crap about submitting to Jessica, there he sat, no testicles, lovesick for his wife, and utterly smitten over the bundle in Jessica's arms. I'm cured. My words, not hers. Is Luke still seeing her? Ren wiped her mouth as Jackson reclaimed the rest of his sandwich. Yes, Jessica laughed. The guy had me iron his socks to take to Goodwill. You can't fix that kind of crazy overnight. The twins shared knowing looks. Luke not only had AJ to deal with, he had the memory of watching Jackson deliver a violent death to Preston Iverson. After 2 months and still no Preston, Ren asked Jackson if he killed Preston. In true Jackson style, he replied, Do you really want to know? Ren shook her head, and they never discussed it again. Speaking of crazy, Jessica glanced at her phone next to her plate. A photo of Luke pinned beneath Jones on the floor lit up her screen with the caption, Playtime. Where are you, Mom? Looks like it's time for Livy and me to head home. She stood. Jackson cleared his throat, but it sounded more like a growl. Fine. She handed Livy to Ren. Get your own. Jackson smirked. Ren elbowed him. Don't be mean. Jessica typed a message into her phone. No, he's right. I plan on remedying the situation as soon as I get home. Jessica, I'm on my way. Get your dick out. I want a Livy too. Jones, still waiting for your doctor to give us the go-ahead. Jessica, damn it, Jones. Meet me in the GTO in 20. Dick out. No condom. There. I just sent Luke a love letter. Wish me luck. I'm going to get Livy a cousin. Jackson and Ren laughed. Bye. Jessica winked and blew them a kiss before floating on her dreamy cloud all the way home.
So, remind me, why aren't they married? Jackson chuckled, stealing Livy from Wren.
You know I don't speak woman.
Yeah, and I don't speak Jackson, but I got you something anyway. She pulled a box from her purse.
You're too late. Christmas was last week.
He sucked on Livy's fingers. I felt bad that your glasses were lost in the move. Wren smirked.
And by lost, you mean tossed.
I didn't throw away your glasses. Anyway, she grinned.
Jackson loved that grin, those freckles, and her eyes that lit up just for him, and the miracle he held in his arms. But without a doubt, he knew she threw away his glasses. Wren opened the box and pulled out a shiny pair of black Clark Kent glasses. You can't buy someone glasses as a gift. You don't even know my prescription.
Pfft, drop the act. They were vanity glasses and we both know it. I looked through them. They weren't prescription.
It was minor.
Wren slipped his new glasses onto his face. Then she cocked her head to the side, lips twisted. They just don't look the same without the tape.
If, and I mean if in the most hypothetical sense, if my glasses were vanity glasses, then why would you buy me new ones?
Wren shrugged, then leaned in to kiss Livy's chubby cheek.
Unless the glasses are for you, she scoffed.
Why would the glasses be for me?
Because you like me too.
He pressed his fingers over Livy's ears and whispered,
Fuck you, wearing nothing but those glasses.
Even after nearly a year of marriage and the birth of their first child, he could still make her blush from nose to toes.
And we're 1 week from the day.
Wren cleared her throat. The day?
I've noticed the past few days you've wandered into the bathroom, opening and closing drawers for nothing in particular, at the exact time that I'm showering. I've watched you ogle me.
Livy's extra diaper supplies are in our bathroom, and the ogling to which you are referring is me glaring at you because you get a shower. Since you went back to work 2 weeks ago, I've had 3 showers.
Sorry, my new job is demanding.
You're a computer geek and you work from home. Jackson shook his head.
You don't even know what it is I do. And I would offer to help more, but I don't have boobs.
She doesn't eat 24 hours a day.
Yes, but she fusses easily.
So?
So, I don't like it when she's upset with me.
Wren laughed. She's not upset with you. She's a baby. Babies cry.
Because they want boobies.
Oh my God. Let's go. As if on cue, Livy started crying. The second Wren took her and held her to her chest, she stopped crying. Jackson held the door open with one hand, diaper bag and carrier in his other hand. Wren narrowed her eyes as she walked past him.
Boobies, he mouthed.
Shut it, she whispered. He let the door close behind him and just stood there for a few extra seconds, watching Wren toss a blanket over Livy on the way to the car. With a long sigh, he looked up at the bright clearing in the late afternoon sky. Beyond all certainty, he knew there was a God, one who didn't keep score, one who, in spite of all the lives Jackson had taken, still found him deserving of everything.
He loved her. No, he adored her. That was the only explanation for Luke leaning against the door of the GTO when Jessica arrived home. We're not having sex in my GTO. She smirked. And yet, here you are. I just came down here to tell you that.
He stood with his back straight, arms crossed over his chest. Today was my last day with Dr. Harper.
I know.
Did you also know that last week, my pussy doctor gave me the green light to get pregnant?
I know that Dr. Brannon is an OBGYN, not a pussy doctor. Says the shrink. She curled her fingers into his front jeans pockets. How can we have a baby if you think marrying me is bad karma since Lake's accident? Jessica knew it bothered Luke that they weren't married yet. She wore the ring, but they never set a date. Too many plans in her life had taken a turn for the worst. No plans with Luke, just one day at a time. You went to medical school, yet you don't know how to make a baby? You know what I mean. I do. I also know that my parents married before my mom had me and Jackson, and their life together, although filled with moments of happiness, was tragic. Then there is the story of Tom and Felicity Jones. Now, I do believe you were at that wedding, and how are they doing this many years later? We are us. Do you get that? Jessica nodded and held up her hand to show him her ring. One day at a time. We'll get there. But right now, I want a Livy. Jackson is terrible about sharing. She could see him, feel him thinking. Luke's mind was incessant and logical, but with her, his thoughts were visceral. Don't overthink this, Jones. Get your ass in the back of the car. Luke looked around. Overthinking. He grumbled something, and she was certain it was contumacious. Don't worry, Dr. Jones. She smacked his ass as he crawled in the back seat. We'll keep it discreet in case someone drives by. I know you have a pressed Argyle sock reputation to uphold in the building. We have a perfectly good bed upstairs. This makes no sense. She slipped off her shoes and undressed from the waist down, then straddled his lap. I have my reasons. Smashing her hungry lips to his, she unfastened his jeans, bringing him to life the second her hand stroked him. He closed his eyes and moaned into her mouth. Once the windows fogged over and she felt him possess her whole existence, she whispered in his ear, Tell me you love me. Luke nuzzled her neck, brushing his fingertips along her bare legs. I adore you. Show me. He showed her, twice for good measure. Luke's head fell back, eyes closed, sweat beaded on his brow. She giggled, nipping at his earlobe. This is fate, you know. You think? I do. We may have just conceived a child in the same back seat as you were conceived. Luke's eyes popped open. Sorry, Thelma. I had to tell him. The end. This has been Dawn of Forever, Jack and Jill Series Book 3. Written by Jewel E. Ann. Narrated by Stephanie K. Copyright 2017 by Jewel E. Ann. Production copyright 2019 by Jewel E. Ann.